G'day, battlers, and welcome to the 2022 Go Stadium League Finals. I'm PvP Steve, and today we're going to be watching some of the best battlers in the world take on the other best battlers in the world to get the title of League Champion. We're going to be seeing 3 different tiers over this stream. It's going to be a big day, so definitely get the popcorn ready. We're going to be watching the God tier. We're going to be watching the Elite Trainer New Bark tier and the Elite Trainer Pewter tier as well. So looking forward to all of that coming up today. Now, to give a little bit of an intro as to what is actually what is happening, what we are going to be seeing. First up, what I'm going to bring up is just a little bit of an info about how the tournament structure or how the tournament is structured. So first off, what we've got is we're going to be running in Open Great League in a best of 5 format. So it's your classic bring 6, pick 3 in a single elimination bracket. And you can see that we've got 5 bands here. We have banned the Galarian Birds, Buzzwole, and also Poliwag. Poliwag knows what it did. We've also got a seeding based on league placement. So the battlers have been sort of battling it out through the Silph tournaments, through the Go Stadium format tournaments, in the Go Stadium season. And based on their performance in their lobby, they've been seeded further on or earlier in the bracket, with the top 8 all being given an opportunity to fight it out in this tournament. So just as a quick example, we can take a look at the God tier bracket here and see that we have 8 battlers scattered across the bracket here. Shiny Hunter Ben, as the person who came first in the God tier lobby, has been seeded right into the semifinals, as has J Mills 113, who is down in the lower half of that bracket there. And again, this is a single elimination bracket, so it is all on the line in these best of 5 formats. But I'm just going to be the man behind the production today. We're going to be passing it off to a number of fantastic casters as we pass on through today. And first up, as we go into the God tier, we're going to be watching, taking in the expertise from 2 fantastic casters, Enhoff and Math Magic 10. So I'm going to pass it off to those guys, and I'll see you on the other side. Get ready for some fantastic battles.
Hey everybody, welcome
today.
in.
And first up,
I'm
as
Math
we go
Magic,
into
and
the
I'm
God
joined
tier,
by
we're going to
the
be
fabulous
watching, taking in
Enhoff. I'm very happy to be casting today for God tier, lobby that I've been in since its inception. Unfortunately, last season was my last season in the God tier, but really love a lot of these battlers. Have played against a lot of them throughout my time in the lobby, and should make for some really great battles today.
That's awesome.
God
Joined
tier.
by
You're
the
gonna be
fabulous
watching-
about the God tier, because I participated in the Go Stadium, like the leagues, right? And I think I totally forgot where I was in. I think it was like Viridian or Pewter, like the earliest inception of PvP, right? And then I kind of left shortly after, because like I was like, oh man, the 30-day thing is just taking too long and all that stuff. Like, when did the God tier like come into play?
Yeah, so I want to say God tier is about a year or 2 old. I think probably around a year and a half at this point. And it started as an extension of the Elite Trainer lobby. So I started in New Bark, which is another lobby that we're covering later today. And you work your way up. You go through the base lobby, the gym leader, the Elite Trainer. I want to say Ace Trainers in there. There's the different tiers, and then God tier is the best players from each of those individual town-based lobbies make into what's called Victory Road, which is the lobby for God tier. And it's a lobby that you must continue to perform well to maintain your spot in. There are regulations from it. There are or relegations from it rather, and then obviously additionally promotions into it. So this is the best of the best in the Go Stadium tiering system.
Well, that's great. I'm glad that we're both here for the penultimate tier of tiers. I can't believe I don't think there's anything higher than God at this point. So I'm excited to see the battles. I'm excited to see the format of Open Great League, Show 6, Pick 3. Enoff, you're the Peoria champion. You're an expert at the Show 6, Pick 3 format. Like, can you give us a little bit of insight on like how to pick your 6 and how to build a team of 3 from your 6?
Yeah, definitely. So we see this kind of team structure come up throughout, and you see it both in my team and in Hot Pocket's team. You see it in a lot of other qualifying teams recently. You have what's commonly the G-Fisk Lickitung Azu or Fini, where it's a steel type, a bulky generalist that can also be something like Umbreon rather than Lickitung, and then Water Fairy, that can also be just like a water type. Some people run Swampert. And then you have your Flyer, your Fighter, and your Ghost. So that was Noctowl, Medicham, Sableye for Pocket. That was Altaria, Primeape, and Kofagrigus for me. And you see other teams kind of come into the same balanced team structure where you have, your Steel, your Flyer, your Water, your Ghost, your Fighter, and your like bulky Generalist. You see this.
Would you say that like teams want to have more of the balanced general like 6 team as opposed to like a very off balance of like double steel, double charm, double grass?
Yeah, definitely depends on the meta. I think we're seeing a lot of people kind of pivot to that comfort because we're still adapting to the meta changes of Walrein and Registeel's absence. And seeing how much they kind of come back into the meta. Double Steel, Double Ghost, these lines are still powerful, but they were a lot more powerful in an established meta last year, where people could expect, okay, I'm going to be seeing Sableye and Trevenant, so I might want to bring both, Scrafty and another Dark type. And make these adaptations when they know what to expect. Now it's a little bit like, especially with Peoria, where there's a new Pokemon as well in Toxapex, you want to just cover your bases as consistently as you can. And these matches, it'll be interesting to see who opts for a more safe generalist play and who does something like doubling up. I mean, I've considered doing like an Azu Tapu Fini double on my line of 6 and just saying like, this typing is so good, this niche is so good, but you have to really cover your bases with the rest of your team then.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. But speaking of these battlers today, let's try to get into this first pairing and see what teams they're bringing. Is it more general? Is it more off balance? And we do see the Trevenant Stunfisk Fighter core along with the Water and the Flyer. Wow, Hoff, you're just calling it today. These teams are so well balanced here. You got one of everything that you're talking about, and then you got the Licky Nido as your 6th pick for these two battlers here. Is amazing.
Yeah, these are very standard teams. I like both of them. I mean, the Galarian Stunfisk Trevenant core is just extremely potent, so not surprising to see it on both sides. And then I've been very interested in like kind of the resurgence of Skarmory recently, so it'll be interesting to see from Necrotic's side if he brings that on his team.
Yeah, I think so too. Like Skarmory does handle like softly against Altaria. The Dragon Breath damage definitely does add up, but can also take out the Trevenant, and then the Medicham, if it decides to just shield its way through, the Skarmory can probably just take it out and have an advantage here with the backup line. But Swampert being ever so dominant with Hydro Cannon can definitely handle the Skarmory, the Nidoqueen, and the Stunfisk, but there's also that fabled Azumarill on Necrotic side, and so this is going to be like a very interesting battle here, at least for the first game. Yeah, this is man, I don't even know what to pick for these two battlers.
Yeah, and that's what you really see from a kind of balanced team is things can get very, alignment focused. I obviously trust these players both to be able to play out of that. They're definitely adept at that. They wouldn't be here otherwise, but it's going to be really interesting to see what each player brings and why.
Yeah. So let's just get into the first battle here. I believe we have one perspective, and this will be Jarunja's side, Swampert versus the Scrafty. This is a pretty decent matchup on either side. But we see the Stunfisk and the Altair in the back, so Jirunja definitely wants to stay in here, throwing the Hydro Cannon, trying to take the first strike of the first shield or land the first damage.
Yeah, and getting that unshielded. This is really great. We see Jirunja throwing up a shield of his own, and he's going to want to win alignment with that Galarian Stunfisk Altaria core in the back, able to cover anything that Necrotic Fate has, save for maybe that Azumarill.
I like that Jirunja realizes that he could probably win CMP or getting that extra mud shot here, counting up, taking out, not shielding that last one, and then here comes the Azumarill switch on the Stunfisk, and then the oh my gosh, going for the Earthquake, trying to land this big move on the Azumarill because it does not want to see the Altaria in the back.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
a
goodness.
big shield from Azumarill on the Earthquake, being able to definitely handle that Altaria in the back when it comes down to it. So looking very much in Necrotic Fate's favor, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I think like the thing here is like Necrotic might have that Trevenant in the back as well, that safe switching into the Azu so that um we can like safe switching into the Azu probably has a Stunfisk in the back to as a second answer for the Altaria here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Azumarill taking out the Stunfisk. I don't think at 25% like Azumarill can be farmed down here with the Dragon Breath. Has to take out that Sky Attack here.
Yeah, it
Oh
definitely
my
needs to
gosh.
throw this move. Luckily, doing so before an Ice Beam comes through, preserving some of Altaria's health. But we see the Skarmory in the back. In the Zero Shield should be fine to tank a move and then land a Brave Bird. But actually throws
Yeah.
first. So I think this might be a Sky Attack. Oh.
Oh, it is the Brave Bird from the Skarmory, and then coming in with the Scrafty here. Oh my God, that was a huge farm down. But I don't think any of these moves are gonna take out the Skarmory here.
No, I think
Oh my
um,
goodness.
I had forgotten how healthy that Scrafty was in the back, completely
Yeah,
closing that out for Necrotic Fate pretty cleanly.
yeah, very five head play for Necrotic to swap out the Scrafty and save it for later, dealing these like impressive counter damage. Even though it's resisted against the Altaria, it's still
Mm-hmm.
doing a lot of damage there, and being able to take out the Dragon Breath damage as well.
Yeah, really,
Alrighty.
really nice to see. Now, how will Jirunja adapt? Sends in the Lickitung against the Nidoqueen. A very
Okay.
interesting matchup, but definitely would prefer to have that Swampert in the back against this.
So, timing up the moves here for Lickitung. Nidoqueen doesn't throw the Poison Fang first, but takes a Body Slam, and here comes the first Poison Fang of the day, Enhoff. Goes for the Earth Power. Ooh, that is a huge shield from Jirunja. Throwing the Body Slam here is surprising. I thought he was just gonna go for the Poison Fang. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
that a lot. Generally, Lickitung players don't shield because it's similar to that Umbreon, just kind of get shield advantage, but opts to shield it. However, now he's stuck in this Swampert versus Trevenant situation, but has gotten that Trevenant out of the way of the Medicham in the back. So still,
That's also true. But like the Nidoqueen is still pretty healthy here, and I
yeah.
think it can deal a lot of damage onto that Medicham unless Jirunja can farm up to another Body Slam here, right? Throwing this Body Slam resisted and then farming all the way down. No.
Yeah,
Trevenant is saying, no, you're not getting any of this energy. Throwing the Seed Bomb, taking it out, and then here comes the Medicham. This Shadow Claws are doing a lot of damage. Ooh, before the Trevenant goes down, we'll take another Seed Bomb to the Medicham. Shields it up. Ooh, that is not the move that you want to shield here.
yeah, that is a rough
Ooh.
position for Jirunja. It's really tough because that Lickitung was so weakened already from the Nidoqueen matchup, and not being able to throw a charge move at Trevenant just really hurts that matchup for the Lickitung.
Yeah. And then here comes the Scrafty. You would think that this would be a good matchup for the Medicham, but it's debuffed and it's going to take a foul play. Knocks
And that
out.
is
Ooh.
game for Necrotic Fate.
Yeah, so Necrotic taking the matchup here, right? 2-0 against
Yep.
Jirunja. Yeah. Oh man, that like the team of like Nidoqueen and Scrafty was like definitely dominant against Jirunja's. And we can see it here, right? Scrafty taking out the Lickitung, the Trevenant, and the Stunfisk, and then even after the Poison Fang can also take out the Medicham. That's amazing.
Yeah, I like how Necrotic Fate brought 5 of his 6 Pokemon, if I recall correctly, across the 2 matches. Jarunja as well, bringing some diversity to it, but really showing comfort with different lines of these same Pokemon. Always very nice to see.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So, if we can, I would love to see the bracket and then see what our next matchups are. But these teams definitely were very generalized, right? They had a well-balanced set of like a flyer, fighter, your Stunfisk ground type, and then your water types from the Azumarill and the Swampert, and just that off 6 pick here. Oh, it's a best of 5. Oh, thank you, Steve, for letting me know it's a best of 5. So there's actually one more match here, and we'll see if Jarunja can like take back the reverse sweep here. Oh, here comes the third match, and then here we have Trevenant versus the Stunfisk. This is a pretty neutral matchup, right, Hoff?
Yeah. This comes down to baits and shields. If the Trevenant goes straight Seed Bomb, it tends to win. But if the Shadow Ball gets caught on Skarmory, could make things interesting for sure. So we see the Skarmory come in. Okay. This is interesting because that Galarian Stunfisk left with energy, so this could be a big play from Necrotic Fate to get proper alignment to better answer that Trevenant in the back. But yeah, it's very interesting.
I like this answer too, right? Stunfisk farming up to two rock slides, Skarmory throwing the Brave Bird, so knowing that one rock slide is definitely going to KO. And then here, just going straight for the rock slides, definitely neutral. We all know though, an Earthquake actually does a little bit more than a rock slide. So if there's ever a chance where they're like, the Stunfisk is only going to throw one more move, the Earthquake would actually be a little bit better. Oh, coming in, trying to absorb some of this energy here from the Trevenant. This is an interesting choice here.
Yeah, I actually don't like this play, given that the Galarian Stunfisk is in the back, and you know it's in the back, and you have that Medicham from Jarunja.
Right, but then here Jarunja, yeah, but like Jarunja now forces the Stunfisk to be locked in here, and then farming it down. If it can get to 2 Ice Punches, then that's game, right? Like, I think this is an interesting play here, but it's very risky because Necrotic might not have swapped in and locked in the Stunfisk here. Oh my goodness. Call this? No calling it. Shielding just for the safety measure of the Seed Bomb. This is very, very well played here. It's an interesting play, locking in the Trevenant, hoping that your opponent will make that mistake of locking in the Stunfisk just to farm down. But if they didn't, then it would have been a very completely different matchup there.
For sure. And I like that in the back going to the 2 Ice Punches. If the Trevenant were to get a second CMP, knock out the Medicham, the Galarian Stunfisk for Jarunja still had some energy, so it would have made it to another move.
Yep, for sure. So Jarunja picks up the Game 3 win. Gonna try and get this reverse sweep to advance into the next pairing, but Necrotic Fate has still an advantage here. Needs one more win. What do you think, Enhoff, that Necrotic is gonna bring here, or what Jarunja is gonna bring in this basically Game 4 elimination match?
Yeah, I think that both players obviously pivoted to that Trevenant G-Fisk core here, and I think that Jarunja has a lot of reason to bring the Lickitung if he thinks that's coming again, and if he thinks he can avoid that Scrafty. Lickitung, again, just very safe against Necrotic Fate's team if it avoids that Scrafty. Even Skarmory, not the worst matchup for Lickitung. So we'll see what he chooses to do. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, here comes this. Oh, here's some Scrafty. Scrafty is definitely onto the Swampert here. Weak connection. Oh no. But we've seen this matchup before. Swampert definitely farming up to 8 mud shots over the foul play, trying not to go for the CMP. Oh, actually does get the CMP. So that's actually really good. Really, really good. Shields here on the foul play. No pup bait. I like that play. And then going up for another Hydro Cannon here. Swampert just trying to take advantage here, taking out the Scrafty or grabbing another shield. Ooh, what would you do here, Hoff?
I would shield. Jaranja here really needs alignment because he has that Altaria, and Necrotic Fate has two very good answers for Altaria in the Azumarill and Galarian Stunfisk, but Trevenant obviously covers those well. So
oh
here,
my god, he gets to the Sludge Wave. Gets to the Sludge Wave, Hoff. Oh boy. Oh boy. Will he shield? He hasn't revealed this move. Yeah, he got it. He got it. Oh
I
man.
like this a lot as well. Lands the Sludge Wave, knocks out most of the Azumarill, and I'm pretty sure puts it in Sky Attack range. So then he instantly swaps to this Trevenant, which should be able to, manage from here. Because he got that energy lead, he gets to go to the second Seed Bomb, and now if Necrotic shields, which he does, Altaria should be able to farm to a Sky Attack.
I like that switch out as well because he spent the 2 shields on the Swampert, and now Swampert basically acts as a third shield at this point. So it's like he's making that trade off of Swampert's very high utility here. Ooh, that is not
Nope.
No.
Not once you've been poison fanged.
Oh no. Okay, we did. I guess either Jarinja lost count of the bubbles and not knowing where the Azumarill is, or like right after the Poison Fang, you would expect the Azumarill would come back in and then be able to swap out, or maybe a switch wasn't up yet at that point. But
yeah,
Necrotic Fate taking the matchup 3-1 and advances to the next pairing, going against 2016 Douglas in the next pair. But we'll see that in a little bit later today. And then right now, for the next matchup, it will be Tony Jr. 3850 versus Sir Cory. Do you know any of these people, Enhoff? I actually don't know any of these people.
Yeah.
For the next pairing.
Yeah, you might recognize Tony Jr. from the Peoria semifinals against
that's right.
Enhoff.
That's right. I was like, man, this name sounds so familiar, but I don't know this person. I don't think I've ever talked to them.
Yeah, so a lot
is this the team that they brought against you? I actually don't remember.
There was no Lantern, but a lot of the rest was similar. So
okay.
Tony Jr. had Umbreon, had Trevenant, had Metachan, and had Galarian Stunfisk. He had Skarmory, and I forget his 6th, but he only had Trevenant as a true... his 6th was Alolan Ninetales. So 2 swap outs from this team, but I remember his only answer for Feeny was Trevenant. His only answer for Kofagrigus was Umbreon, but that's not what we're watching right now. What we're watching right now is the Go Stadium Finals. But Tony Jr., an amazing battler. Actually, before that top 8 appearance, I had never beaten him in a best of 3 match. So extremely, extremely talented. I really like Sir Cory's team as well. Bring that Swampert Tropius core, a flyer that we haven't really seen much of recently. And since Walreign's been nerfed, maybe he has a bit more play here.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I feel like Tropius was so dominant early in the PvP days, and like even with Skarmory roaming around and Altaria roaming around, as well as Bastiodon, like it was still very prevalent. And then comes in the Stunfisk, the Walrein, right? More and more answers against the Tropius, and like we're seeing it less and less. So I'm excited to see the Tropius here today. As the Covenant Grass type. If it's running Air Slash, it can take out that Trevenant. But if it's running Razor Leaf, it's gonna handle that Lantern a lot better. And so, as your Grass type choice, right? There's not too many. There's Trevenant, Venusaur, Tropius, and if you want a Razor Leaf of Shadow Victory Bell, there's also that as well. But I think a lot of people are picking Trevenant nowadays. So this Tropius is actually a very interesting choice here.
Yeah, grass types, like you see basically Lickitung and Cresselia basically standing in for grass types because there's so few options that feel worth it to bring in Show 6 Pick 3. Even players using Surfetched as their quote unquote grass type with that leaf blade coverage. And it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I remember like early in the days, people would use Gallade as
Right.
their grass type with the leaf blade, and then the confusion to handle all the fighters, and then the close combat to handle all the steals. And I was like, wow, that's actually a really interesting choice. I would use it, but it's super glassy, and it's
Yeah.
not gonna do well against the Trevenants or the Altarias nowadays. But Sir Cory here, bringing in the Metacham as their fighter, right?
Mhm.
Typical, standard bulky fighter, psychic type with the counters and the ice punch. It'd be interesting to see if they're both rocking the ice punch psychic or the pup variant. Sir Cory with the Alola Ninetales. Definitely that Alola Ninetales basically takes out Tony Jr.'s entire team except for the Stunfisk. So I'm pretty sure that Sir Cory is going to bring in the Alola Ninetales here
Yeah.
in all of their matches and just trying to avoid the Stunfisk at all costs.
Yeah, once the Stunfisk is removed, that Alola Ninetales can two shield through anything on Tony Jr.'s team. Charm just being so oppressive. But let's see how they all play out.
Yeah. So let's see. Lickitung into the Trevenant. Oh, what a great lead here for Sir Cory. And then coming into the Altaria. Ah, there's a Charmer. I totally knew it. I totally knew it. Well, we can just sit back for a little bit
Mm-hmm.
here. Now, what do you think was Tony Jr. gonna do here? Like, if you bring in the Trevenant, right? It's kind of like a sitting duck here because, like, or a sitting tree, I guess would be the saying here. Because, like, oh, okay, I did not expect this to happen. The Lola Ninetales to be super low in health, but throws one Weather Ball here and onto
Yeah.
the Stunfisk. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, Sir Cory here definitely seeing a really good matchup. Metacham onto the Stunfisk, and then the Lickitung onto the Trevenant. Um, and
Yeah.
now Tony Jr. just trying to make something happen here, throwing the Earthquake, coming into the Trevenant. Now, this isn't like the worst matchup, right, Hoff? Like,
No, it isn't
Trev.
because the Lickitung doesn't deal a ton of damage with charge attacks, but the
Mm-hmm.
problem is both players have two shields, so the Lickitung will take it out no matter what. The
Yeah.
the very
Now there's
rough thing here
also
is just that G-Fisk in the back. Sorry, you
Yeah,
were
now
saying?
there's also been like some conversations. Now I wouldn't say debate because it's not really a big debate of what you want to throw from as the Lickitung, right? Like you want to throw the double resisted body slam or the single resisted power whip, save yourself some energy, or land a kind of like a bigger move, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But oh, okay, here, yeah, Metachan coming into the
Yeah.
Stunfisk, probably gonna farm it down, throw the Ice Punch, and opts to like Sir Cory just definitely opting to not shield any of these moves. Oh, rightfully calls the Rock Slide. My goodness, what a very dominant play here from Sir Cory. I think they have to shield this Seed Bomb here just to get that last lick in.
Yeah, so both players leave this game with a shield, and Sir Cory with the win. Very alignment focused game, but was able to manage the whole of it.
Yes, that's so very true. So, Sir Cory, with a 1-0 lead against Tony Jr., will Tony Jr. make some adjustments here? Um, ideally, I think like Tony Jr. had like the right team-ish combination. Trevenant onto like it pretty much taking out the Swampert. If hard calling that the Tropius has a Razor Leaf, and being able to take out the Metacham and has like a soft matchup against the Stunfisk, right? So like it was
Mm-hmm.
just like unfortunate to see the Lickitung in the lead from Sir Cory. So like Tony Jr. can probably make some adjustments, but I would say that in a best of 5, right? Like I'd probably just run
Mm-hmm.
the same team again on game 2 and see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, and that dynamic, the style of the match, allowing you kind of more flexibility to do that, is
Mm-hmm.
definitely big. And I like the Pokemon that Tony Jr. brought. I think that maybe trying the same thing with a Galarian Stunfisk in the lead, perhaps,
Mm-hmm.
might be a bit more flexible for him because we saw that just go so heavily to alignment,
Yeah,
which is rough.
that's also true. Because like the Galarian Sunfisk, even if it faces into the mirror, you're just hoping for the CMP win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like it would have probably uh, like 4 positive matchups here, and then having like 2 safe switches against the Medicham and the Swampert here, but also needs to account for that safe switch Alolan Ninetales, or even the closer Alolan Ninetales, right?
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
very risky. Yeah, it's very risky to pick a team and hit your safe swap, and then just to see a Charmer in the back with 2 shields, right? Like you don't want to.
For
I don't
sure.
think Tony Jr.'s strategy is to come in and safe switch into a Stunfisk, right? Like
Yep.
because then they basically lose their Alolan Ninetales answer, and then Sir Cory probably wants to keep the Medicham or the Swampert as safe to the very end as possible, right? So there's a lot of like things to consider when you're playing these particular matchups. And once we see game 2 coming up right here, like we can see the adjustments that these players are going to make. But here comes the Trevenant into the low Ninetales. Okay. No safe switch to low Ninetales, but this is
Yeah.
not the worst thing that they can see. Oh, water gun. Okay.
Interesting. And we see Sir
Yeah.
Cory switch to the Medicham, which is also interesting. I don't dislike it because we know that Trevenant is in the back for Tony Jr., but the Lickitung would be a lot safer against this
Yeah,
particular
but like
matchup.
right, but like the thing is, right? Like Sir Cory basically gave up their only Stunfisk answer if the Stunfisk is in the back, right? So, if Tony Jr. is safe switching the Lantern, then there has to be a harder answer to A9 in the back. So I think Sir Cory probably should have just stayed in with the Ninetales. Oh, losing the Medicham, losing switch, but has a shield advantage here, Hoff.
Yeah, I like this a
So
lot from Sir Cory because if that Stunfisk is in the back, and we see it is, Lickitung can win this with shield
uh,
advantage.
That's true. That's very true. So I like this play here. Um, Basically sacking the Medicham, shielding the Earthquake, and having a shield advantage for the Stunfisk. This is actually a well planned like team comp scenario. Like probably that they had to make adjustments in like midway through the battle. I really like this Hoff. This is very very nice.
Yeah, no shielding the second Earthquake because in this instance, Tony Jr., we see switches into the Trevenant, but this Trevenant doesn't want to see the Lickitung, and that Alolan Ninetail has a good amount of energy as well in the back.
I like taking the seed bomb here so that the Trevenant has no energy, and then coming in the Ninetales, probably farming down or throwing the Weather Ball, and it's basically 3 charms away from another Weather Ball and can shield the Rock Slide here just to be safe. So yeah, I think Sir Cory probably just shields this here just to get off that last
Yep.
Weather Ball, dealing some neutral damage, and then hopefully if it gets knocked out soon, then the Lickitung can probably lick down and throw a Body Slam to take out the Stunfisk of whatever's remaining, right? Yep. There comes the Rock Slide, and then the Lickitung will just come in and throw the Body Slam. This is, oh my gosh. I thought that was a mistake coming in the Medicham, but this was
Yep.
so well played here. I love this
Yeah.
play, Enhoff.
Down to throwing that Weather Ball on CMP, Sir Cory just really orchestrated that matchup very well.
Yeah, I like that. It was really really nice here just to pick up that match. Wow, these are, I can't believe. Yep. You know what? I agree. This is definitely god tier strats right here, and I'm so glad that I'm here to learn these strats to prepare myself for the next regional maybe or two, or get myself into Japan just so I can see Enhoff in person.
Would be great. Are you planning to compete in Salt Lake or Toronto?
Not Salt Lake or Toronto because I have the school year, so I'm waiting in
Right.
December to play in Texas, and then I don't know when is
Awesome.
Tennessee. Not Tennessee. Is it Tennessee?
Knoxville, I think, is in
Knoxville?
February or March. So
Yeah, so like somewhere around there. I think I have like a small little break that I can do,
awesome.
and then whenever the June NAIC championship is happening, I'll definitely be going to that one.
Awesome.
So yeah, game 3, Sir
Yep.
Cory, Tony Jr. Tony Jr. definitely needs to, win this next game or face elimination here.
Yeah.
But it's so difficult because of that alone Ninetales, and like even when Tony Jr. had the Trevenant onto the alone Ninetales, right, thinking that oh yeah, like I can try to realign the Stunfisk onto it. Like Sir Cory had a shield advantage for the Lickitung and just absolutely dominated that match, and I was just like, oh, that's so good. So let's see what happens here in game 3. Oh my god! Lickitung onto the Trevenant again. Okay.
Yeah.
Will this happen the same time? Like again, like throwing the power up or baiting it?
Ooh,
Baits the power whip for the body slam. This is interesting. Will he take a shield advantage and then come into the Ninetales? Okay. All right.
this
Yeah. Right. Like
is
avoiding the Stunfist matchup that we know is in the back.
Yeah, this is really well played by Sir Cory. Tony Jr. continuing to bring the Trevenant is just really rough because that Lickitung comes every game. The Umbreon from Tony Jr. is just too risky, knowing that this Alola Ninetales is always coming out.
Yeah.
So there's no real hard check for that Lickitung from Tony Jr.'s team, and Sir Cory knows that. And once again, getting the Lickitung on the Trevenant just is so unfortunate. But we'll see if Tony Jr. can find a way out of this.
Yeah, it's interesting that Tony Jr. thinks that the Metacham is going to be in the lead when, right? Like if you're building your team of 3 and you have the Stunfisk in the back, you just have to account that your opponent has the answer for the Stunfisk in the back, right? So, this is like, oh man, a very interesting choice here. And like, as you were saying, right? The Umbreon is the big answer for the Lickitung,
Mm-hmm.
but the Umbreon and the Altaria and the Trevenant just cannot handle the charm damage from the A9, and Sir Cory knows it. Just shield and basically align the Metacham onto the Stunfisk here. And right here, this Trevenant just does not have enough health to take out the Lickitung and even gets a nice punch from the Metacham. Sir Cory
Yeah.
taking game 3 here, advancing to the next round.
Yeah, very, very clean play by Sir Cory in that set.
Alrighty, so yep,
Next.
advancing to the next round. Gonna see Teddy Bear very soon that we're gonna see on stream. But right now we're gonna see 2016 Douglas versus Necrotic Fate. Necrotic Fate did really, really well against Jirunja. Let's see if they can have a repeat against 2016 Douglas to advance to the next round here for the God tier of the league finals for Ghost Stadium.
Yeah, so we recognize that team from Necrotic Fate, same as before, but we see 2016 Douglas using 4 newly updated Pokemon from the Season of Light GBL update.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we got the Dragonair with the Body Slam, Aqua Tail. We know how dominant this Pokemon can be from the Evolution Cup that's currently happening. Lantern with the Surf, we saw that in the last pairing. Jumpluff, you think it's running Bullet Seed or Fairy Wind?
Definitely Fairy Wind.
Definitely Fairy Wind. And then you got the Double, right? Newly anointed normal type that's gonna be rocking the meta here, kicking its way downtown, thinking fast, walking. Is that how the song goes?
Walking fast, walking past, I believe. Yes. The doubles looks really interesting throughout. I think people noticed how Stark's team in Baltimore was weak to it, so I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it in the play circuit. But here as well, it looks really interesting. If it has that wild charge, can threaten the Skarmory and the Azumarill. If it has that payback, can threaten the Trevenant and the Glaring Stunfisk. And only 2016 T. Douglas knows what that second move on double is at this point in time. And then obviously fleshing out his team with the Trev, Galarian Stunfisk core as his 5th and 6th, running double grass, which would appreciate seeing something like a Swampert rather than an Azumarill from Necrotic Fate's team.
That's also very true. It's interesting, right? It's kind of like a well-balanced team. You got the Flyer / grass type. You got the water type from the Lantern. You got the semi-fighter type from Double, right?
Yeah.
I would opt to go for like an Obstagoon if you want to run a normal fighter type or a Vigoroth. But Double, the new fast move here might put it in some advantage, right? With the payback and the body slam. And then Trevenant Stunfisk. And then your 6, your spicy pick, your Dragonair.
Yeah.
With the Dragon Breath damage. Definitely not the Shadow variant. So the Dragon Breath damage doesn't deal that much. But with the body slam, I think it might put up a fight against the Azumarill.
Yeah.
More so than the Altaria, right?
Definitely, and you're not double weak to that Ice Beam. What I'm really interested in from 2016 T. Douglas's team is if that Lantern is on Spark or Water Gun. Because if it's on Water Gun, it has play against both ground types. It still has a lot of play against Skarmory and Azumarill, even without Spark. And it has neutral play against Scrafty. You know, neither is particularly advantaged. So if it's on Water Gun, then we might see something like a Lantern, Jumpluff, double team or something where it's Lantern and then just covering the bases against Trevenant.
Yeah, for sure. So let's get into this game one here and see how the teams are going to match up. Stunfisk into Scrafty, definitely not what you want to see here, but we can pivot into the Trevenant, into the Nidoqueen, and then this matchup is pretty much straightforward, right? The Nidoqueen is going to throw the Poison Fangs. What would you opt here, Hoff? Would you go for the nuke, or would you just safely throw the Seed Bombs?
I would throw the Seed Bombs into a Shadow Nidoqueen just because you want to get it low in this instance and then farm down with Mud Shots from your Galarian Stunfisk. It's actually
I see.
Yeah, it's actually really nice that 2016 T. Douglas got Necrotic Fate to swap, because swapping Trevenant into the Scrafty, you might see in a lot of instances the Scrafty just go for a foul play bait. Getting Earth powered by that Shadow Nidoqueen really rough for 2016 T. Douglas here.
Okay, so I actually don't know this matchup too particularly well with the Jumpluff and the Stunfisk now that it has Fairy Wind, but it gets to the Energy Ball so fast, and I think just because of how bulky it is, right? Like you don't even have to shield all the Rock Slides. You can just shield one or two of them, right? Like we can see here, not shielding the Rock Slide, and you can see that the Rock Slide just barely takes it to half health. This is a very tanky Pokemon, can get off the Energy Balls really well, but 2016 Douglas does have an Earthquake ready on the Stunfisk, so if they can throw an Acrobatics into the Scrafty here after taking out the Stunfisk, they might have a chance here to win the game. Switching. Why not throw the Acrobatics after? Well, you throw the Earthquake here because
I think that I think what happened there was 2016 T. Douglas was so ambitiously trying to catch a Rock Slide on that Galarian Stunfisk that even after the Scrafty swapped in, still kind of muscle memoried into swapping the Stunfisk in. Because you're right, going for the Acrobatics was the play, and then Earthquaking the Galarian Stunfisk, but obviously does not go in that route and gets Rock Slided here in the back. Really rough.
Yeah. Oh, that was close. I think like they had the right, I think like the right set of moves that they needed to do, but not quite in the right particular order. And I think like if they just probably pace themselves, right? Like I understand in these high intense matchups, like you're gonna make a lot of like these quick decisions. And Hoff, like how did you do it, or how would you like advise players to like kind of like take a moment to make these critical thinking moves, and yet in a very fast paced situation?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's one of the things of Pokemon Go PvP that's hardest to do is the second to second decisions. And there we see, you know, it's almost like trying to avoid that is what was 2016 T. Douglas's like undoing. Was he was like, okay, I'm going to swap in, I'm going to catch this Rock Slide, like I have this mapped out, and then something changes in the immediate and you don't adapt to it fast enough. Can really just be unfortunate in how it plays out. And we saw, you know, not having it down to the individual fast move can cause everything to kind of fall apart.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see if 2016 Douglas can make some adjustments in game two and see if they can make these one-turn decisions here. Jump left into Stunfisk. We've seen this particular matchup is not too bad, but would 2016 Douglas like to catch a Rock Slide and successfully catch it onto a Stunfisk or not? Let's see what happens here. Oh, opposite switch into double right away, and then here comes a Scrafty. This is not what you want to see, Hoff. No.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, but it is nice in that this Scrafty is not going to be on Douglas's Stunfisk of his own. So he's drawn out the fighter from Necrotic Fate, and these double kicks and body slams do add up. So should be able to farm down or at least get a shield from that Scrafty in this matchup. And now it doesn't look too terrible of interaction, so long as something like that, Azumarill, is not waiting in the back for Douglas's Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, and then at this point, I would probably, the jump left just farms up to almost 2 energy balls, 1 to KO the Scrafty, and then okay. Well, look, he's at a shield advantage here, right? I think this is pretty good here. Calls the Earthquake, shields. Oh, shields the Rock Slide. No. Oh no.
That's extremely good play from Necrotic Fate, because with 2 shields against Galarian Stunfisk, in no world are you not shielding. However, now Douglas getting to shield this Earthquake, throwing one of his own, and then that Nidoqueen in the back.
Yeah. Like, Douglas has to be thinking of the end game here, right? Like, okay, we gotta catch the Earth Power here. Please catch the Earth Power. Catch the Earth Power. Ah, he did it. I knew it. Oh my gosh. Oh, undercharge. Can he get to another Earth Power before the Earthquake? No way. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm pretty sure everyone saw that coming. Catch the Earth Power, and he did it.
Still just exceptional play from Douglas there, catching the Earth Power on the jump bluff. Really well timed, and gets the win.
Oh man. Okay. Well, okay. I don't know how many situations you've been in where someone catches the game-winning move, but I don't know how to come back from that. I'm just like, oh yeah, God, that was so. But we see here, right? It's a best of 5. Yep. Scores tied 1-1. Now it's a best of 3. Okay. Everyone's very familiar with the best of 3 matchup. It's basically like, you just got to win 2 more games, right? Necrotic Fate here has to like bring up their composure, you reset the times, reset the teams, and then be like, okay, we can do this, right? We had the advantage on the Scrafty. We just have to like anticipate, catching is going to be definitely the win con. I cannot throw immediately. And then 2016 Douglas has to realize, okay, we have to make some plays here. Does Dragonair have an answer? Is Lantern going to be good here? Jump Love was amazing. It's definitely our MVP. Maybe we should bring it. Maybe we shouldn't, because Necrotic might bring the Skarmory here. Who knows, right, Hoff? Game 3 is going to be kind of like the decisive turning point of like who's going to take advantage, who's going to ride this wave of all this adrenaline from catching the Earth Power. That was amazing.
Definitely agree. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right. Yeah, let's see this game 3 here. Nidoqueen. Oh, that's not where you want to see the Nidoqueen from the jump bluff. Here comes the double. This is not the okay, actually I take it back. The fast moves are definitely resisted. The Poison Fangs here are not going to do really well. But he gets the body slam here before the Nidoqueen probably jumps out.
Yeah, and brings in the Stunfisk, which is interesting. We'll have to see what Necrotic Fate has in the back for the Stunfisk, but we see the payback go off.
Okay, I think he brought in the Stunfisk just to see the second move, right? Just so,
I can see that.
He knows. Yeah, so like he knows all the information here from the double, because the body slam isn't gonna hurt, right? So he's like, oh, I want to see the second move here, and basically, oh my God, almost sacrifices the Stunfisk here. I'm surprised Douglas didn't shield just to win switch advantage. He snuck in the fast move.
Yeah,
very surprising here.
It was an interesting position, because that Shadow Nidoqueen did take a chunk of damage against the double, and we see the Scrafty in the back. Really good composure from Necrotic Fate, not bringing the Scrafty in versus the double. But we'll see if it can close out the match for him now with 2 shields.
Yeah, this is super interesting because the Stunfisk threw the rock slide, right? And they snuck
Mm-hmm.
in the fast move. So like giving up that one shield just to have alignment here, I think that would have been worth it for 2016 Douglas. So I think that was a very pivotal choice that they had to make there, and definitely the wrong choice looking at the lineup here. In 2016 Douglas definitely knows it. Has to shield. Oh, shields the pup. That's not the thing you want to shield. Oh my goodness. Okay, jump left has to make some plays here, throwing the energy ball, trying to KO the Nido Queen, has to shield the Poison Fang. Can it get to another energy ball? 1, 2. Okay. Okay.
It does, but everything's just fallen
Okay.
apart for 2016 Douglas here.
Oh.
Just
Yeah.
very
Oh, come on, get
unfortunate.
there. Oh. Yeah, all he needed to do was decide
Mhm.
I need to shield and
Yep.
have alignment, right? Like you definitely did not want to see the jump left onto the Nido Queen. And then
Hmm.
I'm just trying to understand maybe he thought that the Scrafty wasn't in the back, right?
Yeah.
Like he saw the Needle Queen, saw the Stunfisk. Maybe he thought that the Skarmory was in the back, or Trevenant.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This
It's an interesting
also,
choice here.
knowing the second move now makes a
Yes,
Zoomerl, for instance, a lot safer. Skarmory,
right.
for instance, a lot safer for
Hmm.
Necrotic Fate. Not having to worry about that wild charge is a pretty big deal.
That's also very true. Which now I believe like Necrotic Fake probably might bring in the Skarmory,
Hmm.
so that it can handle the Trevenant and the Jumpluff, right? All
Right?
together, the two grass types, and even the double. But
Hmm.
I think if 2016 Douglas can recognize, oh, I revealed the payback, they're
Yep.
probably going to bring in the Skarmory. I think Lantern is now the play, right?
Yeah.
And if he has the water gun, like the water gun onto the Needle Queen, onto the Skarmory, onto
Hmm.
the Azu, right? The getting to the
Yep.
Thunderbolt. So like this is like the intricacy of the best of five, right? Like it's not a total loss if you lose a game. You could always make it up by like, changing your strategy on games 4 and 5. And that's what I
Definitely.
love about these best of five games. So let's see what happens in game four. 2016 Douglas is probably going to make an adjustment here. And oh man, so double grass in the back,
Yep.
Stunfisk in the lead onto the Trevenant. That's not the worst thing to see.
No, definitely not the worst. But if we do see that Skarmory adjustment from Necrotic Fate, or even that Nidoqueen, would be really rough. But we see Douglas pull in the Jumpluff and catch a
Ooh.
Shadow Ball. Okay,
Oh
so pulls
gosh.
out the Nidoqueen.
Okay, so the Nido Queen here basically just farms down, probably doesn't even shield, and has so much energy. Gonna throw the Earth Power onto the Stunfisk. Definitely just straight Earth Power here. If it comes in the Trevenant, then straight Poison Fang here, right?
Yeah, but this is an easy
Uh,
shield for Douglas, so it could have been a Poison Fang, but it is that Earth Power. It can go straight Rock Slide here, but
yeah.
throws on
Oh.
CMP. Really unfortunate timing.
Ugh. Yeah, then he
Oh,
takes the Poison Fang here, but that's fine. That's
yeah.
okay, right? We don't need to shield the Poison Fang. Probably doesn't need to throw any of these rock sites here. And then comes in the Trevenant onto the Stunfisk. Hey, we got a reverse mirror here, but down a shield. This is not looking good for 2016 Douglas. If they can land the Shadow Ball and Necrotic Fake doesn't shield, this would be very, very well into what they want.
Yeah,
But he
this
goes for the
is.
seed bomb. Oh, he could have gone for the shadow ball. He could have gone for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this is just
Oh my.
rough. Down two
Yeah.
shields. Looks like Necrotic Fate is very much in control of this matchup at this point.
Yeah. It's a tough call, right? Because like if they okay. The rock slide is not enough, right? Hoff, should we call up Tho here and ask him
Yeah.
if the rock slide enough for this
Rock's
particular?
Rock Slide is not enough, and was not able to bait a shield anyway because Necrotic Fate is shieldless and closes out that matchup with his own Trevenant, getting the win.
Yeah, this is oh man. So Necrotic Fate taking game four. 3-1. Nice, nice. Well played here
Mm.
from Necrotic Fate. I like the matchups here, and the adjustments that these players are making. This is so well played from everyone in God tier. I can see why they're all in God tier at the moment. So next matchup, Teddy Bear versus Sir Cory. We saw Sir Cory last time,
Mm-hmm.
and with the Alolan Ninetales and Teddy Bear, let's see what type of team they're bringing. Will there be an Ursaring here, Enhoff? You know,
I would
namesake.
love to see, or perhaps an XL Teddy Ursa, level 50.
Okay,
Could
okay.
be
Let's
very
see.
interesting. I believe it has a lick and cross chop, but we see
Oh,
a
okay,
Galarian Stunfisk right away.
okay. So Galarian Stuff has.
Oh,
Oh,
wrong
so
battle. Wrong battle.
Oh, okay. Well, we're getting the wrong battle here. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will get the right battle up first. And let's see this battle or the team here from Teddy Bear. We see a Sableye, right?
Hmm.
Moving away from the Trevenant Stunfisk core. We have a Sableye Stunfisk core. This is something that I'm very familiar with. But you can see here, right, because of the Sableye, the Alolan Ninetales is even stronger against this team. And oh my goodness, there's three answers. Oh, sorry, not three answers. Three things that are completely weak to Lilo Ninetales, and then you count the Lickitung. So, but there is the Shadow Nidoqueen and the Stunfisk that the Alolan Ninetales has to like worry about.
Yeah.
And I think here, Sir Cory has to like make this adjustment of like, okay, how am I gonna bring in the Alolan Ninetales? What am I gonna do here?
Yeah, I really dislike this team dynamic from Teddy Bear personally. I think it's fine as like a composition, but I really dislike being in this position of okay, half my team loses hard to Alolan Ninetales, half my team beats Alolan Ninetales. Lickitung generally having advantage in that matchup, as well as the two kind of harder walls. And what's really positioned even further is Sir Cory has that Swampert Alolan Ninetales core, and Swampert obviously destroys Nidoqueen and Galarian Stunfisk, really freeing up the weaknesses of Alolan Ninetales. This would
Mm-hmm.
not be a fun match for me to personally play, despite liking a lot of these picks from Teddy Bear, just
Yeah.
because of how Alolan Ninetales breaks into that. We do see, the much safer, Medicham Lickitung core on both teams. So there are definitely more balanced play dynamics here that can
Yeah.
kind of merge, but that alone Ninetales makes everything very tricky.
Yeah, it's interesting that you point out that Lickitung has a decent matchup against Alolan Ninetales. If I was Teddy Bear, I would force the Alolan Ninetales to two shield the Lickitung,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Basically, if it drops all the shields, then the Nidoqueen, the Stunfisk, the Sableye can basically run wild on
Yeah.
Sir Cory's team because the Alolan Ninetales is going to be gone. The
Yep.
two like there's no shields in play, right? And like you want to see the shields from the Swampert. You want to see the shields on the Tropius or even the Stunfisk because of the Nidoqueen and the
Mm-hmm.
Stunfisk from Teddy Bear's side. So that might be a play here that we might see in games 2 and 3. Game 1, we all know that we're going to try and feel out the teams here. If I was Teddy Bear, I would definitely not bring in the half of the team that's weak to Alolan Ninetales, or maybe do bring the half of the team that's weak to Alolan Ninetales to see what Sir Cory will do. Um, but it's a tough call here because like
Yeah.
it's like uh, it's like very uh what is it? It's like it has a weird dynamic in play.
Mm-hmm.
Like which half do you want to play of the coin? And so I think Teddy Bear has to make an interesting decision here. The Stunfisk, right, is the the big answer to the Tropius. The Nidoqueen is also an answer to the Tropius and the Alolan Ninetales. It really depends on whether
Mm-hmm.
Sir Cory is running Air Slash. It still hasn't revealed it yet, so we will see in Game 1 what happens to these matchups. And here we go, Medicham into the Lickitung. This is not bad. The licks are super effective ghost types, but the counters are definitely going to add up. I believe the Medicham has to land a Psychic here to win this matchup.
Yeah, so the zero shield, I'm always happy as a Lickitung player, so long as the Medicham doesn't have, dynamic punch,
Or pup,
because
yeah.
or pup. So
Oh,
having
that's a psychic. Okay, all right. It doesn't live
having
the
the
body
standard
slam here to win the
set,
zero shield.
no. So you
Oh,
have to shield as a Medicham player, which is really unfortunate. But what Sir Cory has here now is his own Lickitung in the back for this, and then the Galarian Stunfisk. Or what Teddy Bear does.
okay.
So if that Alolan
I
Ninetales is in
have,
the back,
I have
actually,
a feeling that there's an Alola Ninetales in the back because Sir Cory is not shielding anything.
I guess
But
we
the thing is,
technically don't know which side we're seeing because both teams have these three
oh,
Pokemon.
that's also true. Both teams has all three of these Pokemon. So whose team is this? Maybe Steve can tell us from the back end here of whose team this is. Oh my God, we don't know whose team this
We've
is.
seen a full mirror match here. Okay, so it is Teddy
Oh,
Bear's team that we're
it's Teddy
seeing.
Bear's team. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, that's fine. All right, so Teddy Bear. Okay, trying to grab a shield here,
Hmm.
right? It needs
I
to.
like
Okay,
that.
we got a shield. We got a shield. Oh, this has to be the earthquake. It has to KO. There's
Yep.
no way. Oh,
Oh,
it
but it
didn't
doesn't.
KO. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, this Stunfisk has some good IVs here. Throwing the excellent Earthquake shields it up, but I don't see Teddy Bear winning up this particular matchup. This is interesting. I thought there was an Alolan Ninetales in the back, for sure, because he was
Hmm.
not shielding anything. But I guess the two shield Stunfisk also makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, really interesting. Full mirror match, just aligned slightly differently. And it makes sense. These are three extremely safe Pokemon. They also cover each other's base as well. The Licky Medicore on both sides in the lead and in the back, and then Galarian Stunfisk, just potent against both these teams. So
Mm-hmm.
the composition makes sense. Does make for a very interesting first battle, and we'll see how it continues.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they bring the same three core again, right?
Hmm.
Basically Teddy Bear is bringing in like some soft, like the Gatungs as a soft answer, the Stunfisk as the hard answer, because he doesn't want the Nidoqueen to see the Stunfisk, right? Doesn't doesn't want to see the Nidoqueen to see the Swampert either. And so like we're trying to anticipate here what Sir Corey is gonna bring. Teddy Bear has to just recognize, okay, I gotta play maybe some unconventional picks, right? Hoff, like
Hmm.
would you play unconventionally in game 2 or maybe game 3?
Yeah, in this position, I would probably play slightly off expectation because that first match was just so conventional. It was very, very straightforward. Both players playing their safest line, and I think the best bet for Teddy Bear is probably to approach expecting Sir Cory to play the same because
Mm-hmm.
you have the win, you're in the driver's seat, even if it's a best of five.
Yeah.
It's in your best interest to play as safe as possible, which
Mm-hmm.
means Teddy Bear has to kind of reach back to try to claim this second game. Whether
Yeah.
that's attacking the specific team comp that just arose. We saw two Pokemon weak to fighting, so might want to bring that Medicham again. Um, and we'll
Yeah.
see
I,
it. We'll
I
see how it goes.
definitely yeah, I definitely think in my perspective, if I'm up
Mm-hmm.
1-0 in a best of 5,
Yep.
that game 2 should be like, okay, I'm gonna try something super spicy right now. I'm gonna try
Okay.
something. I'm gonna play the 2 shield Alolan Ninetales and see if I can get a win. Because if I can get a second win going up 2-0 by doing something unconventional, then they're not gonna see what's gonna come for game
Mm-hmm.
3. You know what I mean? That's my strategy here. So I would like to see in this next particular match what happens. Sir Corey, will they bring in the Ninetales? Will they double shield in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Will Teddy Bear bring in the half of the team that's going to be weak tail and Ninetales? So let's see here. What happens in game 2? Metachan, Lickitung. Okay, okay. We
Same
see this. We
leads.
saw
Yeah.
this. Yeah, we saw this. We saw this.
Oh,
Seems like Teddy
entirely
Bear.
same team for
Yeah,
Teddy
seems like
Bear.
Teddy Bear is bringing in a safe pick, right, for these for that team. So we saw this happen before. Is he going to land the psychic again? going for the Psychic will Sir Cory shield. If they don't, there's a tell here. Yeah, there's a tell here. There's something's happening in the back. Going for the okay.
I like this a lot. Lickitung being the safe swap here. There's no good answer other than Sir Cory's own Medicham. So gets this away from the Galarian Stunfisk and additionally keeps some health on his own Medicham to potentially use down the line.
Right, and I like this play too because we saw in game 1 Teddy Bear going down a shield, and that was very detrimental in the Stunfisk mirror. But now their even shields here probably get to the Ice Punch. Yes. So now Teddy Bear is revealing all of their movesets. No pup, right? Revealing that there's an Ice Punch here, and then probably can farm down. Yeah. At this point, no shield and farm.
Lot.
Yeah, me too. Farm it all the way down, and then just have some. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, how would you play this mirror? You're up 1 mud shot, right? And all shields are in play. Do you call this?
I think.
Oh my God! He called the bait. He called the bait. Oh my God! He shields the bait. He shields the bait.
That's game.
Massive. Oh man. Oh, he calls the bait again. Oh no. Oh,
no, there's no way.
Right? Is that not the earthquake? No.
Oh, there's no way. God, there's no way you reach 2 and an earthquake after no shielding the earthquake. And Teddy Bear
that
just
rock
able
slide.
to mud shot.
That rock slide was not enough. It was not enough. Oh, he's just gonna mud shot. Wow. Earthquake, landing the earthquake, and then just mud shot everything down. I've never seen that play before from a Stunfisk. That was super impressive.
Yeah, Teddy Bear really playing that well. I agree with throwing the earthquake into the 2 shields just because a lot of times at this top level, players will expect you to bait when they still have 2 shields because they have 2 shields. Of course, they're gonna shield. So really nice recognition from Teddy Bear. Unfortunate for Sir Cory. Gets entirely mud-shotted down in the rest of his team. But now the match is tied up completely.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that was, oh my God, I shot everything down. that was really good. Oh man. Okay. Well, game 3. What do you do here? Sir Cory, I really think that 2 shield Alola Ninetales was probably a good play here, but because the thing is, Sir Cory has brought Lickitung, Medi, Stunfisk. Sir Cory, Lickitung, Medi, Stunfisk. Okay, something has to change, right, for game 3. They can't be the same 3 again, can it, Hoff? Can it?
I mean, I'm not gonna say no because as soon as I do that, we'll see it load up with Medicham, Lickitung, Stunfisk. But I really would like to see Teddy Bear go for a harder win in this match now that we're tied up again. That Sableye, if able to be lined up on that Medicham, would just be such a big win. Obviously, you have to avoid it lining up on the Lickitung, but has good play against Medicham, has very serviceable play against Galarian Stunfisk as well. I think it's just really potent. I like Sableye. It's kind of fallen off in this recent season for whatever reasons. And I think here it's just a really good call if it lines up on that Medicham. Obviously, it leaves you weaker to that Alolan Ninetales in turn, but I would like to see it have some play.
Yeah. I think this game 3 is going to be definitely a pivotal game. Whoever wins this definitely can take the advantage. I'm sorry, definitely takes the advantage, but will probably take the momentum into game 4, right? Because now it's the best of 3 match between these two. So let's see game 3 here and see what the teams are bringing up. Stunfisk into Lickitung. Okay, all right, a change up. There's an Altaria in the back. Oh man, I hope Sir Cory has that Alola Ninetales because Teddy Bear has to save this Stunfisk, right? I would bait out the Alola Ninetales here coming into the one of these, Altaria, Medicham, either one. Please save the Stunfisk, Teddy Bear. You gotta save the Stunfisk.
Yeah, has to swap in that Medicham because you're entirely right. If there's an Alola Ninetales in the back, this is game over for Sir Cory. But opting to play out the lead needs to shield a power whip here for
Right.
certain.
He gets or is he opting to take shield advantage? Opts to take shield advantage. Okay, huh? Okay.
That's so risky,
okay.
though.
Okay. So there's no Alola Ninetales yet. There has to be a Stunfisk in the back now. Oh, Sir Cory went for the safer route with the Lickitung Medi Stunfisk team. Interesting.
And this is so
Teddy Bear has to
interesting.
recognize. Yeah, Teddy Bear has to recognize this, right? That there's a Stunfisk in the back, so shields the Psychic, can probably land the Ice Punches now and take out the Medicham and deal counter damages onto the Stunfisk. Oh, opts the double shield.
Very interesting decision making here. Shields the Psychic in turn, and now Ice Punch will take it out. However, this Metacham's really low. If it is the Stunfisk in the back,
it's not like it's too low. Oh, he needed to cast the Body Slam because I'm pretty sure there's a Stunfisk in the back. He needs to save this Medi. Oh no!
Oh, it's Swampert in the back.
Oh,
so Altari is just gonna close this out.
Okay, all right. Well, this totally take a turn here. We totally thought that there was a Stunfisk in the back. Sir Cory was going for the safer route, but there's a Swampert, and it has probably Earthquake throwing the Hydro Cannons into the Altari here. Teddy Bear not, it's Teddy Bear definitely enjoying this particular matchup here. Sir Cory not liking the Swampert pick. Oh man.
Yeah.
Can the Lickitung deal some Body Slam damage here? Nope.
No, that's it for Teddy Bear. Really nice call. Really taking advantage of the fact that the Alola Ninetales still has not come to play and running a backline doubly weak to it and succeeding.
Yeah, it's interesting because like okay, so Sir Cory had the Medicham and the Swampert in the back. I'm surprised that that they stayed in so long with the Lickitung, because like it's not like the best answer for Stunfisk, and like you want that Lickitung for later, right? Like what happens if the Sableye was in the back, or what happens if there was an Altaria in the back, right?
Yeah.
Then like Sir Cory needed to make that adjustment here, and just trying to play that both teams trying to play that ABB line, trying to have the answer for the Stunfisk, answer for the Alola Ninetales, just making some interesting calls here on that game 3.
Definitely. So now we have a reverse too, where now Teddy Bear is in the driver's seat, has the team has the game advantage rather, and has to decide now how to play out this potentially final matchup, but fourth matchup against Sir Cory. Does he go for the safe option, trying to win the last win for him, or does he play something more volatile, given that he still could lose once comfortably?
Yeah, I think my perspective here is like a game 2, right? Like you're up 1, you play something kind of like volatile and see if you can sneak in that game 2 win. But here, if it's like game deciding or set match deciding game, right? Game, you just need one more, right? Then Teddy Bear can like totally play it safe, right? With the Lickitung Medi Stunfisk, and like if they win, they win. If they lose, right, then they can make some adjustments for the last game. So let's see what happens here in game 4. Will Teddy Bear make the safe play here, or will Sir Cory play something absolutely like different? Will the A9 come into game 4?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Here comes the Altaria into the Stunfisk. Okay, kind of bad matchup. He has to pivot into the Lickitung. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, brings in the Lickitung, but Lickitung's very safe, and especially having the Galarian Stunfisk already in, there's not really a better swap for Sir Cory to go to. But we see waiting a bit of time and then bringing in his own Lickitung. I like this play.
Yeah, because if there is the Medicham in the back, right, like you don't want to get hit with all the Body Slam damage. And then here, the Body Slams definitely are adding up but the licks are definitely resisted, so he can get probably a couple more body slams here. Lickitung, mirror, and then the thing is, will Teddy Bear pivots? It pivots into the Stunfisk. Interesting, but isn't this your hardest answer for Stunfisk? Essentially, if you're up a shield,
Yeah,
very interesting choice.
It's a tough situation for Teddy Bear because you have to get out of that Lickitung matchup. Otherwise, Sir Cory's just in control. The way that the Lickitung matchup comes down to everyone either shielding or just letting it go because it's straight body slam. Licks don't do any damage. Calling the rock slide.
He didn't shield the rock slide here, but Sir Cory coming in with the Stunfisk into the mirror because there's an Alolan Ninetales in the back. Oh, catches the earthquake! Catches the earthquake! No, he did it! He did it!
Goodness.
Oh,
Teddy Bear playing out of his mind in this last battle.
And there's the Alolan Ninetales. I totally called it. He goes into the mirror. There's an Alolan Ninetales in the back, and Teddy Bear recognizes, oh man, my Altaria is a sitting flying bird. I need to sack this, catch the earthquake, and do something amazing here just to try to win the match. Lands the oh my god, the sky attack. I would come in Stunfist, yes, shield, farm all the way down, and then just pray that they don't shield the earthquake. Just pray. Oh, okay.
I like this a lot.
I love this a lot. Throw the power whip. A Teddy Bear or Sir Cory should know to not shield this, right? Yep.
Yeah, but it's
and then
so
farm
low.
all the way down. Oh,
it's so low that now I believe it's in Rock Slide plus Mudshot range. Teddy Bear even going for the lick down, and after throwing a Rock Slide, you're not at an earthquake. So one Mudshot should do it from here. Goodness gracious. What an amazing, amazing battle from Teddy Bear. Completely earning the spot in the bottom bracket finals here.
Okay. Oh my god. Lost the lead, right? Recognizes there was an A9 in the back and was like, you know what? I gotta sack this A9. Catches the earthquake. If he didn't catch the earthquake, for sure he would have lost there. But catching that earthquake definitely cemented provided a win con that route for Teddy Bear onto the next pairing against J Mills. We'll definitely see that in a little bit. But right now, we're going to definitely take a look at Shiny Hunter Ben and Necrotic Fate. I think Shiny Hunter Ben, have we seen him in a regionals yet, Enhoff? I don't remember.
He's been at a few of them. I believe he was in Baltimore, if memory serves. But
okay.
He's definitely been at a couple of these, and very, very talented battler. Continuously showing up in a lot of these grassroots formats, as well as obviously finishing top place in the God tier being a very commendable accolade on its own right. So really interested to see what he's chosen to bring to this this bracket structure.
Alrighty, so Necrotic Fate with the Shadow, Needle Queen, and the Skarmory, and Shiny Hunter Ben with the Tapu Fini. We love Tapu Finis here.
Man, I love Fini, and Shiny Hunter Ben really gunning after my own heart. Bringing that Fini, Lickitung, Galarian Stunfisk trio. I love that Shadow Beedrill as well, bringing a little bit of fast move pressure, a good chunk of charge move pressure as well, and looking really interesting into Necrotic Fate's team. Obviously, will eat that Azumarill, has a lot of play against that Scrafty, and can drill run that Nidoqueen, but does not in any sense want to see that Skarmory from Necrotic Fate. So it'll be interesting to see how Shiny Hunter Ben manages that, or if it even comes to play at all.
Yeah, because I mean, like the Skarmory definitely takes out the Beedrill. The Trevenant handles the Medi, but it's gonna definitely struggle against the Stunfisk. I believe, Hoff, if you can confirm, Skarmory definitely loses against Fini, right?
So the Skarmory Fini matchup is actually really interesting. It's one of the things that I favor most as Tapu Fini. In the Sims, Skarmory wins because Skarmory baits the Sky Attack and lands the Brave Bird. But in practice, nobody throws the Brave Bird because everyone in their mind thinks of Tapu Fini as flimsy Azumarill.
Yeah.
So they think a sky attack will be enough. Also, in addition,
Okay.
generally people are less reliably throwing Brave Birds, so generally Feeney tends to win that. And yeah, Feeney looks very comfortable if it can avoid Nidoqueen and Trevenant from Necrotic Fate. I agree.
Okay. So Necrotic Fate has to throw the Brave Bird. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm making a mental note for my regionals coming up
Yes,
soon
throw
too.
the Brave Bird.
Throw the Brave Bird, right? We should probably tell Pocket that because he probably needed that in Baltimore. So let's see this game one here. Necrotic Fate into Shiny Hunter Ben.
Okay.
Trevenant Mirror, okay, not the worst thing to see. Now I definitely would go up to the Shadow Ball, bait the Seed Bomb. Oh, okay, catches the Seed Bomb. Catch the Seed Bomb, please.
We'll see.
Yeah, he did it. He did it.
Wow, what a play from Necrotic Fate making that catch, and then getting the Tapu Fini out here. Unless Shiny Hunter Ben has that Medicham in the back, is going to be really unfortunate for him seeing that Galarian Stunfisk back there. But we see throwing right as Necrotic Fate gets to that Sky Attack. This won't KO, but it'll put it within Water Gun range.
Okay. Oh, the double surf here. I see. Oh, undercharges. Was
Yeah.
that the right call there to undercharge the surf as opposed to just throwing it?
I don't love that undercharge, given that you know that the Trevenant is in the back, ready to eat up any energy. But I do like now Shiny Hunter Ben undercharging and then no shielding, because brings some energy in on this Trevenant to Seed Bomb again. That's actually a really nice combo play. I was assuming that he was undercharging to get some energy on Fini, but sacrificing the Fini makes things very interesting. However, this Trevenant's too healthy for the Medicham to counter down.
I agree. And then the Medicham definitely shields here. Doesn't want to take a Shadow Ball. Here comes either a Pup, Ice Punch, Pup, Ice Punch. Okay,
Ice punch,
got it.
Yeah.
Shields the Ice Punch here, and it's pretty much a pretty dominating game from Necrotic. Still has the Stunfisk, full health, and the Medicham. Oh, okay. This might be a turning point here. Huh?
No, it needs like Dynamic Punch to knock this Galarian Stunfisk out. It will not.
Oh man, that would have been so funny if
comes.
it would have been so funny if the Medicham threw a Dynamic Punch there and be like, "Hello, see how he's done the Dynamic Punch." That throws the Earthquake here. Medicham going down after this Earthquake, pretty much. Yep, and then Necrotic Fate taking game one against Shiny Hunter Ben. That was oh man, that catch on that Seed Bomb bait. Oh, that was so brutal. What happens if it was a Shadow Ball?
Yeah, that is such a big alignment point for Necrotic Fate. Getting that energy just completely gone to waste and still having his own Trevenant with all of that energy to use later in the match was just such a big advantage for him, and we saw it play out through the rest of the game.
Now, again, right, like Necrotic Fate here, I would bring in the Nidoqueen. Now, remind me again, Tapu Fini can't get to the second surf on the Nidoqueen, right? Nidoqueen just throws
you cannot. You win the zeros because surf KOs, but as long as Nidoqueen shields, it's able to farm down. And
so I think like Necrotic, I would like to see Necrotic Fate bringing in the Nidoqueen here, and then if the Tapu Fini doesn't come into the lead, right? Like looking at it, Nidoqueen has a pretty good matchup against pretty much everything. Probably not against the Beedrill because the Beedrill gets to the drill run way faster than the Earth powers, but at least you can like shield the drill run, bait the Poison Fang, and then have some particular matchup, or even catch the drill run on something, right? I think that would be also really good from the Nidoqueen. So let's see here. Game 2, Necrotic Fate, Shiny Hunter Ben. Oh, what's going to happen here? Skarmory into Stunfisk.
Now,
Catch the Rock Slide? Catch the Rock Slide.
Instantly swaps to the Azumarill, but that Beedrill is there and it looks hungry.
Oh boy, look at those poison jabs here from the Beedrill. Throwing the charge move here. Drill run into the Azumarill. Zoo shields. Throws the Ice Beam. Interesting choice here.
Yeah, the Beedrill is more and more advantage as the shields come in. Generally, as an Azumarill, I would tend to just try for a shield advantage because that drill run will knock you out. But now Necrotic Fate gets to fully farm this down with Skarmory. So not all is lost.
Right. Like the energy here isn't like it's not going to waste. The Brave Bird does hurt the Stunfisk, right? Like it brings it into like 60% from full health. Not that doesn't do that much. I'm sorry. Like it does a lot of damage, right? More so than the sky attack here. So here comes the Brave Bird. Let's see how much it does. Probably coming pivot into the Scrafty here. Here comes the Trevenant. This is not the worst thing to see.
No, this is a good spot for Necrotic Fate in this instance because that Scrafty is a really good breaker to the Trevenant Galarian Stunfisk core. And as you mentioned, Skarmory is not completely toothless against Galarian Stunfisk. It's actually a much more even matchup than most people give it credit for, depending on when you throw your Brave Birds, depending on when you use your shields as Skarmory. And the Scrafty knocks out the Trevenant. Still healthy enough to really just put the hurt on the Stunfisk, and this should be Necrotic Fate's game to win.
Yeah, even losing lead here, losing switch, and then winning the game because he got the Scrafty in a very good position, took out the Beedrill, and then basically had a shield for the Scrafty going into the double foul play onto the Trevenant. Very, very, very nice play from Necrotic to go up 2-0.
That's really nice. Shiny Hunter Ben, when you see a lead Galarian Stunfisk, you assume it's going to be two anti-fighters in the back, and the fact that Necrotic Fate drew out the Beedrill, and then the second one happened to be Trevenant rather than the Metacham or the Tapu Fini, really, really was to his benefit and was really nicely playing to his outs, his only potential win con in that game.
Yeah, so I think like maybe Shiny Hunter Ben recognizes that the Scrafty is a big problem to the Trevenant Stunfisk core. So if like, if he's trying to bring out the Trevenant Stunfisk, probably wants to opt in for the Tapu Fini, probably wants to opt in for the Beedrill. It's like it's not like the Tapu Fini has terrible play against the Trevenant, right?
Yeah, no, it's a 1-0 shield is what I consider the Tapu Fini versus Trevenant matchup. I only would swap into Fini against a Trev team if I had Lickitung to kind of absorb it, because if the Trevenant does shield the Moonblast, they can just fully farm up. But if the Trevenant chooses not to shield, Tapu Fini actually wins that zeros.
That's very true, right? I do like switching in the Tapu Fini, and then if the Trevenant comes in like just a tad bit late, then the Tapu Fini definitely can get to the Moonblast here. Shiny Hunter Ben has to play something. I would probably do something wild to win the game 3. If it works, you win the game 3. If it doesn't, then like it's like you're, if you play safe and you lose, then I would. It sucks in that situation. You know what I mean? So like playing something wild and losing, it's like, well, it's okay, right? Because it was a wild thing. But I really need this game 3 win.
It's like bringing Primate when you're down 1-2.
That totally worked. It totally worked. I loved it.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone wanted to see that Primate. Everyone went wild off. All right, let's see here. Game 3. What is Shiny Hunter Ben gonna do here? Stunfisk into Tapu Fini. There it is.
That's a good lead.
Okay, hard answer. Okay, this is not the worst thing. It's up energy, right? So going for the Earth Power, straight Earth Power here. Will the Stunfisk shields the Earth Power? Very nice shield here.
Now, what's interesting is, does Shiny Hunter Ben bait or not? Because this matchup can get very interesting. Does not at all. Goes straight Earthquake. I love that.
Yes, so now it's still up a shield, right? Counting the mud shots onto the 7, shields the Earthquake, trying to play out this mirror very well.
Yeah, I like Necrotic Fate going a little bit over the Earthquake before throwing, making sure that if it does land, that there's energy in the back, and getting this Trevenant onto the Tapu Fini. I assume Shiny Hunter Ben is only doing this if there's another answer for that Trev in the back.
Oh, that's the Moonblast! Oh my goodness! I'm surprised that that Shiny Hunter Ben here swapped into the Tapu Fini. Um. Wow. Okay.
I like
Okay.
this.
I do like this, but this is, oh my god. Oh, okay. Well. I see now why they swapped into Tapu Fini to,
Yeah, but
try and grab that shield from the Moonblast, right? So then they come in, Beedrill, and then just straight drill run. Oh, but man, calling that Moonblast and not shielding, that was actually pretty advantageous for Necrotic because of the Beedrill in the back. Oh, guess the bait! Oh my
okay.
gosh.
Well, there's game. Very, very calm and collected call from Necrotic Fate, calling that rock slide and getting the win anyway. Holy moly. What a run so far from Necrotic Fate, coming from that first matchup all the way now to the God tier finals. What a what a,
I
what a journey.
I yeah, what? He baited. I understand there was a shield in play, right? But oh
Mm-hmm.
my gosh, okay. Right, Necrotic Fate, moving on to the next round. J Mills, Teddy Bear. Will Teddy Bear make a repeat, making some of these amazing plays, catching the earthquake onto J Mills. I don't know what J Mills is running, but Teddy Bears has to make some amazing plays here, catching moves and throwing charge moves, calling the baits here. My gosh. I think God tier is the tier of baits, don't you think, Enhoff?
Definitely. There's a lot of top level play. And what you see when you get that top level play is people playing around what others do. It's exactly what I just talked to with the Tapu Fini Skarmory matchup. Um, you know what tendencies people have, and you try to exploit them, but then others know that you're trying to exploit them. We see things like these called rock slides in matchups where you never throw a rock slide, and so on, which is really interesting to see.
So let's see here. What the teams are for J Mills and Teddy Bear. Oh, okay, okay. J Mills rocking the Registeel, Altaria, and the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, I like this
Ooh.
team a lot from J Mills, especially because Teddy Bear does not have a fairy type. So the Medicham, Sableye, Altaria all look very safe if they can avoid, their one or two hard answers. Each of them, Altaria has the Galarian Stunfisk, Sableye has the Lickitung, Medicham has the Sableye, but they're each able to align in a way that they're not all answered by one Pokemon because there's no Alolan Ninetales. And what I like for J-Mills as well is obviously the Shadow Kanto Ninetales is very flashy, is very potent if it can avoid that Altaria. And the Registeel, as much as it's kind of fallen off the meta, and as much as Teddy Bear does have answers to it in the Medicham, Nidoqueen, and Galarian Stunfisk, it does give a hard wall to the Lickitung. And we've seen throughout these matchups, Lickitung has been safe in basically every matchup. It's kind
Yeah.
of a byproduct of the meta right now, where
Mm-hmm.
Medicham's the main fighter, and Lickitung has a lot of play against Medicham. Galarian Stunfisk is the main steal, and Lickitung can play that because of Power Whip. But Registeel just completely ruins it, and it takes away what would otherwise be a very safe option for Teddy Bear.
That's also very true. Yeah, I do like that analysis, Hoff. That was really good because like we haven't seen Regiseals in a
No.
lot of like these tournament plays because of the fighters and the Sableyes and the Trevenants roaming around, and then Lickitung just coming up, trying to get those answers and not being answered itself by Registeel. So seeing it here right now might give you some incentive to see it at a further regional, right? Like Registeals might
Mm-hmm.
come up in numbers because of the Lickitung and the ghost answers, or even like maybe because the Walreins are down, maybe the Registeals are down. Maybe that's an explanation, but I don't know. I like the Registeel pick here too, and the Kanto Ninetales also really nice. So let's see here if Teddy Bear can line up the Altaria in game 1 onto the Cancel Ninetales, or even onto the Metacham.
Yeah, let's see. So we've seen Shadow Nidoqueen into Altaria. This is a very interesting lead matchup, and we see that Sableye Lickitung in the back for Teddy Bear.
Nidoqueen going right away for the Poison Fang, wants to do some extra damage here from the Poison Jabs. Altaria taking the defense drop, going for the Shadow attack, Sky attack. Shadow Nidoqueen will definitely shield here. I believe Nidoqueen wins this even if Altaria shields the second one, right? Like they can just farm down. Yeah.
Yes, Nidoqueen straight up wins this one shield scenario, but we see the Registeel come in before even getting to swap out, and catches the Focus Blast on the
I did not see that
Sableye.
coming. I thought the Registeel did a lock on and then threw the Zap Cannon. I was like, I don't know if this is a Zap Cannon or not.
Counting
But
lock-ons.
oh
Beautiful.
gosh. Okay, so Registeel here going for a second move, landing the Zap Cannon here, taking out the Sableye. Oh man. Well, at this point, the Lickitung can just pretty much lick and body slam down. The Registeel still has to throw the Earth Power, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Registeel is very safe in just shielding this. And then no shield. Okay.
I like this a lot from Teddy Bear. Basically gave up the Sableye in order to position that Nidoqueen better. And that Altaria is so low that it can be taken out by the Lickitung. And now it's home free with the Lickitung against the Sableye. No real worries in this matchup.
I like this play too. Like throwing the Poison Fang, having to switch basically forcing the Sableye to switch out so that the Lickitung can get some extra lick damage and go for a third body slam potentially, or bait all these body slams and land the Power Whip. I love this play here because you just need that little bit of extra energy, even though this return or the foul play or the double foul play might not even KO the Lickitung.
Yeah,
Here comes the Power
really
Whip.
well played by Teddy Bear. Even body slams, which would have been if they went unshielded, but more importantly, force the shields down and gets the ending Power Whip. Really, really well managed.
I love that play from Teddy Bear. Taking 1-0 against J Mills. What will J Mills do here? Like, if I was Teddy Bear, that team was actually really nice. The Lickitung Nidoqueen core. But if I was Teddy Bear, right, I'd probably run into the Altaria here and probably bring in the Metacham, trying to like force J Mills to like come in with the Sableye, come in with the Azumarill, and then like basically set up your Nidoqueen and Lickitung for like the game 3 or game 4 win.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how you manage that all. Really, really interesting to see the Registeel come out to play. Didn't look exceptional, but looked, still like a potent force. So we'll see if J Mills continues to bring it.
Yeah, so let's get into this game 2 here. Metacham into whoops. Metacham Nidoqueen into Metacham. Okay. Nice. So this is a pretty good matchup here for Nidoqueen. Opting to try and okay. Well, this
Teddy
is also
Bear,
not a bad matchup either.
Yeah, Teddy Bear is all about these catches and does not manage to catch there, but isn't overly punished for it because this Registeel matchup still isn't the worst. And with Zap Cannon not being a guaranteed debuff, but it does debuff anyway.
There's the 66% chance there, and then Sableye throwing the foul play here. This is okay, right? We've seen this particular matchup before. Going for the second foul play, Registeel has to shield this if it wants to try and win switch, but opts to not do that. And then here comes the Altaria. Okay, Altaria onto the Lickitung.
Yeah,
this is
I
not
like this
a particularly bad matchup. Yeah, not a particularly bad matchup. It has a bit of an energy advantage, can get to the sky attacks. But Hoff, like, would you say that the Lickitung here is still at a pretty good position?
I think so, just because you know that Nidoqueen versus Metacham in the back exists, and you can just save your 2 shields for the Nidoqueen. This Lickitung is doing nothing other than eating damage from this Altaria, and it does that very well. It's a Lickitung. Here you just bring in the Nidoqueen. You have almost 2 Poison Fangs worth of energy already, and you have 2 shields to use on these Ice Punches that are going to come through from the Medicham. So I think Teddy Bear should be able to close this out.
Now, unless this Medicham, no, there's no way. I was thinking maybe the Medicham like double baits the power up punch and then lands the Ice Punch, but no, there's not enough health here onto the Medicham. Throwing another second move, opting to shield the second time. Nidoqueen at half health. My goodness, is so powerful, and I want to see it more in these regionals, but it's been pushed out of the meta for some reason, and yet we want to see it back.
It's so potent. And we see its potency right there from Teddy Bear XD, completely devoting 2 shields and performing almost as aggressively as a charm user in its just ability to take things out in the back.
Yeah, it's very fortunate for Teddy Bear that J Mill's water type is an Azumarill rather than a Swampert, right? Because if it was a Swampert, then I think like J Mills would be bringing in the Sableye Swampert core against the Nidoqueen. But let's see here if J Mills can kind of like figure out a way for his team to take out the Nidoqueen in Game 3.
Definitely, let's see. Very good lead for Teddy Bear.
Oh man. Okay, here comes the K9. Okay, it has a bit of an energy advantage on the Embers, so maybe they can get to like the 3rd Weather Ball. I think. No. Okay, Option not shield here. Oh, go for the overheat, but this is a very safe shield from Teddy Bear, right? Oh, goes for the double Weather Ball here.
It will be the Weather Ball, but you don't get the second one off, and now it's looking really bad because if the Sableye comes back in, it does not want to eat an Earth Power, nor does it want these Poison Fangs to add up.
Wow, shielding the Poison Fang, getting to this Earth Power here. Teddy Bear knows that they don't need to shield this. Yeah, doesn't need to shield this. Has the Lickitung ready for. Oh gosh, what a game! This is all alignment here from Teddy Bear. Totally called the lead, called the switch in, called the closer. It takes a Focus Blast because it knows it doesn't need to shield anything from the Sableye. Oh wow.
So I believe, assuming that this plays out how it looks, this will be 2 of the 5 through 8 seeds, aka the people who started the bracket in the finals, making it through every step of the bracket up into this, because now we see, the Lickitung back on the Sableye. I believe this should be Teddy Bear's game to take at this point against J Mills. Continuing to dominate.
Yeah, GG's from J Mills on the notifications here. Oh my goodness. Well played by Teddy Bear. Going up 3-0. Moving on to the next the next pairing here, and we see Necrotic Fate versus Teddy Bear. And you're right.
I was wrong. Teddy Bear was number 3, so he did come in the second time, but still just really, really dominant from both players, getting to these grand finals.
Definitely agree here. So we see Necrotic Fate versus Teddy Bear. These 2 players have gone through a gauntlet of battles. Necrotic Fate going through 4 wins against Jarunja, Douglas, Shiny Hunter Ben, and then Teddy Bear making some phenomenal plays against Sir Cory with the Alola Ninetales. When we called the Alola Ninetales in the back, Teddy Bear was like, "Nope, I got this, guys. I'm just gonna sack the Altaria and then come back in." Making it into the finals of this God tier bracket is amazing. And Hoff, amazing.
Yeah, these are 2 exceptional battlers.
Yeah, so let's see here what we have onto the team. All right, so Necrotic Fate with the Skarmory, Teddy Bear, Altaria as their flyer. There's no water type here from Teddy Bear, which is a very interesting choice. The Sableye has a pretty decent matchup against the Trevenant, right? Skarmory, if it can land the return on the Azumarill, pretty safe there. Doing well against the Stunfisk. Has like an okay matchup against Grafty.
Mm-hmm.
but it's not something that you really want to see, right? Like, because you have to land that return.
Yeah, for
But the Needle
sure.
Queen, Needle Queen has some pretty good play here. Um,
Yeah, it's
yeah, I
interesting.
don't know.
Necrotic's Fate's team is really punishing towards Teddy Bear having safety. We saw in throughout this bracket, like Lickitung looks very safe, but Necrotic Fate has that Scrafty. The Nidoqueen looks very safe, except for that Skarmory, and obviously the Galarian Stunfisk also exists. And Azumarill has a hard answer throughout this. There's just always something that Necrotic Fate can answer for Teddy Bear's picks, except for perhaps that Sableye having some play against Azumarill, having some play against Scrafty, although not obviously being preferred matchups for the Sableye.
Yeah, even though we don't see a second dark type on Teddy Bear's team, I think the Nidoqueen Sableye core is actually really strong. If he leaves Nidoqueen and then the Sableye in the back with Lickitung, right? Because we
Yep.
know that Lickitung is that safe switch. Like just going into the Sableye or even going into the Lickitung and just having Sableye as a closer would be really strong for Teddy Bear. So let's see here what happens in game one against Necrotic Fate and whether or not Teddy Bear can pull it off. Lickitung into
Okay.
the Skarmory. Wow, look at that background. I'm so amazed.
It's very nice. I really like this matchup as well. This is an
Yes.
interesting one, similar to the Feeny matchup, a little bit PV poke dependent. If
Oh,
the Skarmory Brave Birds,
okay, and then can fast swap into the Scrafty into the Metacham. Wow. Okay. Well,
and
it,
that's why I don't mind it as the Lickitung. The Brave Bird hurts, but then they swap, and they swapped into this very unfortunate matchup of Scrafty versus Metacham. Does get a shield on
Shield.
the second foul
Yeah.
play, but this Metacham has so much energy now.
Yeah, and then it still has pretty much a good amount of health, right? And it's going to take a lot of these charge moves from the Metacham. Interesting to throw the Psychic as opposed to the Ice Punch, knowing that they're going to get to two charge moves. Very interesting, because wouldn't they be able to get to a third Ice Punch here if they threw the two Ice Punches? Wow! Here comes the Azumarill with a bunch of energy from the Lickitung. What an unconventional play from Teddy Bear. Um, wow.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Obviously, this matchup's very favorable for Teddy Bear. Opting not to shield the Ice Beam, and now going into this Sableye versus Azumarill matchup in the back willingly is
Yeah.
really, really unfortunate, but it's not all lost, even if the Azumarill has play rough. Looks like through on CMP there as well, the return being shielded. But there's been a lot of chip damage to this Azumarill between the Power Whips and the Shadow Claws here. Shields the Ice Beam, but if this next move gets caught...
Oh, no! Oh, God.
And now I think
Oh,
this
okay.
play rough will end it all.
Yeah. Oh, man. I thought he had it there, catching the play rough. I was holding my breath trying to see if they can do it. And oh man, shielding the Ice Beam was definitely not ideal. I think
Mm-hmm.
the Azumarill probably could have just gone straight play rough and been fine. But
Yeah.
maybe, uh, yeah, maybe it was like I don't know. Oh, okay. I think I have I think okay. Confirm with this on me, Hoff. Because the Azumarill threw the Ice Beam, right? It gets to the
Mm-hmm.
play rough one bubble short,
Yep.
right? And so essentially then if Teddy Bear wanted to catch, he wouldn't have caught in the middle of a he has to catch like in the middle of a bubble or something. So then Azu isn't then forced to throw the play rough. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
I think you're right. And then what you can essentially do, and what we see a lot of players do in high level plays, is you just wait for the Sableye to throw a Shadow Claw before throwing
Uh-huh.
your energy. And
Exactly. And
put
then what
put
Teddy
Teddy
Bear
Bear in a
probably
position where like he couldn't
yeah.
catch. Sorry.
Right. And then like what Teddy Bear probably could have done was wait for the Azumarill to finish the bubble and then catch on the Metacham as opposed to like trying to catch in the middle of a bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's probably what happened was like they thought, oh, the turn ended swapped into Medicham, but really they swapped on that third turn or something. We'll
Right.
have to look back at it, but it was a very interesting play to throw the Ice Beam first as opposed to throwing the Play Rough, because he could have just went double Play Rough in that sense. So let's see what happens in game 2 here for Teddy Bear. If they can pull up a stop here and try to even up the series. Medicham into Stunfisk. Good lead. I like this. And then here comes the Azumarill with the Lickitung switch in. Okay, not bad, right? This is all according to plan from Teddy Bear. Has to take these moves here. Will they take a Play Rough or the Ice Beam first? Goes for the Play Rough. Okay. I like this play.
Yeah,
I like this
this
play.
looks really good for Teddy Bear. Winning lead, winning switch. All he has to do is make sure that he's not blown out in the back by perhaps a Scrafty from Necrotic Fate. But at the current moment, shielding the Play Rough, opting for a shield after the Azumarill throws a shield of its own, making sure that he wins alignment back here after this matchup. And it's looking very good for Teddy Bear.
Yeah, I don't think Teddy Bear needs to shield here. The Obstinate shield the Play Rough, tries to get to this lick. Oh!
Holy cow! Very well managed.
That was amazing there. Oh my god. Trusting his Lickitung to live those bubbles and lick down the Azumarill. What an amazing play. Here comes the Skarmory. Okay, this is not the worst matchup, considering that Sableye got a bit of an energy advantage, or a bit of a turn advantage, I guess. Sableye has to throw these foul plays. Skarmory has to land a Sky Attack here. Sableye will opt to shield the first Sky Attack. Okay, we definitely know this. Will they throw on CMP here? Hoff goes for a second Sky Attack, opting to not throw the foul play.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision. I don't dislike it from Teddy Bear. However, the Medicham in the back is just so safe that I would have been interested in saving that shield for it. Still works out fine, and not at all would be considered a misplay or anything like that. But gets the Medicham back on the Galarian Stunfisk in the back, is very comfortable in this matchup, and is able to just close out this game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice here to not shield that Sky Attack on the Sableye, right? Because many players will have a Sableye that's, not as bulky, right? Before a Halloween event. So like they might not have lived that Sky Attack, but we see that Teddy Bear has definitely caught a bunch of these Sableyes, accumulating all of those XL candies to make a bulkier Sableye for his team. And I think that was definitely the right call there, to not shield the Sky Attack, knowing that you live it, and saving the shield for something else, for the Medicham or another move, right? And I think that was
definitely.
really good.
And we see Teddy Bear tie up this match 1-1 in the finals here.
So let's see here. 1-1, right? There's best of 3 remaining, right? So like Necrotic Fate, Teddy Bear, kind of like just restarting that small little bracket here. I would definitely like to see the Nidoqueen coming in. We can see that the Teddy Bear probably is weary of bringing in the Altaria because of the Azumarill, the Skarmory, the Nidoqueen, and the Stunfisk. Wow, that's a lot of things to answer the Altaria. I can see why Altaria was kind of like dropped off on the meta and then like kind of like surging back a little bit. But Teddy Bear definitely has some decisions to make here for game 3.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how they play out as we get into the battle.
Lickitung, Teddy Bear making all of these amazing calls here, and then taking the switch from the Shadow Nidoqueen. This isn't like the worst thing. The Poison Fangs do add up, right? And
this is one of those matchups that should be one-sided, and just because of the power of Nidoqueen is not necessarily one-sided. I'll also give you the fun fact of Nidoqueen can win the 2 shield against Kofagrigus as well, which was a fun thing to find out.
That is so amazing to see, because like Nidoqueen, I believe we saw in the regionals, win against a Swampert 2 shields, and then here throws the Earth Power. Okay, well,
that's a very big shield for Teddy Bear.
Oh, catches this foul play. Well, this is it. Okay, and then yeah, coming in Metacham, right? Catches the rock slide. Catches the rock slide. No, 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 no. Okay. I
Teddy
thought
Bear
Teddy Bear was
ever
gonna.
ever the flashy player tries to catch the rock slide, but
I really wanted him to catch the rock slide there because that would have been amazing. But opts to throw here, throw the ice
yeah.
punch before the second earthquake because that second earthquake definitely would have KO'd. Has a little bit of energy on the Trevenant, right, to throw the ice
Mm-hmm.
punch. But I think Necrotic Fate is going up against a very, very tall mountain of Teddy Bear, trying to find the Grizzly, trying to knock it down. But this Trevenant is saying, no way, I'm gonna Shadow Claw down here and have some seed bombs ready for your normal and ghost types. Oof.
Yeah, it's just Lickitung is so bulky and will be able to handle this Nidoqueen that this battle is all but over in the favor of Teddy
Oh!
Bear.
Okay, can he get to the second Poison Fang? You guys want Poison Fang? Okay, this
Yeah, this is
man.
interesting. Not having thrown the
Yeah.
foul play for just the comfortable end of matchup, but I believe once the Power Whip is reached, this should be game over. But those Seed Bombs do more damage than you would like, especially with that Poison Fang.
Yeah, so this C-bomb might not KO here, but can he get to another one? This is resisted. Is it 25% damage from a Lickitung? It's not that attack weighted. Will the Trevenant? No, the Trevenant didn't live. No.
Trevenant
Okay,
just
wow.
too flimsy to survive that, and Teddy Bear takes the 2-1 lead in these God tier finals.
Okay, all right. 2-1 lead. Necrotic is like, oh man, that Lickitung. That Lickitung is
It's
too much
so
for me. I
strong.
gotta figure out how to get rid of that Lickitung. I can't bring in the Trevenant. The Azumarill is kind of iffy. He has to lock in that Scrafty onto that Lickitung, right?
Yep.
But there is no Trevenant Stunfisk core on the Teddy Bear side, right? Teddy Bear has the Lickitung Stunfisk core. So maybe Scrafty would be the answer here. But I'm surprised that, he hasn't brought it in because the Metacham is so dominant on Teddy Bear's team.
Yeah, the Metacham, that Nidoqueen as well, is just so frightening for that Scrafty if aligned properly. But we're at the point where Teddy Bear's just bring that comfortably. You have to answer it as Necrotic Fate. And it's either one of those steel types and, taking a soft benefit, or going for that Scrafty. And I would love to see this go to a game 5 because of that Scrafty lining up on the Lickitung.
I definitely agree. So let's see here. Game number 4. Will Teddy Bear lock in that final win, or will Necrotic Fate tie up the series 2-2? Sableye versus Nidoqueen. Oh my gosh.
Teddy Bear is
Okay.
inside of Necrotic Fate's head right now.
I know. Teddy Bear is
Pulling the
calling
strings.
all the leads here today, throwing the foul play. Now, if I was in this lead, right? Sableye versus okay.
I like this
for
for
the Earth
Necrotic
Power?
Fate. Going for the
Oh,
Earth
he
Power.
goes for the Earth Power. Yeah, that makes sense because I was like, I'm not shielding this. I'm gonna go for the Earth Power here. Comes into the Stunfisk, Metacham switches in, and man, Teddy Bear taking the win or taking the lead, taking the switch, taking your Earth Power or an Earthquake, and then throwing up the Ice Punches onto the Stunfisks.
Yeah, the thing though is Necrotic Fate might be able to get the second shield here, unless Teddy Bear plays it perfectly, throws on CMP with the Ice Punch, does not get it shielded, and we see Azu come in, but Teddy Bear has that Lickitung in the back for it, and gets to the Psychic here with the Metacham.
Yeah, I can see some way for Necrotic to win here. Oh, opts to lock in the Sableye. That's an interesting choice because he knows that the Lickitung can handle the Azumarill, basically using the Sableye as a shield here. Coming in the Lickitung.
And this Nidoqueen's just too low. It's not gonna get to an Earth Power. It's only gonna get to a Poison Fang, which will not do enough to really threaten the Lickitung. It is now locked into the Azumarill while debuffed, but it is still healthy enough, and it's just such a bulky Pokemon by nature.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good situation though, right? Because of the defense drop, Teddy Bear might feel the need to switch out, baiting
Yeah, I
again
think
Power Whip. Yeah,
I
baiting
think
in the
after
power whip.
this might switch out, and it's really good for Teddy Bear getting to the power whip and closing out this battle. I believe.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. I thought there was some play there, right, for Teddy Bear to like catch. I guess, but he didn't need it. He knew throwing the
No.
power whip there definitely was the play. Necrotic Fate wanted the catch. Actually, I think Necrotic Fate really wanted the catch so that they can farm down and then throw a play rough into the Lickitung.
But
Knowing
was
that
not
maybe,
given.
yeah, maybe like Teddy Bear wanted to like clear the debuff, but he didn't need it. He went for the power whip, got the 3-1. So your winner is Teddy Bear taking the championship for this bracket. My goodness, those were some amazing battles.
Really, really well played by Teddy Bear. Really mastering that Lickitung, that Nidoqueen. Some really good play throughout this this bracket, and will be your God tier champion. What an accolade to have on your docket. That is exceptional, and some exceptional play throughout from Teddy Bear XD.
Now we're hoping that we can see at least some of these players in some regionals coming up.
Definitely.
I don't know where Teddy Bear lives, but if he can show up in Salt Lake City or Toronto or even what's the next one?
San
Austin,
Diego?
Texas.
Oh,
San
yes.
Diego? Oh yeah, San Diego somewhere around there. That'd be some amazing place to see. I would love to see him catch a freaking earthquake on an Altaria on stream and let the crowd go crazy. It would be amazing here.
Yeah, these were some really, really top tier battles.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, let's see. What are we gonna be doing here, Steve? Any word from production of
I think
where?
next is we're going to the lobby, the town lobby championships. So those are not New Bark. I think New Bark is third. Oh, New Bark is next. Okay. New Bark is next, which will be really great to see. New Bark being my original town that I was in the tier system before God tier. Will be great. But I believe we are signing off for that as we pass it off to our next pair of casters. So it's been wonderful, Math Magic. It's been wonderful casting with you.
Of course.
It's been a pleasure, and I guess we should give where you can find us.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Okay, I froze for a bit. No. Can you let the chat know where to find you?
Oh yeah, of course. You can find me at twitter.tv/mathmagic or on Twitter. Twitch.tv/magic or on twitter.com/mathmagic. 10. I do stream every day and we do run the GBLA as well. And so we would love to see, a bunch of everyone here to watch some battles on GBLA, shoutcasting with Speedy's Chief and Nightwing and Enhoff and all these amazing people. Maybe we'll get Steve here one day if he can ever wake up on some weird Australian time. Time zones are a thing, Enhoff. All right.
Time zones, the bane of Battler's existence. No, GBLA is wonderful, wonderful, and it's a hell of a production. Enhoff, you can find me on twitch.tv/NAHoff. I have no consistency of name. Or on twitter.com/goddessenhoff, being obviously a reference to the God tier. Really, really wonderful time casting these past battles, and excited to see New Bark play next.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll kick it off back to probably a be right back screen, and Steve will come back to you and introduce your new casters. So we're gonna sign off. Bye, everybody. We'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Nice.
And g'day battlers, we are back again, this time for the New Bark Elite Trainer League Championship Finals. I was muted before the break, so apologies for that. That was definitely a classic Steve oopsie, but I did just want to remind everyone to, go check out Enhoff and Mathmagic, because they are both fantastic people who did a fantastic job over the past couple of hours casting over the God Tier League Finals. So with that said, we are going to be going ahead into the next group. And so I'll just give you a sort of quick little recap about all of the sort of bits and pieces to know as we head into these next set of battles. So essentially, we're going to be going into another Open Great League tournament. This is a best of 5 tournament. So you can lose twice and you're still in it to win it. You just need to win the next 3. It is also single elimination, so you can only lose to a single opponent. And of course, as was the God tier, it's going to be seeded based on placement in the league tier structure. And we'll take a look at a bracket in a minute. But first off, I also just want to mention that Galarian Birds were banned, as was Buzzwole, as was Poliwag, because Poliwag knows exactly what it did. Now, let's take a look at the bracket that we're going to be taking a look at for New Bark. And so here you can see that we've got the numbers to the left of them representing where they placed in the New Bark season. So Dragon Silk in the top right there finished first in the New Bark lobby, and so has been seeded into the semi-finals of this tournament. And someone like Sean from LA, who came 5th, has to play through an extra 2 rounds to get up to that semi-final. So with that said, I'm going to pass it over to 2 more fantastic people, lovely people in this community, Need for Speedy and No Fun Pain Done, who are going to be taking it away as we pass through this New Bark League final. So with that said, I'll get out of your hair and head back into the background and take it away, you absolute beautiful, beautiful people.
Well, I guess I'll get this started. Hello, my name is Need for Speedy. I am battler, caster, judge, all the things, bag of tricks here. And I'm excited to look at these New Bark finals and see how they end up going. I'm joined by my lovely co-caster, No Fun Pain.
That's me. I'm No Fun Pain Done. Not quite as an extensive or exciting resume as you've got over there, Speedy, but I also love Pokemon Go and sometimes play it exceptionally poorly, and that's what we're here for. But of course, we do have some amazing battlers in this bracket. I'm very, very excited to be able to get my hands on some of these games. Of course, some fellow Canadian players in this bracket as well, with Final Boss AJ and Dragon Silk. So I can't wait to see what we have in store. Open Great League format. As the Play Pokemon events unfold and these players start preparing and scrimming for the regionals, it's very nice to kind of get our first look at how these metas are adapting and evolving, and there's no better place to do it than here.
Absolutely. I am I didn't mention my locals, but Buckeye Fitzy is definitely one of my locals from Ohio. Was a former faction teammate of mine as well, and definitely looking forward and going to be silently cheering on in the inside. Yes, I hope he does well.
Of course, it's always good to have a little bit of healthy bias. Sean from LA, a huge supporter of my Pokemon tournament series as well. So I will be very vocally rooting for Sean from LA over there in the Thunderdome for a nice W there. But of course, it's always good to have these players that we're familiar with, players that play styles we're a little bit more familiar with as well. Allows us to really feel like we're on the top of our game in terms of our casting styles. So I can't wait to get into it.
Absolutely. So I think we're ready to get in and see our first set of teams and first set of matches.
Sorry, false alarm on the battle. This is not a battle that we're supposed to be watching. My bad.
This is not the battle that is. We do not see this battle as we see. There's a Nidoqueen. We do not have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on these opposing teams. So
no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5ers.
No 1, 2, 3, 4, 5ers. But we do see some very standard picks. But we also see some unstandard picks in the Noctowl and the Rune guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that Noctowl is one of those Pokemon that ever since it got its move update with Shadow Ball, there's been a lot of discussion. Typically in this kind of fringe flyer selection in Open Great League, there were a lot of players shifting towards Pidgeot for this slot. But now that Noctowl has an option to really fight back with a huge nuke against some of those common, I guess I would say, maybe psychic type picks. Certainly, we don't see the Cresselia here, but certainly a Pokemon that we're familiar with in the Open Great League. So giving an option to really swing back with super effective damage. And then, of course, on Primaritos's side, the the Runarigus. Let's go for it. We had a nice lengthy discussion on how to pronounce this Pokemon's name, so if we're both wrong, clap, 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 clap. But definitely some more unorthodox picks on this side as well. Mandibuzz, not something we see every day. Shadow Venusaur, not something that we see every day. So certainly some obscure picks on each side. But of course, as we mentioned earlier, no Nidoqueen. I don't know about you, Speedy. Are you a Shadow Nidoqueen fan?
I am. I did use it to hit Legend. I think one season I was definitely playing. I think it was Nidoqueen, Umbreon, and Jellicent to make my way to Legend. So I definitely have played it before. So I can't say I'm immune to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we don't see it. But we do see, definitely some very consistencies in that, there's a flyer on both, there's a steel on both, there's bulky picks on both with the licky tongues. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely would say that both of these players, despite having some very unorthodox picks, especially in Primaritos' side, this is kind of your generalized grab bag of Open Great League Pokemon. Surprising amount of bulk across the board. Very resilient Pokemon in the form of Lickitung or Registeel that can kind of come in, absorb damage, demand shields depending on the scenario, and kind of build advantages that way. So it'll be very interesting to see how these teams play out in terms of necessarily team advantage. If you were a betting person, where would you put your coin, so to speak?
I don't know. I think Sean definitely has a very strong thing with the Medicham, especially because there is 2 Shadow Pokemon on the opposing side, which do make them a little bit glassy, but they do hit pretty hard with the Community Day moves of Hydro Cannon and Frenzy Plant. So definitely giving some advantage. The Medicham can't take all of them, but definitely will be able to pull some damage with Ice Punches and Psychics, which I'm assuming is the moveset for the Medicham. We don't know. Obviously, we haven't seen the matches, but and then also to Azumarill potentially could be pretty good and pretty decent up against the opposing team, where if it has Hydro Pump, which is very uncommon, that Registeel might be a little bit worse to wear on being able to play.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I do think that we are likely to see this Medicham come in. I am not a fan of Power Up Punch, so therefore I believe that everybody else is not a fan as well. I am very smart like that, but I do think that the Medicham rocking that Ice Punch and that Psychic will be an absolute hammer for most of what Primaritos is going to be bringing to battle. So I think that we're likely to see, what Primaritos decides to bring to kind of compensate for that Medicham. But if we have the actual game ones up and ready to go, I think that we can hop right into it and see how they play out. I always love being proven wrong.
And we do. So we see the Registeel into Lickitung, which is actually a pretty positive matchup for this Registeel, being able to throw Focus Blast, but it will be taking some fast move pressure from these licks.
Yeah, absolutely. This one kind of a known quantity in the Open Great League. But I mean, if you are Sean from LA, if you need to have a Pokemon that is going to be absorbing a lot of these Zap Cannons, a lot of these Focus Blasts, a lot of these moves, it's got to be Lickitung. I mean, nothing really going to cause too much of a threat here. We'll see if he wants to invest a shield to keep this Lickitung a little bit healthy, which not surprisingly to see there. And then, looking to swap out and build an energy lead on that Stunfisk right away.
Yeah, so the Stunfisk coming in, it will be eating a Focus Blast, but there could be the option for a shield. It decides not to shield, and the Swampert's going to get some nice farm and extra energy by being able to take the charge move from the opposing Stunfisk. It does bring it pretty low, but it will come out with a shield advantage and an energy advantage for the next matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. That Earthquake does hit very, very hard. It's one of those things you sacrifice when you opt to bring that Shadow Swampert as opposed to the regular Swampert. While both can tank the move, there is a pretty substantial difference on how much damage this Shadow Swampert takes as opposed to this to the regular variant. And now going to eat up the rest of the energy on this Lickitung. Not a bad spot to be in, I would say. You have the shield advantage. You've got this Shadow Venusaur, which kind of you're putting all of your marbles into, so to speak. So I do believe that we're likely to see that Medicham in the back, and we're going to need to save at least one of these. Oh, we see the Noctowl come in. That's arguably maybe even worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Losing all the energy that was left on that Swampert, now coming in with the Registeel, attempting to try to make it to a charge move desperately, but the Noctowl is, believe it, back-to-back Sky attacks, and will be able to knock out the Registeel, saving the shield for the Venusaur, understanding that you're going to eat a Sky attack either way, and at close to 2 Sky attacks, it wasn't worth it to shield the Registeel.
No, definitely not. Very heads up play here by Sean from LA in terms of team building. Maybe identifying that the Metacham looks really, really solid on paper and adapting for that by bringing that Noctowl in the back there.
Yeah, absolutely. But this Venusaur is not going to be able to knock out this Licky Tongue before it's able to make it to its next charge move. And it is able to secure the knockout with the Licky Tongue and the first victory going to Sean. Congratulations. Very well played on both player's part. I think it's definitely a good team reading skills from Sean, bringing that Noctowl in the back for the Shadow Venusaur. We did see kind of pretty classy Pokemon in those both matches, so I wonder if Prima is going to try to adapt to that, maybe bringing, the Licky Tongue, the Mandibuzz, different things to try and counteract that.
Yeah, it be very interesting to see the Mandibuzz kind of swing into play here. It's always having access to that hidden information in terms of which fast move it's playing is certainly a good spot to be in. This does seem like, I mean, I'm biased and I always think Snarl looks good, but this actually looks like it's a situation where maybe that wing attack might be a little bit better here to help punch back against the Azumarill, against the Metacham. And it might be an opportunity to kind of adapt, but, very heads up from Sean, identifying that the stars kind of revolve around this Metacham, but it really leaves open a lot of room for that Noctowl to come in, make a very heads up play. Uh, you know, Pretty solid, even matchup in the lead, even matchup in the back. But when you get the Noctowl on top of the Venusaur, especially with a shield advantage, it's kind of lights out. So I'm more than happy to hop in and see how these players make any kind of adaptations here in the second game.
Absolutely. And so we see this Licky Tongue into the Noctowl. This is actually not a bad matchup, as the Licks are not going to be doing super effective damage to the Noctowl, but we'll be able to make it to these body slams pretty quickly. And the Noctowl is unable to throw the Shadow Ball at it because then it would be not doing super effective damage. So it's going to be forced to throw a Sky Attack as the Licky Tongue decides not to shield.
And the sky attacks just don't do anything. This Pokemon is so bulky. Everybody's got experience playing it. Everybody's got experience playing against it. It is kind of the premier Pokemon to absorb some energy. But actually, the first to swap out there is going to be Primaritos into this Registeel, and now the Metacham comes out to meet it with those super effective stab damage counters are going to be chunking this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not like the Registeel cannot fight back. It will be throwing the Zap Cannon, which does pretty decent damage up against Metacham. We do see, I believe that's a Dynamic Punch coming from the Metacham. So an unconventional moveset, being able to secure the knockout on the Registeel.
Yeah, very interesting. I promise you, I thought about it, but didn't have a chance to really to vocalize my mind there. Dynamic Punch, a very, very interesting move. And after seeing it thrown here, if you're Shot from LA, if you think that you're going to see that Licky Tongue, you're going to see that Registeel every game, having the super effective charge move there, not a bad idea. And it's certainly, you get a lot of surprise points there. I definitely can't imagine that Primaritos was expecting to tank a Dynamic Punch on that Registeel.
Yeah, absolutely. And also with the energy lead, it did have Prima did have a nice advantage to attempt to actually win switch and secure switch with that Registeel. But we do see this Licky come in, which is not a good time for the Swampert, as it does have a super effective charge move as Lick. But it's not going to appreciate these Hydro Cannons or the Earthquake that come out from it. So this is an important shield decision.
Good shield there, but with the shield advantage for the Licky Tongue, it still feels like it's going to be an uphill battle for Primaritos, dumping those right away on these Hydro Cannons, and we'll see where the energy's at here for the Licky Tongue. Yeah, big move.
Yeah, that power whip definitely is not appreciated on the Swampert side and does secure the knockout. But we do see that Prima will not be able to secure the victory here as this Licky Tongue gets licked down by the opposing Licky Tongue. So definitely a nice adjustment, I feel like, from Sean, and to attempt to try to make sure it's consistent. And also that Metacham with that unconventional moveset sometimes does throw off opponents. And definitely, bringing a double weak to counter thing, bringing out the Metacham probably did help secure that victory.
Yeah, very, very nice adaptation playing without the Metacham in game one, bringing the Metacham in game two with that Dynamic Punch. And it can't be said enough how often that getting hit by that unexpected move can kind of throw off your game plan. I'm sure that these players did a lot of prep, did a lot of theory crafting in terms of how their Pokemon are going to line up. I would be very surprised if Primaritos was expecting to get hit with a dynamic punch. So when you're in there in the moment getting hit with a dynamic punch, it kind of the sirens start going off, and every time that Medicham throws a move, you're going to be slamming that shield button because you do not want to get hit with another dynamic punch, especially when Lickitung's the one that's got to come in there. So very, very well played from Sean, and the momentum is just chugging along. I don't know about your experience playing these long sets, but as soon as I drop game one, if I drop game two, the game three, I need to fight for my life because it appears the world's against you, and it's very, very difficult to kind of get your feet back under you. But Primaritos is going to have to kind of do some adaptation. I would be really excited to see that Mandibuzz come in.
Yeah, also maybe potentially the Rune guys, seeing if it can potentially get matched up against Medicham, knowing that it does have Dynamic Punch. We haven't seen the second move, but it either could be probably potentially Psychic or Ice Punch. And so definitely having to take a watch on that, but definitely has some play against what Sean has been bringing in outside of the Noctowl and the Lickitung. If it can avoid those two, it could definitely probably have some play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so as well. So we'll hop right into the game three, and we'll see how we go here. We get the Registeel into the Stunfisk, another kind of Great League special here. Very, very common to see these two Pokemon match together, and we do see the Mandibuzz here now from Primaritos' side. So very excited to see which fast move we're rocking here. Going to invest that shield very early, shields the Earthquake. Very heads up play.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Stunfisk is now going to have to be forced to potentially shield itself. It does not, and it takes the Focus Blast from the Registeel. It does not secure the knockout, so it will be able to make it to another charge move, but an attempt to catch and a catch on the Mandibuzz. So definitely hoping not to bait here.
Wow, yeah, no bait, huge catch there, securing a lot of that energy for the Registeel later on, and now, while Sean from LA has that shield advantage, it's really not going to equate to a lot unless he can kind of get the wheels back under him for this matchup because a huge HP lead in terms of Pokemon on Primaritos' side.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see the first shield come from Sean's side, trying to make it this rock slide off and to connect with the Mandibuzz, which Prima is deciding not to shield, but still has a large amount of health and energy on two additional Pokemon. So we do see this Noctowl coming in, which will probably be matched up against the Registeel. So it's going to definitely put Sean in an interesting position.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's just going to farm all the way up. Oh, and swap actually to bank that Shadow Ball for later. Very, very nice play in terms of energy management here from Primaritos in this game three, making sure that all of his Pokemon are very comfortable in terms of HP or energy. I'm very interested to see if that Shadow Ball winds up paying dividends, if it can line up itself against that Medicham in the back here, and it's actually Lickitung. So maybe not the Shadow Ball, but the Sky Attack could deal some cleanup. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But this Lickitung is going to take a great deal of damage from this Registeel before the Lickitung is able to throw a charge move and potentially secure the knockout. But we do see Prima deciding not to shield the Power Whip, still not being able to secure the knockout. And this Lickitung is going to be taking this Focus Blast, and it might be very close to securing a knockout. And it does secure the knockout. But now we see this Noctowl now matched up against the Shadow Swampert with a shield. So definitely Sean has now realized that he has met his match, that this is not just going to be a nice, clean, easy way to ride to victory, that he's going to have to do some thinking in this next game.
Absolutely, yeah. Writing on the wall here for this one in terms of Primaritos and some great adaptations here in this last game. We've seen both times that Sean's been able to secure those victories. A lot of it's come from securing a shield advantage and then kind of cleaning up the end game with the Pokemon in the back here. And then this time, on the opposite side, there's some very great energy management from Primaritos, able to generate a shield advantage for themselves going into that end game. Anytime you have a shield advantage on a Shadow Swampert is going to be a good place to be, even in those bad matchups. With an extra shield into zeros, that Shadow Swampert can do a lot of work and make a lot of magic happen. And, we see the Mandibuzz come in and we see the Mandibuzz secure the dub. So it'll be very interesting to see if Primaritos continues with this team composition. Very reliant heavily on that Registeel. Just on the opposite side there, Sean is very reliant on that Lickitung. So very interesting to see how either player will adapt here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll have to see how they decide to take and compose, of game by game. You learn what your opponent brings, what your opponent's thinking. And so, we've seen a lot from Sean that it's like reliance on that, the normal types that he does have on his team compared to, where now Sean knows that definitely Registeel is something that he needs to be concerned about and needs to have a game plan for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll hop into the next game here and we'll take a look. We'll see the Shadow Swampert into the Lickitung here. Sean from LA again, happy to play this Lickitung left, right, and center. And this the first move here is going to be on Primaritos' side, and we actually just see the Earthquake come in right away, recognizing that Sean loves saving those shields. That's going to hit like a truck.
Yeah, but we do see a Desperate trying to make it to the Hydro Cannon. But now, do you call the Power Whip or do you think it's Body Slam? And you do call correctly that it is a Body Slam and able to secure the Hydro Cannon, trusting in the IVs of his Shadow Swampert and securing the knockout on the Lickitung. So definitely, securing Switch is a good thing, especially depending on what's in the back with this knocked out, especially being able to bring in this Registeel and take its charge moves and be able to dish out a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is a great place to be if you're Primaritos. Very smart play there, calling that bait. I mean, obviously hindsight 2020, but that bait wound up working perfectly. My Shadow Swampert dies there every time. I don't know about you, but this worked out incredibly well for Primaritos here, and now sort of controlling the tempo of the match. Actually, I'm potentially looking for a catch there, but this is a great spot to be if you're Mandibuzz as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also with the shield advantage, because we did see the first Protect shield come up on Sean's side with that Medicham trying to protect it from that Zap Cannon. But there was that potential chance for a debuff, which is what I'm assuming Primo was trying to get to. And now desperately just trying to make it to the Sky Attack to try to secure the knockout. And we do see the final Protect shield come up from Sean's side.
Yeah, now Sean here with the two shields up into Sean. Sorry, Primaritos and two shields up into Sean from LA. Correct me if I'm wrong. We still haven't seen the second charge move on that Medicham yet either. Although what I would have expected to be Ice Punch, we didn't see it at all there against the Mandibuzz. And now we've got Registeel with a shield advantage who's just going to start lobbing Zap Cannons into these poor Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be able to survive the counters from the Medicham before it potentially can make it to a charge move. It will, but Sean realizing that he has a large chance to take a charge move from that Medicham. But we still only see Dynamic Punch. We still haven't seen the second charge move. But Prima is going to be able to secure the knockout here with a Sky Attack from the Mandibuzz, and even still has a shield remaining. So definitely being able to come back and show strength. Securing the victory with the Mandibuzz, so definitely a good pick on his part to try to start bringing that to try to start securing some victories and wins. Because definitely going 2-0 and you're like sitting here like, oh no, if I lose another one, I'm out. This is not Swiss, this is single limb. So definitely trying to be mindful of that and trying to make sure that you're playing to the best of your ability.
Absolutely, yeah. And now if you're Sean from LA in this spot, you started up 2-0. The games were going so smooth. You had the plan, you were playing correctly, you were making the right reads, and now suddenly you're also fighting for your life here in this decisive game 5. And this Mandibuzz has just been a terror. Or should I say the combination of Mandibuzz and Registeel here, just in terms of maintaining alignment on these poor Pokemon. I'd be interested to see if we see Sean opt out of that Lickitung here, as it's done a decent of enough job kind of bullying around the Shadow Swampert, eating some damage, but it's not really sealing the deal, so to speak. So I'm excited to see if Sean tries to make some adaptations. Maybe we see that Azumarill come in now, if it is running that Ice Beam Play Rough, or maybe even Play Rough Hydro Cannon or Hydro Pump wouldn't even be too bad here. But we're gonna have to see the adaptations. The Lickitung's not really sealing the deal for me, and it's make it or break it if you're Sean from LA right now. So we'll hop into the game 5 and we'll take a peek.
So we do see Registeel into Medicham, which is a good lead for Sean. But like I said, Registeel definitely with Zap Cannon has the ability to kind of fight back. But now we see the counter swap, immediate swapped into Swampert and Lickitung. And this Lickitung definitely has Power Whip, definitely is making this Swampert sweat a little bit, but it will start throwing Hydro Cannons, which will definitely deal some damage.
Yeah, and Primaritos here, happy to invest the shield right away here. Just tossing Hydro Cannons at this Lickitung. These Hydro Cannons hurt a lot. Not as dramatic as the EQ in terms of dropping Lickitung health, but they certainly do their job. And back at the even shields, we'll see if Primaritos is going to go 2 down. Yeah, happy to go 2 down there. And
yeah, we do see that, but we do see that this Swampert is at back-to-back Hydro Cannons, so it is going to have to be a question from Sean if he does value the switch, and he does, but the Swampert is at a second Hydro Cannon, is throwing it immediately, which will secure the knockout on the Lickitung. So Sean has lost switch from the safe swap Swampert.
Yeah, but now things get a little bit shakier here if you're Primaritos because the Metacham can come in, start grabbing these counters advantages, and normally being down 0 shields in the Metacham into the Registeel is not so bad, but this Metacham's got Dynamic Punch, so it is going to hit it like a hammer. Here comes the Registeel into the Azumarill, like we were talking about before here. Time to see if this Azumarill is rocking that Hydro Pump or not.
Oh, and it is not. So it is Ice Beam Play Rough, because definitely you would not be wanting to throw Play Rough at a Registeel if you had the option to Hydro Pump in the 0 shields. And we do see that attack fall as well. So this Registeel is sitting pretty. I wonder if Primo will try to overfarm to do some damage on that Metacham in the back, or if he will just accept defeat and just try to secure the knockout on the Azumarill before taking another charge move.
Yeah, and it certainly looks like a good spot to be if you're Primaritos here, slamming that Mandibuzz. That Mandibuzz has a ton of energy, and the shields are down across the board. I don't think that this Metacham is going to have anything to fight back at all.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe we'll get to see what that second charge move is.
That's true.
No, we just
no.
see
He's hiding it for the rest of his life. He's just, that Metacham there is single moved, one and done. So very, very, very heads up adaptation there from Primaritos to secure those last 2 games. What an incredible adjustment, an incredible mental fortitude to secure those games after dropping the first 2. And Primaritos, the 8th seed there, locking it up against Shane from LA. Heading into Buckeye Fitzy in the next matchup. But before we get there, of course, we are going to drop down into the 6th, 7th seed matchup. Jimbo Slice and Nilsinator. Did I get that right? Yeah, I think I got that right. Jimbo Slice and Nilsinator. And we'll see if we have players that are quite as mentally strong in terms of making those adjustments and playing those games, because that was a pretty exciting 5-game banger that we just got through there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also the mental strength and realizing what your opponent is bringing and is comfortable with, because that's like one of the largest things is it's like on paper, these Pokemon might be really well and might be really good. And they're like, oh, yes, it fits your team. But if you don't feel comfortable playing with them, there's no reason to try to bring them and try to learn in the middle of the heat of a match. And I think that's definitely, understanding your IVs on your Shadow Swampert and how they affect and help and how you can survive. Yes, you can survive an earthquake and not end up, being knocked out by it. Where like, someone who is like, oh, a Shadow Swampert, yeah, I'll just play that. How that might be different and how they might not understand that. And then they get knocked out by an earthquake and they're just like, what just happened?
No, you're absolutely right, and that's such a good point about the shadow Pokemon in general. Quite often, we see when you're playing these standard Pokemon, you're just looking for the strongest, stat product. So a lot of those matchups are a little more open, a little more common knowledge. People are comfortable; they played them a lot. But when you have these shadow type Pokemon that you don't quite have as much, I would say, flexibility or control over, because you can't just go grind a Mudkip nest for a couple days and suddenly I've got a rank 2 Shadow Swampert. So understanding how your shadow Pokemon's IVs play into a standard, what you'd expect metagame is a very, very important thing. And knowing those matchups, knowing that you can tank those body slams because you've been in that scenario before with your Shadow Swampert, where Sean from LA is playing against your Shadow Swampert for maybe the first, at most second or third time. So you just have that extra edge in that matchup because of generalized knowledge and understanding what your Pokemon can and cannot do. So what an incredible best of 5 that was. That was an absolute haymaker of a set both ways, and I hope that we can keep that energy and that momentum through the rest of Newbark.
Yeah, so I guess we'll have to see what these next teams are and what these next battlers decide to end up doing. We do see some different diverse teams.
Wrong battle, my bad.
We see a Diggersby, we see a Cresselia, we see a Frostlass, and then we see now an appearance of A9, and we still see the appearance of Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, definitely. I am a sucker for the Cresselia Diggersby core. I love these 2 Pokemon together. Very, very big and bulky. Very, I like to call them melon head Pokemon. So super, super strong. And then again, yeah, on the opposite side, like you mentioned, Shadow Swampert. And we do get the A9. A9, a Pokemon that's, Enhoff and Matt Magic, we're talking about seeing less and less Nidoqueen in the metagame. I definitely think that A9 is another one that we see not nearly pop up quite as much. whether you're a Charm sympathizer or not, this might be a good thing or a bad thing. I love the A9. I love these flexible fast move Pokemon. So very interested to see how this works out. Frostlass, again, also definitely not a Pokemon that we see that often in the Open Great League format.
I know that you said Charm though, but also Powder Snow for the Alolan Ninetales is definitely going to be interesting, and actually would be a better matchup up against Nil's team, especially with the Mandibuzz and the Diggersby. Definitely would apply a little less fast move pressure on the Frostlass, which is a very glassy Pokemon that is very more focused on attack weight. But Powder Snow would actually not be a bad option here.
Definitely. And, quite often it's very easy to tunnel vision when you see these Pokemon that have options for that Charm fast move. Because when you're planning and when you're preparing, especially on using a utility like PV Poke, Charm Pokemon generally look very terrifying in the two shields. So it is very easy to kind of tunnel vision and over prepare for a Charm fast mover. And then suddenly Powder Snow, you're getting hit with Weather Balls every 5 seconds, and your Pokemon's HP bars are depleting rapidly. So it'll be interesting to see. I do think that you were correct. I think we're likely to see Powder Snow here. It certainly does look a whole lot better. But the Shadow Swampert as well, another Pokemon that I think looks pretty good here from Jimbo Slice's side. Even in the matchups where that Hydro Cannon is hitting for neutral, maybe even not very effective. Shadow Swampert Hydro Cannon hurts so much, and he gets it so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with it being positive up against, Diggersby, but then you have to watch out for Cresselia and Lickitung with Power Whip and Grass Knot, because you definitely do not want to be taking that on a Shadow Swampert at all.
No, that'll send your Shadow Swampert home pack in real quick. Either of those charge moves from those Pokemon. So, I do think that the Cresselia on the opposing side here looks relatively safe. I mean, it's likely that we'll see the Lickitung from Jimbo Slice's team. Lickitung, the most common Pokemon, I would say, in the Open Great League format. If you bring it, you're going to play it. But because of the natural bulk of that Cresselia, it's not necessarily as dramatic as a bad matchup as you would think, because it's just going to come in, it'll eat up some body slams. The Lickitung will eat up some grass knots, maybe Moonblasts even, and both Pokemon will leave either or, likely not investing a shield, not a whole ton of energy left, not a whole ton of HP left. So it'll be interesting to see. I hope that we can get another 5-game banger like we did last time. So I don't know about you, Speedy, but I'm happy to hop into game one.
Absolutely. I think we're ready for game one. And we do send Medicham into Cresselia, which is a bad matchup for Jimbo. And so, but immediately staying in. And that's not okay. I was like, is that a Psycho Cut Medicham? But we do see it trying to catch a move onto the Stunfisk and immediately met by the Diggersby.
Yeah, good old game of rock, paper, scissors here by the looks of it. Unless there's anything dramatic on each side in the back line there, we do have that Alolan Ninetales. On the opposing side, I guess if you that winds up being lined up against the Frostlass and Shields, it could be pretty rough for the Alolan Ninetales here. But it certainly feels like the momentum's on Jimbo Slice's side.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see protect shields on both opponents' side and trying to keep their Pokemon alive and trying to probably secure switch, either trying to get out of the bad matchup or trying to secure a better matchup. But I'm assuming we're going to see this Medicham come in and attempt to try to farm down, but immediately swaps into Cresselia and immediately throwing the charge move that I had stored. But Jimbo deciding not to use a protect shield and actually getting future sighted.
Okay, so we do see the charm here as well, and it is good to know about that future sight in terms of Moonblast or future sight. I suppose that Moonblast is not really doing anything if you're on Jimbo Slice's side, so probably could expect that future sight. But the charm on the A9 is definitely not what we were expecting here. It's going to get access to these charge moves a lot slower, but it's going to be a lot of extra fast move pressure in that charm damage.
Yeah, and we did also see that it is Grass Knot Future Sight, which is typically not pretty standard, as we typically end up seeing, some form of Moonblast on a Cresselia, but this Cresselia has decided to opt out, not for it, doing some fast move pressure and immediately trying to get energy on this Medicham, trying to secure the victory with it, and it's a massive amount of energy, but I believe there is a Protect Shield, and the final Protect Shield comes, but there is a defense fall from the Psychic.
Yeah, that's always nice if you're on Jimbo Slice's side. That Psychic going to hit like a truck here. No protect shields left on either side, and I just don't think that that there's enough HP on Jimbo Slice's side to really to help secure this out. That last Weather Ball is going to need to work overtime, and it just can't get there. So line it up in the lead, line it up on the swap, line it up in the back from Nilsinator there. That game was a lot closer than I think that we could have expected if you were to just look at these matchups on paper. Some great energy management there from Jimbo with that Metacham, rocking almost back-to-back psychics there for the end game, but just not enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do also think Jimbo is in a pretty rough matchup with that Cresselia being so safe against his team.
Yeah, definitely. It does look like it is going it is going to be very, very difficult to answer. And I do think that a lot of it is going to rely on how it gets lined up. You certainly don't want to see an elite against a Metacham. I can imagine that's probably one of the worst spots to see it. So we'll see if either player makes the adjustment here. On Nilsinator's side, you do have, when a Pokemon has this much of a generalized advantage, either in it being really, really, really safe, not having bad matchups. I guess they go kind of hand in hand, but you can play this Cresselia interchangeably. You can use it as a safe swap. You can play it as a lead. You've got a lot of flexibility. It's really difficult to try to expect it in a specific spot if you're on Jimbo's team here. So be interesting to see how they adapt and if Jimbo can pull this through. But I definitely think the approach is going to be trying to manage that energy, almost microscopically in terms of making sure that he has energy to throw into the Cresselia, can swap out, bank a move for later, and kind of chip away at it with all three Pokemon rather than just trying to rely on winning a matchup.
Absolutely. So I think we'll have to see how Jimbo adapts in game 2, understanding that Cresselia's power with the unconventional moveset. But we do see Stunfisk into Cresselia, which is a little bit better positive matchup than what was given last time.
Definitely great adaptation from Jimbo Slice's side. Guessing that Nilsinator is going to opt for the if it's not broken, don't fix it, and leave that Cresselia in the lead here. And now Nilsinator making the first move here, swapping into Lickitung, and Jimbo gets to bring in that Metacham. No dynamic punch this time around, but still these counters are going to add up.
Yeah, but we do also see the licks and the body slams adding up. So this Metacham will be forced to throw its charge moves up against this Lickitung. It cannot just farm down. But we do see the first Protect Shield from Nilsinator's side, trying to potentially shield the Psychic. But now we see Jimbo understanding how important Switch is and trying to secure it with this Metacham.
Yeah, definitely a great call there, opting for another ice punch here. And we'll see if we do see both shields actually. So Nilsinator just going for the switch, going to maintain alignment, trying to keep that Cresselia off of the Stunfisk potentially, and leave it for what's in the back here. But this is going to be some nice farm here on the Stunfisk because you don't have to shield anything here. You can go for an energy lead and potentially save that shield for your Charmer in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do not know what's in the back. But we do see this Lickitung able to make it to another charge move before it is knocked out. But it is just a body slam. This Galarian Stunfisk is pretty low, but does have 100 energy and is able to throw immediately at whatever comes in. But we do see it is the Metacham deciding to save the energy and just immediately bring in the Charmer.
Definitely, and if you are Jimbo Slice, if there's one Pokemon you could want to see in the back for your Charmalolan Ninetales, I suppose it is very likely going to be either that Metacham or the Mandibuzz here. So Metacham coming in, absorbing that last Protect Shield, and that Future Sight hits hard. Oh my goodness! And these Weather Balls just aren't going to be swinging back with the same velocity, and that Stunfisk has a ton of energy, but last charm they're able to get it through actually.
Yeah, but we do see the Sunfist coming in with the Earthquake that is able to secure the knockout on the Metacham. So Jimbo, understanding now how dangerous of a threat this Cresselia is up against his team and how to try to counterplay it.
Yeah, absolutely, and great play there as well, making the adjustment on the lead, and then again identifying that the Cresselia isn't going to be won just in a singular matchup, but that it's going to be a chip some here, swap out, chip some there, swap out, chip some here, and really it got a drastic Future Sight off on that Alolan Ninetales, but aside from that, it didn't really do a whole lot else. So very, very smart adaptation there from Jimbo. And if you're Nilsinator here, this is where you need to start thinking. Has my formula been broken? Has he figured it out? Can I still continue to lead Cresselia into this team? And I guess it sort of depends on how stubborn Nilsinator is. But Jimbo making the right adaptation there. It's always good to see.
But I believe we did not see the Diggersby to counteract that Galarian Stunfisk. We saw the Metacham instead, which is not as positive as a matchup. So maybe understanding that, yes, Metacham might be a little bit better overall, but like Diggersby does definitely have a little bit more play in trying to protect the Cresselia up against the Galarian Stunfisk.
Definitely, and these two Pokemon are often played together so frequently for a reason, right? So it's interesting to see the change for the Medicham there. Certainly a lot worse into the Alolan Ninetales. Hindsight's 2020, I suppose. But I do think that if you are going to continue to rely on that Cresselia, it does need to be the Diggersby that's attached alongside it. Maybe it's a little dangerous to go for the Cresselia double normal with Lickitung and Diggersby, but I certainly do think that Diggersby is at least part of the tool here to counteract the adaptation that Jimbo's made.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also too with Jimbo potentially going a little bit of Ninetales, Galarian Stunfisk, and then Lickitung to try to make sure that Cresselia really can't hit super hard anywhere. But then you have to worry about Nilsinator's Medicham. So it definitely could be like double-sided, like just depending on what they're comfortable with, what Pokemon they're comfortable with, and then also too potentially what type of format and line of 3 they like to play, because like that's an ABB format where they're both, the Pokemon in the back are both weak to counter. And it's not like that's something you have to disregard, but you can come in with a little Ninetales and fire it down. But, some people don't like playing that format. Some people like playing different teams. They like playing off balance, off meta. It just definitely depends on what you're comfortable with.
Absolutely, and it is good to try to get a generalized sense of how your opponent likes to play, especially in these early games. Not that you can ever afford a loss, but when a loss isn't going to lose you the game, you can spend a little bit of time, not necessarily guesswork, but identifying play styles and play habits. Right? It is very common that players, if they are going to lean more towards these ABB style teams, especially with like Cresselia double normal, it is likely something that they're going to continue to go to because there is a sense of comfort in that play style. It is very different than how you would play a regular balanced team that you might expect with like Cresselia, Medicham, and Diggersby, for example. So identifying play styles and player habits is always good, and it's always something you can afford to do a little bit more in these first of 3 formats rather than the best of 3. So very excited to see how these players adapt here for the game 3, but I'm happy to hop into it.
Absolutely. So we do see Alola Ninetales into Frostlass, which will be applying the fast move pressure. So definitely a better matchup where the Powder Snow would have been a little bit worse off. But it doesn't mean Frostlass can't hit back with Shadow Balls. And so we'll have to see if they decide to use a Protect Shield. And we do see Protect Shield correctly called on the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, that was a good shield. That Shadow Ball would have hurt, and now the Psyshock here just coming into to kind of I don't even want to say chunk the Lickitung because it does almost nothing, but tossing the move, dealing some chip damage here. Always good to come in with that Medicham because now the Medicham's a little more comfortable to take these body slams without needing to worry about, getting double shield and suddenly I've lost switch here. So just going to counter down, save this shield, and start tossing this energy into to whatever's in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. But at a shield disadvantage, definitely you need an energy advantage somewhere. So this Medicham does decide to go for the Ice Punch up against the Cresselia, potentially not going for that the defense fall with the Psychic. But then immediately swaps into Frostlass. Well played on Nilsinator's part, catching this Ice Punch so it does not super effective damage.
Yeah, and every single fast move on this this Frostlass is going to matter if it wants to get to a move before it gets KO'd here. No shield coming from Jimbo Slice's side here. A Shadow Ball, oof, that hurts a lot, swapping right into the Galarian Stunfisk. But now we've got the Galarian Stunfisk into the Cresselia here. Is having that shield advantage meaningful enough in this matchup that this Cresselia can kind of just push through this G-Fisk without a problem?
Well, I do think this shield advantage for this Cresselia side, we already know Cresselia is bulky, and we do understand that Stunfisk is not going to be able to secure the knockout on the Cresselia without a charge move. Successfully getting the bait off with the Rock Slide, but deciding not to shield the Grass Knot just yet. So now starting to immediately go for the Earthquakes up against this Cresselia to try to take down some of its health. I think potentially we might need to see a sack here.
I think that you're right. I do think that once you do get that first bait with the Rock Slide, it is always harder to try to justify going for it again. If it's fool me once, shame on you, so to speak. So these Earthquakes coming in, not going to quite be enough. Goes for maybe the catch, but just not enough. Actually, that charm damage did a lot, but it's just not going to be enough to clear up this Cresselia.
Yeah, so the Cresselia is able to secure the knockout with the Grass Knot, so giving the victory to Nilsinator, just showing still the power of Cresselia, because you think, Cresselia into Steel type, that's an easy, victory for whatever the Steel type is, but that Stunfisk did take some damage from the Grass Knot. It's not like it wasn't doing anything. So Definitely going to have to probably be an adjustment on Jimbo's side on how he wants to approach this next game, because if he doesn't win, he's out.
That's very true. Yeah, this is the time to shine, and Jimbo built a plan to beat this Cresselia. The Frostlass came in though, and the Frostlass did a lot of work. Back-to-back Shadow Balls, not back-to-back, but two Shadow Balls, demanding the shield, and then basically the Alolan Ninetales entire HP bar there. Definitely a lot of heavy lifting done on that side, easing the burden for the Cresselia to clean up the late game with the shield advantage. And Psycho Cuts build up those Grass Knots so fast, and even with the Steel typing, it just doesn't matter when you have that much of a shield advantage. You almost need to 100% rely on that catch, and if you just can't get it, it's just not going to be enough there. So Jimbo going to need to once again adjust here. Potentially worried about maybe overcompensating for that Frostlass. Now, I do think that the formula still revolves around the Cresselia, but Nilsinator's got room to play. He's got room to work with in terms of how he wants to align these Pokemon. But in that game, opting to use the Cresselia as more of a safe swap rather than a lead like we saw in the first two games. So Nilsinator's got options.
Yeah, we do also see, though, that Jimbo hasn't brought, I don't believe he has really brought the Lickitung to the biggest of its potential, especially with that double week to lick, with the Frostlass and the Cresselia. Maybe starting to think, well, maybe if he's going to bring both of these, I should probably try to bring this to at least do some fast move pressure.
That's very true. Yeah, and the Lickitung also is great into those Pokemon that have those big scary charge moves, because it can just eat it up. No problem there. That's the HP bar of that Lickitung is so big that it can kind of act as that third, potentially even fourth shield in a scenario where you need it. So that's a great call. I do think it might be time for Jimbo to kind of start looking towards that Lickitung. As much as I hate to say it, it looks really really good here. So maybe we'll see in this game 4 if the adaptation is there.
Yeah, so we do see the little Ninetales and Cresselia, though. And we do understand that that Fissure Sight will hurt the Ninetales, but this Ninetales is going to be able to do a lot of fast move pressure with Charm.
Yeah, I think that if you're a Alolan Ninetales here, this is kind of just a comfortable spot, just a charm. Maybe trying to call. Oh, very very smart shield. That would have absolutely hurt. And now Nilsinator the first to swap out, and starting to look a little bit similar to our last game. Shy Shot going to hit the Lickitung, swap right into the Venusaur, and we see the Venusaur here now. Obviously looks a lot better when you can keep it off that Cresselia.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Cresselia, all you have to do is kind of watch out for the future sites. It's not like really Psycho Cut down is a true thing. We do see these frenzy plants coming out, and this is actually going to hurt the Lickitung. Might be able close to knock out. So we do see the Protect Shield from Nilsinator's side.
Absolutely. So if you see a Protect Shield here come in, if you're Jimbo Slice, do you expect something like a potentially like a Diggersby in the back? Maybe something that doesn't want to start eating up a lot of those extra fast move and frenzy plant damage, or do you think that maybe it's something like just trying to secure HP advantage on this Lickitung so that it can continue to beat up this Alolan Ninetales?
I definitely think it's kind of trying to counteract the Alolan Ninetales, understanding that your Cresselia, yes, it will take some fast move pressure. We do see, I think, attempt to switch out, probably expecting that Cresselia to come back in, but instead of trying to switch out now, throwing the Weather Ball, trying to get at least a little bit of chip before deciding to bring in the Lickitung up against the Cresselia.
And now we see Lickitung into the Mandibuzz here, and basically the flat one shield scenario here is we see the power up punch here actually from Nilsinator. So this is the first time that we've seen power up punch so far in the New Bark series. So definitely going to start ramping up these counter damage, investing the shield early, just to try to keep this Medicham as healthy as possible, because it's not going to take a whole lot of charms to KO this man.
Yeah, up with the power pump punch, you do have to be kind of careful, especially because this will cause a lot of damage for the Alolan Ninetales. But I believe it should die in one charm, but it's already at another power up punch, and that should be able to secure the knockout, as it is already increased its attack stat by twice. So we do see Nilsinator securing the victory for this set and knocking Jimbo out of this format.
Yeah, very, very well played by Nilsinator, making those adjustments proactively as well. We talked a lot about how the Lickitung looks really good, and maybe it's time to start relying on the Lickitung. Well, if you've got that power up punch on your own Medicham, that Lickitung starts to look a little bit worse, as it acts as a punching bag for those power up punches that just kind of continues to push the momentum for this Medicham into a spot where it can, start bullying some of these other Pokemon around, and not able to line up the charm on that fighting type Pokemon in a meaningful way. Certainly was a boon for Nilsinator. So very, very well played. Kind of piloting the ship in the direction that he wanted it to go. We saw the whole set kind of revolve around the Cresselia and how powerful the Cresselia was. And Nilsinator able to use that to his advantage and kind of dictate the pace of all of those games.
Yeah, and I also think it was very important too, like not being able to show that metagam and pull it out for the last matchup, and being able to, kind of trick Jimbo into being like, hey, I'm safe with the Slicky Tongue or something like that. Even like where I said last time, like, bringing something double weak to Licky Tongue and then finally bringing out the metagam and showing the power of punch. Definitely able to kind of mess with your opponents that way, being like, oh, I'm safe to bring this, and then bringing the counter for it and being able to line it up against it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's and you can afford to do that when you have such a dramatic control over the way that these matches need to be played. When you know your opponent has to invest so much into dealing with this Cresselia, because it's going to be there every game, and it's very difficult to punish. You have a lot of flexibility in how you want to play the rest of the Pokemon, and you can kind of guide your opponent into these play styles and bringing into these Pokemon that kind of work in your favor, as Nilsinator demonstrated there. Pretty decisive games. Even in the game that Jimbo managed to win, it was a battle. It wasn't just Nilsinator getting steamrolled with good alignment. It was a fight. So very, very well played by Nilsinator there. Great set. Happy to keep these games going, and we're seeing a lot of diversity in these players' teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're back in the bracket, realizing that two of our competitors are out of the league now. We now have Buckeye Fitzy against Primativedoc. I apologize for my horrible pronunciation. And then we have, Nilsinator now still having to fight his way up the bracket against final boss AJ.
Definitely, yeah. And in the next matchup we are going to take a look at is going to be that Buckeye Fitzy versus Primaritos here, the 4th seed into the 8th seed. And Primaritos, we saw in that last game, the first game of the series today, able to make those adjustments in dire straits, able to identify the strength of his certain Pokemon or their certain Pokemon in specific matchups here. Interested to see if they're able to do the same thing to Buckeye Fitzy's teams here. But I guess we'll have to see how these teams line up, how they look. We are seeing Trevenant here for the first time in our event. Another very, very popular Pokemon in the Open Great League format. And we see Shadow Swampert on both sides. And of course, Lickitung again on both sides as well.
Yeah, I definitely think Lickitung on both sides will have some decent play. We do have another Metacham though, so we'll have to be concerned, as a Primativedoc had to deal with a Dynamic Punch Metacham, which we both were surprised about, as that's a very typically uncommon moveset for Metacham. So having to see, if that charge move does come into play, how he adapts and changes his play style against that.
Yeah, and now we see once again we have that Alolan Ninetales out here in another spot where I would probably guess that potentially Powder Snow looks a lot better than Charm does, I guess, in a vacuum of how these teams are looking to operate here. But I don't know about you. I'm a huge Trevenant fan. I'm very excited to see this Pokemon. When the last waves of nerfs were sort of being speculated and being talked about, where they took Walrein out back, I was very, very nervous that they were going to sort of clip Trevenant as well. But I love playing with this Pokemon. Shadow Claw fast move pressure is one of my favorites. So happy to see Buckeye rocking this Pokemon here. In terms of how it looks into Primaritos' side is, potentially, up for debate. Even a resisted Hydro Cannon from Shadow Swampert there is still going to hurt that poor Pokemon quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have to be concerned. There is the Runa guys. I do not know that matchup against Trevenant, but I'm sure it does not appreciate the charge moves from that. Regardless, I believe it does have like Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball. I could be incorrect. Is that just not a typical Pokemon that we see? And it does have to be concerned about that Mandibuzz running, Sky Attack and Shadow Ball. So, or Aerial Ace and Shadow Ball. Sorry. I remember it was in Spanish before, and I'm like, what is this? What is this charge move?
I'm not so great with the Spanish moves. I try to look at the animations to see if I can identify it, but every time the animation starts, I forget to look at the animation, and I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. It's the same with the Runerigus. I don't know the move, so I'm hoping that I can see it, so I can stop avoiding talking about it and embarrassing myself if I'm mistaken. But I do think that it is probably a hard bargain to bring in this ghost type Pokemon when you are looking across from a Lickitung, Trevenant, a Alolan Ninetales that could potentially be running Powder Snow as well. So I don't think we're going to see that Runerigus this time around, but Pyramido surprised us before with these very, very precise adaptations. So, I mean, the world's their oyster. So I'm more than happy to hop into these games, though, and take a peek. I do think that Shadow Swampert and the Lickitung look strong from both sides. So we will probably see some teams revolving around these Pokemon, as we tend to with Open Great League.
Yeah, we do see that Lickitung into Medicham, so we do have to kind of be cautious because these licks are going to hurt as much as the counters hurt, because they are bulky Pokemon, but they are dealing super effective charge attacks, and we do see Power Up Punch on this Medicham side.
Oh, and there we go. We got the Runerigus. So what do I know? I was seeing it right away here, and access to Shadow Claw, and then charge moves like Shadow Ball and Sand Tomb, going to be very, very strong here. Sand Tomb going to do almost nothing to this Lickitung, but very likely going to be able to bridge that matchup gap with that either Registeel or with his own Lickitung in the back there.
Yeah, we also did see the second move on that Medicham, so we do not have to speculate for the rest of these matches. It is Power Up Punch and Ice Punch, dealing some decent damage to this Runerigus. And but this Lickitung will come out with a whole bunch of energy despite being debuffed, and actually win CMP up against the opponent's Lickitung, which we do have to keep in mind for later matches, as that could be a beneficial factor.
Absolutely. And I think that that's great information to know ahead of time. If either of these players you're expecting to, wow, those debuffed body slams do a lot of damage. But if you're both of these players, you expect to see a lot of this Lickitung matchup. Being able to find out that you either win or lose CMP before it's going to cost you the entire series is always a great spot to be. Getting the shield out though, that's never a good spot. You want to be investing that shield on the Lickitung into the Lickitung body slam, but just maintaining the energy advantage that Primaritos has on this Lickitung, swapping right into the Registeel, and we do have the Charm Ninetales.
Yes, but this Medicham is at an energy, a shield advantage and has Power Up Punch. So these counters and charge moves are going to keep coming through, and they're going to be pretty aggressive against the remaining two Pokemon. So understanding that, yes, I probably need to save my Lickitung for what is ever there. Definitely, being a factor in that first Protect Shield. We do see the second one on this second Power Up Punch, which it always feels bad to shield a Power Up Punch.
Yeah, it does feel awful. Even getting the debuff on that Zap Cannon as well, I just don't think it's going to be nearly enough. This Medicham, absolutely rolling in the momentum, has a Power Punch here ready to go for this Lickitung, and easy CMP win for an endgame Medicham. Power Up Punch here, in terms of momentum-based Pokemon in the end game, if you have a shield advantage, it is harder to find a more a Pokemon better at closing these games out. Even in scenarios where, maybe you don't have the super effective counter damage, but just being able to generate so much of that attack boost, having those shields to secure your Pokemon, really just steamrolling over that end game there from Buckeye Fitzy. We saw it in our last match as well. We saw it here. And now once again, it's on Primaritos' side to adapt. And I'm excited to see the Runerigus here, but it just didn't do a whole lot this game, unfortunately. Lining up into that Lickitung, suddenly you just need to Sand Tomb. And while those debuffed body slams from the Lickitung mirror looked very dramatic in the grand scheme of what they accomplished, it wasn't a whole lot because Primarito still needed to invest the shield to maintain alignment, and got punished for it later on with the Medicham. So I'm not quite sure if the Runerigus is the secret to success, but I was at the very least very happy to see it finally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just provided farm for the Lickitung on Buckeye Fitzy's side, like just giving it a whole bunch of energy, giving a whole bunch of, advantage despite taking the debuffs that it did cause. Almost a little Ninetales didn't need to be included, but bringing, double weak to counter and then understanding and losing the lead. Maybe we'll potentially start seeing the Mandibuzz come in trying to fight the Medicham like we did last time.
Absolutely. And It sounds like deja vu here. Us talking about Primaridos' Mandibuzz being potentially the key to success here. Although identifying that that's Charm on that Alolan Ninetales and that Buckeye Fitzy was so comfortable just running the Ninetales in with no information right away, it definitely could be a little scary if your Primaridos is here. You definitely don't want that that Mandibuzz lined up against the Charm Ninetales, but going to have to do something in terms of adjustments for sure. I definitely think that we're still going to continue to see the Lickitung and the Registeel. Maybe this is an opportunity to bring in that Swampert here. Potentially those Hydro Cannons are going to absolutely crunch a lot of the Pokemon on Buckeye Fitzy's side. Try to generate a shield advantage for yourself and emulate similar success that Buckeye had with Medicham. But it's something needs to be done, so to speak. So we can hop right into the next game and we'll take a peek.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do see that Mandibuzz coming in, but it is matched up against the Stunfisk. But with Snarl, it's a little bit better matchup. An immediate swap into Shadow Swampert, and then we see the Trevenant coming in. So definitely a rough position for Pyramidos. But we do actually see the shield up against the Seed Bomb. Potentially trying to get an Earthquake off, because despite it being a Swampert and being a resisted move, Earthquake still really hurts Trevenant.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the Shadow Swampert is just such a hammer of a Pokemon. It's look at that's not very effective apparently. Could have fooled me, but the Swampert is going to just get hit by that last shield seed bomb rather, and now Mandibuzz here able to generate some energy into this Trevenant. Probably going to just have to eat whatever the Trevenant's got for it. None of it's going to hurt the Mandibuzz all that much here, and maybe with a little bit of an advantage now. That Stunfisk matchup not quite as bad.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see it coming into the Registeel, and being forced to determine if which is more valuable, the Mandibuzz or the Registeel, and deciding that Registeel is more valuable and shielding that Earthquake correctly.
Yeah, always great when you can shield that one. I think that shielding a bait at this point in the game would have been a very, very, very bad spot to be if you're Primaritos here. But these Earthquakes are still going to absolutely crunch the Registeel. The Registeel still has a lot of work to make up for. Going to get to this next Focus Blast though, and hopefully the Mandibuzz in the back can get some work done in the Zero Shields.
Yes, but we do see the Swampert getting some nice farm. But it is Shadow. It is this Mandibuzz, even though it is pretty thick and can take a lot of charge moves, is not going to appreciate these Hydro Cannons. So all the Swampert has to do is secure and make it to another Hydro Cannon to knock out this Mandibuzz.
Definitely. Oh, not nearly enough. Yeah, the Swampert's going to have no problem getting to another Hydro Cannon here. And, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. These we talked about Mandibuzz maybe being the key to success. Mandibuzz not finding a lot of room to grow here into Buckeye Fitzy's lineups, and Primaritos here now at a spot where looking at a very decisive game 3. Last time we were here, managed to make the adjustments, managed to pull it back into a reverse sweep, but this matchup certainly looks not nearly as solid, and kind of scrambling. I don't want to say scrambling. It feels a little disingenuous, but having a difficult time identifying the right pieces to the puzzle in this matchup. And the doors are closing. Mandibuzz there, not getting a lot of work done. Runarigus in the first matchup, not getting a lot of work done. We are going to need to make those adjustments. And Buckeye Fitzy just seems to have everything that Primaritos has, just an answer for it immediately. No problems at all. Snap, snap, snap. It's easy. It's butter. So the adjustment still needs to be made from Primaritos' side here. You certainly would really hate to get 0-3'd after such an incredible start to your tournament with that reverse sweep. So likely still going to see the Registeel. I believe that we're probably going to see the Shadow Swampert as well. Maybe the Lickitung is the key to success there. But I certainly wouldn't want to be on Primaritos' side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna have to go into the third match and see how he decides to adapt and change. At least improving from game 1. So we do see Swampert into Trevenant, which is not where he wants to be. So an immediate swap out into the Lickitung.
Yeah, it's just rent-free for Buckeye with these leads here. Swapping in Shadow Swampert into the Lickitung here, actually, though, maybe presenting an opportunity for Primaritos with some good energy management and some good bait calls to maybe secure the swap away here. Getting your Power Whip shielded is not a good place to start, that's for sure. But I think that we're likely going to see the shield come in from Primaritos. Yeah, absolutely. maybe trying to generate a 1-0 shield advantage for the late game, and then potentially using his Shadow Swampert with the shield advantage to kind of clear this game out. But Buckeye actually saying no, happy to let the Shadow Swampert go down, does not want to go down shields, and we'll see what comes in here to clean up this Lickitung.
Yeah, we do see this Trevenant coming in. I mean, it is going to lose most of its value in this game. As we can see what's in the back, we do see that there is that Mana Buzz. The Trevenant not being able to secure the knockout on the Lickitung, so it will be able to make it to this next Power Whip and deal a little bit of damage before it, disappears. But actually being able to Shadow Claw down, and then this Trevenant has a whole bunch of energy, but we know that Mana Buzz is most likely going to be coming in to eat it.
Oh, just swapping right away to save that energy. And now we've got the Shadow Swampert onto the Galarian Stunfisk, and these Hydro Cannons are going to hurt. So Primaritos here with the momentum has got the pieces of the puzzle to sort of line it up here. Yeah, that hurt quite a bit here. Do we see the last shield invested? We do. Shielding the Earthquake. Super, super, super fortunate there from Primaritos' side. Now able to just mud shot down a Rock Slide. Not going to quite deal enough. Yeah, not even remotely.
But we do see an attempt to combo play and try to be able to make it, but this Mana Buzz is too healthy. Trevenant with a shield is not going to be able to do anything. So we do see Primaritos being able to secure the first victory, securing not being able to be knocked out, and going for potentially a second reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a game 5 again. Great plays by Primaritos there. We saw a pretty devastating lead actually, but swapping into that Lickitung when Shadow Swampert is the response. It kind of that puts you in a spot where maybe you're feeling a little doom and gloom after that devastating lead. But when that's the matchup that comes in, when you still have tools to play the game, it certainly feels a lot better if you're Primaritos there. And that Mana Buzz that time around looked very, very good. And that Shadow Swampert also absolutely raining havoc on Buckeye's team. So very, very well played by Primaritos. I'm happy to see reverse sweep number 2. But I would at the very least like to see a very decisive game 5. But Buckeye now, the one that maybe potentially needs to make some adjustments. However, I do think that potentially just with some maybe some better energy management could have pieced that one together. But it is certainly hard whenever you're switching your Shadow Swampert into a Lickitung, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think we're gonna have to see how Buckeye Fitzy decides to counteract the well played and adjustment from Primaritos' side, and how he was able to secure that first victory. As the first few games, we saw very easy, very clean, and but now as being able to secure victories is realizing I need to do something or I'm going to be out.
Absolutely, yeah. And Primaritos actually leaving the Registeel at home that last game, so maybe identifying that the Registeel is not the key to success in this matchup. So I'm interested to see if he continues that, if they continue that play pattern into the next game. But let's hop into it. Let's take a peek.
So we do see Lickitung into Alola Ninetales, which is actually a pretty decent matchup, as it does have Charm and does deal some nice fast move pressure. But the Lickitung with the Licks are also going to be able to apply some fast move pressure, and then it's able to get to Body Slams a lot quicker than the Alola Ninetales can make it to a charge move.
Yeah, absolutely here. And if you're investing the shield right away onto this Lickitung, hoping to just win lead and secure the backline matchups there. And then Lickitung swaps in to meet the Lickitung here. So if you're Primaritos and you've got access to this Venusaur and the Mana Buzz here, okay, swapping right into the Mana Buzz.
Yeah, but we do understand that Buckeye Fitzy is at a shield advantage. So potentially maybe just being able to drag out this Mana Buzz, being able to potentially even come in and charm down, get a lot more energy on the Alola Ninetales without taking too much damage from the Snarls, potentially has a lot of play within late game. Because even though, Charms Ninetales does not like to be matched up against Venusaur, Venusaur does not appreciate taking Weather Balls.
No, it definitely does not, and that's a Shadow Venusaur as well. So even more damage coming through from those not very effective charms. Can't take a lot of Weather Balls, if any. So that last shield kind of maybe already potentially being used here and secured. Oh, the shield actually going down on the Alola Ninetales side here, looking to keep this Pokemon alive. Primaritos swaps into the Lickitung here to absorb some of that energy, and this last Body Slam here potentially going to be enough to seal the deal on this Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, it is able to secure the knockout, and we do see Pyramindos desperately trying to make it to another body slam before it gets knocked out. But this Metacham is going to get some nice farm coming in. Now understanding that this Mandibuzz is going to be the key to victory. But I mean, Venusaur can also apply some decent pressure. But Mandibuzz does come back in and does throw an aerial ace to attempt to try to get a little bit of chip off, and does actually secure the last shield from Bug Eye Fitzy's side.
Yeah, so now we actually see a spot here where we know that Bug Eye Fitzy is running the Power Up Punch and the Ice Punch on this Metachamp. Ooh, that's I was gonna say this turns into a lot of like the bait game. How do you want to use this shield? Yeah, going to invest the second one here, but these Frenzy Plants are still going to hurt quite a bit. Oh, a good
Yeah,
catch there.
absolutely. Understanding, trying to undercharge, make sure that they are able to make enough energy back on the Lickitung, but able to having to throw the second charge move on this Lickitung for undercharging a little bit too much. So now it is going to be a race before, and Bug Eye Fitzy is able to counter down with the Metacham, securing the victory in the 3-1, being able to move on to the next round.
Yeah, definitely. Very well played by Bug Eye Fitzy. They're kind of in the driver's seat the whole series, able to utilize that Metacham in every single game that it was brought. Kind of being the anchor, the ceiling point of the series. Power Punch and Ice Punch there does a whole lot to Primaritos' side. Not really able to find a solid answer. The Mandibuzz was brought a lot, but just never really got a chance to do a whole lot into that Metacham in particular. So Buckeye did a very, very good job at keeping his Pokemon alive to make sure that he could align the Metacham on basically everything that wasn't that Mandibuzz. Especially with like shielding that Lola Ninetales there at the very end, just to try to keep alignment as close as they could possibly get it. Very well played by Bug Eye Fitzy. No reverse sweep this time around, which could potentially be unfortunate there, depending on whose team you're rooting for. But very good games all around. It's always nice to see players identify win conditions, pilot them beautifully the whole way through, and secure those wins. So well played, Bug Eye Fitzy. Well played, Pyramidos as well. Very, very great, great plays. Happy that we got to see the Runerigus before the day was done. So I'll count that as a little win for us here at the caster's desk as well.
Yeah, but we do have additional matches. We do have additional players that we have not seen the team for. So Bug Eye Fitzy able to move on to the matchup up against Dragon Silk. I know we're gonna be a caster duo and be very, very one-sided on each.
Absolutely.
But we do see that we are going to get into our next matchup of Final Boss AJ and Nilsinator and see how that matchup is going to go up against the two of them, seeing how they end up, playing. And also, too, we can have another Runerigus and, maybe see a little bit more fun with that. Or we could also potentially, just see some standard meta, definitely, trying to see and adapt on how to play those matchups.
Absolutely, I would love to see another Runerigus. I'll be honest with you. If I saw Runerigus coming from Final Boss's AJ's teams here, I would be over the moon. I do think that it is maybe a little more of a niche Pokemon, especially here in the Open Great League. But hey, the world's these players' oyster. We've seen weirder things here in the Open Great League. We do know that Nilsinator is playing with that Frostlass, which in the scope of Open Great League is also very niche as well. So I think that we're going to get a very unique set of matches, no matter what AJ is playing. But we can hop into it here and take a look at these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna have to take a good look at AJ's team since this is the first time we're seeing it. We do see a Dugong, which is typically not very common. But I think we're gonna run into the same issue where that Cresselia is gonna have a lot of play despite the Registeel and the Trevenant on the opposing side.
I think that you're absolutely right. Altaria, a great talking point as well. This is the first time that we're seeing it in the new Bark event. Altaria was kind of the talk of the town after the Walrein nerfs. Walrein got hit, and suddenly, this big bulky dragon that used to be such a dominator in Open Great League formats of old has kind of shifted itself back into the spotlight here. But Nilsinator ready to hang with that, no problem at all with that Frostlass as well. So. I do think that much like you said, the Cresselia looks really, really good. I'd be happy to see the Dugong here, but it does look like it might have a little bit of a harder time finding a home, as you certainly don't want to take Grass Knots from the Cresselia, and Cresselia and Lickitung do look very, very solid here from Nilsinator's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think we have to kind of watch out. I mean, definitely Registeel does look pretty nice up against Nilsinator's team, up against Mandibus, can fight back on the Diggersby, even though Frostlass does have Shadow Ball, which will be able to hurt it. It's still going to take a lot of damage and a lot of fast move pressure and charge move pressure from that Registeel, just for being such a glassy Pokemon. And then obviously, since can they TM? I might need to hear that from production. Can they TM between rounds? No TMs. Okay, so no TM. So since we do know the moveset, obviously Final Boss AJ does not know the movesets at the time of this matchup, but since we know the movesets, Future Sight and Grass Knot is definitely not positive. We do also see a Lickitung that, can fight back on the Trevenant, fight back on the Medicham. But I definitely think we're going to be seeing Cresselia a lot of these matchups because as long as it can avoid the Registeel and Trevenant has a very decent amount of play.
I think that you're absolutely right. And much like the last match that we saw for Nilsinator as well, Cresselia, a very, very smart selection in this Open Great League format, finding play into both of the matchups that Nilsinator's played so far. So I think that you're right. I think that we are going to see a whole lot of Cresselia. I think that we're going to see a lot of Lickitung. And if you're Final Boss AJ, you can kind of identify that those Pokemon are going to be the route for success. I do think that there's going to be some extra value on Nilsinator if they can avoid showing the Future Sight on the Cresselia, because it certainly makes that Altaria a lot safer when you don't have to worry about getting absolutely hammered by those Moonblasts. But
yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we do also see that Future Sight is a little bit better up against the Trevenant matchup, so very possible that it could be forced to show Future Sight.
Absolutely, and I think that it will be here. But we can hop right into the first game and let's take a peek.
So we do see that Frostlass coming up, being matched up against that Trevenant, which, this is going to hurt fast move pressure wise, but, both are applying equal fast move pressure. Trevenant going to be able to throw the first charge move and getting the first Protect Shield from this Frostlass.
Yeah, even the Seed Bombs there. Seed Bombs with some extra Shadow Claws would be enough to sort of deal with this Frostlass. So I think both of these players going to be investing shields here probably, just to kind of get those resources low right away. Great catch on the Lickitung there. Likely just to be another Seed Bomb, but still rather take the Seed Bomb on the Lickitung rather than the Frostlass. And we do see the Dugong come actually as well, so that's exciting.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. This Dugong is not going to appreciate this power move, especially without getting any Icy Wind debuffs. So we do see the final Protect Shield coming from AJ's side.
Yeah, very smart. Invest the shield now. If you know that you're going to be committed to this matchup, you certainly want to invest that shield before the debuff power whips are coming out. That way, it hits a little bit less on this Dugong here, trying to keep it nice and healthy for whatever is in the back from Nilsinator. We do know that it is that Cresselia here going to be able to come in and farm up quite a bit. The Grass Knot is going to be more than enough to kind of seal this Dugong's fate. So Nilsinator, one shield up with the Cresselia. The Trevenant not very healthy in the back of Final Boss AJ's team here. And, much like we alluded to when we were talking about the teams, the Cresselia looks very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. But this Dugong is doing some decent, charge and fast move pressure up against this Cresselia, but it will be eating this Grass Knot. And since it is debuffed, able to make it, potentially swapping out with a move, we can't see that side, but that is a very real possibility, or a potential sack swap later on.
Oh wow, yeah, and getting a chance to take out that Trevenant before it got to another move here, and now into the Registeel. This Frostlass can kind of can go to town. Doesn't need to invest any shields here, but or the last shield, but very likely going to be able to get to another Shadow Ball had not the move been thrown here. But actually, identifying that Frostlass is the key to success here. Very heads up play actually, as that Cresselia certainly doesn't want to be staring down the barrel of the Registeel. So Shadow Ball 1, Shadow Ball 2, and that's going to be lights out for the Registeel.
Yeah, we do see the Dugong coming in, but it is able to be battered snowed down, giving the first win to Nilsinator up against Final Boss AJ. So, I definitely think very interesting first matchup, where they both were applying pretty equal fast move pressure. And it was, an insta swap out, absorbing the energy on the Lickitung was definitely a nice key to success there. Understanding and saving the shield for the Frostlass, which was the overall victory there.
Certainly, yeah, and Frostlass did absolute work in that game. Managed to effectively eliminate the Registeel, effectively eliminate the Trevenant with some shields there. So, Final Boss AJ now on the team of adaptation. But from what you've got and what you didn't bring, staring down that Frostlass, really not a lot. You certainly don't want to be bringing Altaria in to deal with that Frostlass. It's going to be very difficult for Metacham to get some footwork in against that Frostlass unless it can generate an advantage somewhere else in the game. So potentially just Azumarill here, but Azumarill kind of presents very similar problems into the Cresselia that the Dugong does. So it's certainly a tricky spot to be in if you're Final Boss AJ. Nilsinator once again with the Cresselia Lickitung core building a lot of pressure that's very difficult to deal with. And once again, it's going to be on Nilsinator's opponents to try to find the adaptation here to deal with these Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see if that frost glass is the key to victory. Again, or deciding to not bring it, being like it's done its work, it's done its job of trying to prevent potentially bringing the Trevenant and the Cresselia sweeps.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a very very heads up observation as well. Once the Frostlass kind of struck the fear into Final Boss AJ, it's done its job. Leave it at home. Bring these more resilient, more bulky Open Great League Pokemon, potentially like Lickitung, Mandibuzz, Cresselia, to just kind of melon head their way through the team of Final Boss AJ here. So a lot of options for Nilsinator, and then AJ is going to be the one kind of scrambling to gather a resolution for this Cresselia Lickitung core.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do see Metacham going into Registeel, which is not a super. It is actually a lot more neutral now with Sapkin and potential debuffs, but immediately swapping out AJ, immediately swapping out into her own Metacham, and we do see Pup Psychic this time. So very unconventional movesets on these Metachams, and going for that Psychic and securing the first shield.
Certainly, yeah, very, very smart shield. You certainly don't want to go down that much. Oh, getting the bait here as well. Actually, Ice Punch shielded by Frostlass. Certainly not the move that you want to be shielding here, but Frostlass going to start laying in these avalanches. Those hurt a lot. Oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting it to deal that much.
Yeah, Frostlass definitely able to take that psychic there as well. But getting a nice farm down on that Metacham after securing the landing of the avalanche. AJ definitely deciding what to bring in here and trying to farm down with the Trevenant before it makes it to another charge move, but it is able to make it to an avalanche and securing the last protect shield from AJ's side.
Absolutely, yeah. And now Nilsinator able to keep alignment in a way that they would want. Body slam, or sorry, Lickitung onto the keeping it away from the Registeel and being able to bring in this Metacham here to kind of, with the one shield advantage, just start power up punching through this Registeel and to kind of seal the deal home for Nilsinator.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the first protect shield or the last protect shield coming out from the Nilsinator's side, but it will still be able to increase its attack with power up punch and able to potentially even survive and secure the knockout on the Registeel before it can make it to the Zap Cannon, which it is able to do. But we do see this Trevenant coming in. I do not believe it has enough energy for a Shadow Ball, so potentially just a Seed Bomb, as this Metacham desperately goes for the Psychic.
And even if it was that shadow ball there, that Lickitung in the back, basically still full HP there. Wow, that was quite a game by Nilsinator there, able to get alignment, maintain alignment. Trevenant not going to be able to do a lot into Lickitung. The Registeel not going to be able to do a lot into the Metacham, especially when the Metacham's got that shield and is playing with power up punch. So once again, Nilsinator identifying the game plan for the win, securing that game plan, putting AJ at a very awkward spot after that Frostlass farm down that Metacham there, because you can't really come in with Registeel and try to lock on down, because despite that Frostlass having almost no health, it's certainly not enough to really secure that kill before the Frostlass can build up to one maybe even two Shadow Balls if you try to just farm it all the way down. So forced to come in there with the last Pokemon and give Nilsinator an opportunity to maintain alignment the way that they see fit. And once again, we see a spot where if I'm Final Boss AJ here, maybe it's time to start relying on that Azumarill a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely being able to realize and adapt, Cresselia was not brought in that time. We definitely have seen Nilsinator be able to rely on the Cresselia and secure successful victories with it. But is it really truly scaring off the Azu that much? Especially when this Frost class has had so much play, and even up against Registeel, you can definitely be able to throw shadow balls, but you need to do something up against this Frost class, or you're gonna lose and you're gonna be out, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that it is just one of those scenarios where the Frostlass does just look so terrifying, and in order to properly compensate for the Frostlass, you leave yourself open so much to that Cresselia. So, final boss AJ, unfortunately, in a spot where maybe she needs to just flip some coins here and hope that for this next game, over preparing for Frostlass, while Nilsinator brings the Frostlass and leaves the Cresselia at home, is potentially the method to success here, because these past two games have looked pretty one-sided from Nilsinator's point of view. So I think that there are going to be some drastic changes needed, and I think that potentially that Azumarill might be the method to get that win. But of course, if you're Nilsinator's side, it's very easy to alternatively identify that final boss AJ needs to rely on this Azumarill and then just over prepare for it. You've got two games to go. You can afford to make a risky play here, or a risky team lead, our team read, and if you lose, you still got room to wiggle. So it's certainly a good spot to be Nilsinator.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see if Nilsinator can secure just a clean 3-0 and be able to move on, or if AJ is able to bring it back with potentially different team picks. So we do see that Frostglass lead again into Trevenant. So we'll have to see if there is an adjustment on potentially trying not to do where there's just a fast move pressure game, attempting to catch there and unsuccessful, and now bringing it in the Altaria.
Okay, yeah, this is a we do see the Altaria here. We see that Nilsinator actually bringing the Diggersby this time around. So certainly wants to keep this Altaria off of the Diggersby. So potentially, even despite being the first to swap here, getting this Altaria out of the way, if it is Registeel that's in the back for final boss AJ, if you're Nilsinator, as long as you don't lose the shield advantage here, that Diggersby is going to be able to run circles as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, leaving the Altaria at very little health, deciding not to shield here, getting the energy probably on this Frostlass, as Diggersby really can't do much up against it. But still gonna kind of be in that interesting matchup against the Trevenant with the fast move pressure from both Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and we do see the Azumarill come in here actually. So Nilsinator are going to have to kind of commit to this Frostlass into Azumarill matchup and leave that Diggersby for the Trevenant in the back there. If there ever was a spot where, if you're final boss AJ to bring in this Azumarill, I suppose that this isn't the worst, seeing that there's no Cresselia on the opposing side here, and Nilsinator investing these shields into the Azumarill here, going to be a heads-up play that potentially Nilsinator is very weak to it in the back. Shield 1, shield 2, down 2 shields into this Trevenant here. It's starting to look like a bad spot to be if you're Nilsinator.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though it will be able to start throwing some super effective seed bombs up against the Diggersby, the Trevenant really doesn't have much play left. But that Azumarill is at such little health that an Earthquake should hopefully be able to secure a knockout, or very closely secure a knockout for Nilsinator. But we do see this Diggersby getting pretty low, trying to charge up as much energy as humanly possible, and being able to throw these fire punches to secure the knockout. Desperately trying to make it 2 charge moves, and actually trying to bait with the fire punch, understanding that the Earthquake will be able to secure the knockout.
Wow, gets the shield as well. So very, very heads up play here by Nilsinator, identifying that final boss AJ basically is forced to shield, get some extra chip damage, maybe trying to go for a catch, but the Azumarill going to be able to just bubble down. Yeah, and that was just a little too much to ask there for the last two Pokemon on Nilsinator's side. Very, very well played, trying to find a win condition, even in dire straits there at that end game. But final boss AJ recognizing that the Azumarill is potentially the key to success, and catching Nilsinator on a Diggersby play, on a Diggersby line. So, we talked about potentially you need to just flip a coin and try to hope that the Azumarill can line up against a team that doesn't involve the Cresselia, and does. And Diggersby certainly a Pokemon that you're fine to take that Cresselia slot. That's for sure. If you're final boss AJ bringing that Azumarill into this game.
Yeah, I think the Cresselia was actually more used as the turret for the Azu rather than anything else. As it definitely does have play up against Nilsinator's team, but I think it was only brought game one. I don't think we've really seen it since in this matchup. So it was definitely enough of the turret, and AJ's finally like, I can't keep doing this. I have to do something, or I'm going to be out. And so, deciding to bring the Azu, and it was very smart and well played.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, a good way to kind of start building some of that momentum back. If you're Nilsinator, I can't imagine you being comfortable to run back the Diggersby. Certainly might be back to that Cresselia Frostlass Lickitung play. And now, if you're Final Boss AJ, you've kind of got the wheels back under your turret, so to speak. So maybe it's time to start pressing forward. We saw Trevenant get to deal a whole lot more than Trevenant has dealt in the previous two games, that last matchup, and then of course the Azumarill was the final nail there. So very well played by Final Boss AJ. Nilsinator trying to identify a win condition at the end there, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see how Nilsinator decides and approaches this next matchup. He does have a lot of bulk on his team, but definitely now trying to be mindful of the Zoomerell, maybe potentially trying not to bring the Diggersby and the Frostlass together, as it was able to sweep up and clean up in the back. So we do see Frostlass and Dewgong, which is actually a pretty interesting matchup, as they both have not super effective charge moves or fast moves to each other. But Shadow Ball is definitely going to hurt, and then if there is Water Pulse, that's going to not be as beneficial either.
Absolutely, yeah. And just happy to toss some icy winds here to debuff the Dewgong. Actually, Nilsinator going to bank all of that energy on Frostlass and swap out immediately. Met with the Metacham here, and we do see the Diggersby in the back once again from Nilsinator's side. So baiting out the Metacham now to get it not on that Diggersby is a great heads up play. But if Final Boss AJ is once again brought that Azumarill to play, it's going to be rough. In fact, you don't even really want to see the Dewgong on that Diggersby either.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see the knockout on the Metacham with the body slam, and now bringing in the Registeel. So this is definitely going to be a positive thing. This is what you want your Digger be up against. Especially with the potential ones that are left. But we do see a lot of fast move and charge move pressure from this Lickitung. So AJ will be forced to shield and will not be able to lock on down to come out with a whole bunch of energy.
Definitely. And here is the Diggersby. And we know that there's no Azumarill this time around, but there is that Dewgong slinking around in the back line there. So shielding the Focus Blast, obviously a smart way. If you're going to use those shields, you need to use them on a Focus Blast, that's for sure. Going to eat the Icy Wind, super effective. Not a ton of damage here. EQ coming in actually. Onto the Dewgong there. Not quite as much as I thought, but now we got its Shadow Ball time. That Frostlass with all of that energy that Nilsinator was able to store up in the beginning of the game here. Basically back-to-backs, but going to farm up even quite a bit more here, throwing before the Icy Wind has a chance to come out and hit that debuff. Very, very heads-up play by Nilsinator. Getting both shields now as well.
Yeah, but we have not seen the final. Well, actually, wait, never mind. We have seen the final Pokemon in Registeel. But trying to potentially try to catch the Shadow Ball. Understanding that it's a lot harder for Registeel to make its charge moves than the Dewgong is. Not even being able to secure the knockout on the Shadow Ball, but that gives the opportunity for Nilsinator to farm up a little bit extra energy to go into this Dewgong matchup and still make it to a Shadow Ball before the Dewgong is able to get to a charge move.
Yeah, wow, that Frostlass was really the siren song there of that entire series, doing a lot of work in that game four, building up to basically back-to-back Shadow Balls, swapping it out, storing that energy, and then using it to kind of drive the last over the last finish line there for Nilsinator in securing that game four. Very, very well played. This Great League lineup here from Nilsinator is looking really, really strong. I think that if you had asked me what I thought about Frostlass in the Open Great League meta before we started, I probably would have said, leave it at home. Leave the Sylph monster at Sylph and then bring some Open Great League mons. But this thing is a monster, absolutely chewing through Final Boss AJ's team here, with those Shadow Balls having effective damage against the entire roster there. So very, very well played. By Nilsinator. We did see, some resilience there in bringing that Diggersby once again, in that last game, identifying that perhaps Final Boss AJ not willing to bring the Azumarill now after being able to effectively deal with that Diggersby so much, but resilience is the name of the game from Nilsinator's side, and in securing that game four.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to Nilsinator being able to move on. It's definitely very stressful in these, 5 match up tournaments where it's like, oh, I have to keep trying to go forward, keep trying to go through the bracket and things like that. And it's definitely pretty difficult. But definitely being able, so now going to go up against Giratina Belcher. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. If I did
I think
not,
you got that. Giratina Belcher.
yeah, that sounds pretty correct. For the next matchup. But we do have another matchup before that one, Dragon Silk against Buckeye Fitzy. I know we said that we're gonna definitely have some one-sidedness on each caster's side as we're both rooting for different sides. And
Absolutely.
definitely being pretty beneficial, very well-known battlers, I feel like, on both sides. So it's gonna definitely be a decent matchup.
I can't help but agree. Both of these players here incredibly, incredibly good. Dragon's Oak, one of the best from Canada. Likely one of the closest I would have to a local, just a couple hours down the highway as well. So big fan of this battler. Coming in here at first seed up against Buckeye Fitzy as the fourth seed. We did see at the tail end of the God Gauntlet as well. There though, both of the players in the final brackets ran through previous matchups. So we are seeing Nilsinator here coming off of games won their first match, won their second match, now playing into their third. So potentially these players, not necessarily being warmed up, but kind of having that mental momentum of I'm already winning games. I'm already securing my next placement in the bracket. Whereas players like Dragon Silk and Giratina Belcher here playing for the first time without that kind of how to speak that mental fortitude of I've already secured wins. This is my tournament. I want it more. Could potentially weigh in there as well. But we do have two incredible battlers in Dragon Silk and Buckeye Fitzy. I'm incredibly excited to see what Dragon Silk spot to battle. Not necessarily known for fringe off meta picks here, but I would like to see a dragon or two. I think that we could probably expect an Altaria at the very least here.
Yeah, let's see what Dragon Silk has decided to bring for his matchup. We actually don't see the dragon, we see the
No
opposite.
dragon.
We see the charmer, or well, potential charmer, although the Ninetales can have powder snow or can have charm. But we do see the first Nidoqueen of the matchup. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s could be very real and very apparent here, especially up against Buckeye Fitzy's Alola Ninetales.
Absolutely, yeah, and we do know that Alolan Ninetales is running Charm as well. So counting to 5, well, a difficult skill for me if I'm the Nidoqueen player. Potentially not going to be the same for Dragon Silk here, but there are some opposing Pokemon on Buckeye Fitzy's team that might scare that Nidoqueen away quite a little bit. You definitely don't want to get it lined up against the Swampert, and depending on where you're at with shields, could even be dangerous into the Galarian Stunfisk and Trevenant as well. So certainly a game where once again, the Swampert looks pretty good from Buckeye Fitzy's side, and we have likely two players that are going to rely on those Lickitung pivots to help secure the endgame scenarios that they want, depending on which Pokemon they bring.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do also see Metachams. We do see double weak to counters with a Licky Tongues and a Steel type, being the Galarian Stunfisk on Buckeye Fitzy's side, and then also being the Registeel on Dragon Silk side. I believe we do know Buckeye Fitzy's moveset is a Power Up Punch and Ice Punch. So no magical dynamic punch being able to knock out of the opposing Steel type, or even the Licky Tongue. But there's still definitely some play with whatever Dragon Silk has decided as a moveset for Metacham. So we'll have to see if it's very standard Ice Punch Psychic, or if he's decided to bring something either such as Pup or Power Up Punch, or Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, I often feel like it depends on how you want to play this Pokemon. The Ice Punch Psychic, definitely a better Pokemon at kind of just generating shield advantages for Pokemon you're potentially playing in the back. Whereas if you are running the Power Up Punch and Ice Punch or Power Punch and Psychic on the Metacham, a little more adept for kind of closing those games out once you've used other Pokemon to build that shield advantage. And you mentioned the double steal here. We do often see players opting for either Registeel or Galarian Stunfisk in that slot. Those Pokemon, despite being what I would generally say is kind of sleeper picks, not sleeper in the sense of they're not picked as much, but sleeper in the sense of it's pretty boring to see Metacham, or sorry, Registeel and Galarian Stunfisk, bash their heads against each other for 40 minutes every single Open Great League matchup. But they are very interchangeable, and depending on where the shields go, where the baits go on the Galarian Stunfisk side, it can be very exciting as well. So I definitely do think that we are going to see a lot of. I think that it's very likely we could actually see Swampert, Lickitung, Medicham from both players' sides here, and then kind of just see how those Pokemon line up. But let's hop right into game one and let's take a peek here. I could be we do see the Swampert, we do see the Stunfisk here actually, and we have the Alolan Ninetales here on Dragon Silk side. So we'll get to see if that's Charm or if it's Powder Snow. Whereas with Buckeye Fitzy, it is a little more knowledge, at least for us.
Yeah, but we do see the insta swap into Alolan Ninetales, not letting that Lickitung being able to secure a knockout on that Swampert with the Power Whip. And so now we start seeing the body slam spam coming from this Lickitung, but immediately Dragon Silk going for the Weather Ball, understanding that he wants to keep his Alolan Ninetales a little healthy, even up against that Stunfisk that is just going to need a Rock Slide to secure a knockout.
Definitely, yeah, a good play here. Probably going to get to that Weather Ball either way, and over farming into the Lickitung not going to necessarily generate any meaningful advantage, but potentially open the door for miscounting or some bad math, and then eat an extra body slam you didn't want to eat. So just throwing it right away, not leaving any room for error. Over farming is not going to give you much of an advantage here into the Galarian Stunfisk. Trying to bank energy isn't going to do too much here. So just dealing with that Lickitung, lets the Alolan Ninetales go, gets this Swampert into the matchup where the Swampert wants to be here, tossing these Hydro Cannons out into this Galarian Stunfisk. Can't tank any of these. Yeah, that's lights out for the G-Fisk, and now it's all on the 2-shield Charmer in the back.
Yeah, but this Alolan Ninetales is going to be able to knock off some of the health of the Swampert and even potentially trying to go for a Charm down, but not before the Swampert is able to make it to 2 Hydro Cannons. Will it be able to grab the last Protect Shield? It does, and immediately understanding that you cannot let your Swampert get farmed down by this Alolan Ninetales, so immediately swapping into the Lickitung, understanding that if you're going to throw a charge move, safely securing its shield on that first one on the Psyshock rather than just a Weather Ball, as the Alolan Ninetales is not going to be able to make it to the charge moves as quickly, and up to double body slam that will be able to secure the knockout on the Alolan Ninetales, as it was able to, as Dragon Silk was able to take away the shields with the Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, very, very smart play by Dragon Silk there. It is very easy to want to go for the flashy play, especially when you've got that sludge wave on your Swampert and it is staring down that Alolan Ninetales. But double Hydro Cannon going to be the play, going to be the better play, even if there was no shields likely or one shield. So smart by Dragon Silk getting both of those shields. Lickitung comes in, seals the deal, and very, very just all around smooth execution on Dragon Silk's side, identifying where his Pokemon strengths are, and then Buckeye Fitzy going for the 2-shield Charmer and being able to eat through those shields with Hydro Cannon. If you ever need a Pokemon to absorb shields or to eat shields from your opposing side, Swampert's going to be the one to do it. Hydro Cannon is hurt. Can't take those, especially if you're a Alolan Ninetales. Got to use those shields, and Lickitung is there to seal the deal.
I mean, also you don't know the moveset, so very well possibly could be running Earthquake or Sludge Wave. As we know, as us, being able to see the sides, we do know that is Sludge Wave. So you do have to be very mindful and cautious of that, as you do not want to take one of those as an Alolan Ninetail. Even though Hydro Cannon, being a very good community day move, definitely able to eat up shields and was going to do the most amount of damage that was left from the knowledge of what Buckeye Fitzy had.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing worse than getting a little greedy with your shields, and especially when you're in a late game 2-shield advantage, it's very easy to expect obvious baits. But even if they are baits, even if you know they're baits, even if it's 100% to be a bait, if you've got 2 shields and you're in those endgame scenarios, 1 Pokemon left, you have to use those shields. So, smart by Buckeye Fitzy to recognize that he does need to use the shields, but it just simply wasn't enough. And that Lickitung had too much health and could just deal with the remainder of that Alolan Ninetales with ease. So very well played by Dragon Silk, and we'll see how these players adjust there in towards game 2.
Yeah, so I do think, I don't know if we had a swap out there, but definitely Swampert into Swampert matchup, and I do think it was a swap. So being able to get a shield with the Hydro Cannon first, now this Lickitung being able to come in and definitely dish out damage, but not being able to, accept and be like, oh, Hydro Cannons do nothing to me. It is definitely going to take and do some damage up against this Lickitung.
Yeah, especially from the Shadow Swampert here. Dragon Silk just going for the body slams. Likely going to. Oh, he's going to tank. Oh, he's just going to take the second Hydro Cannon here. Likely going to get to another body slam anyways. Oh, okay. Investing the shield, just wants to maintain alignment. So certainly going to be able to get to another body slam unless we get maybe a Metacham that comes out here. Didn't get quite a chance to see what swapped out at the very beginning. Maybe I'm gonna guess that it was that the Galarian Stunfisk, especially if it was swapping out of a Swampert. So gets that power whip there. Going to let the Lickitung get farmed down and then come in here with a Swampert of his own.
Yeah, this Galarian Stunfisk will be able to fight back though with Earthquake, but as it is not Shadow, it will be able to take a little bit more comfortably. And we do see this Trevenant coming in, but it is an equal shield scenario. But Nidoqueen is able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and definitely start dealing and dishing some damage up against this Trevenant.
Definitely count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is where you want to see it. If you're the Nidoqueen, you certainly don't want it against that Swampert, and you certainly don't want it against the Galarian Stunfisk. So Dragon Silk finding a home for this Nidoqueen in a spot where it can be the most impactful. Going right for the Earth Power here. Potentially Buckeye Fitzy wanting to save this last shield. No, not quite. And I don't know how much energy the Swampert had. Oh, had the Hydro Cannon. Never mind. It was math perfect, easy peasy.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think that was two pretty rough leads for Buckeye Fitzy. I think it was the Swampert into the Galarian Stunfisk both times.
Yeah.
So, having to be very mindful of what your opponent is leading, how to adapt and how to do that. As even though losing the lead isn't the worst thing, it's definitely a lot more beneficial if you win it and can play around it that way.
That is very true. I do tend to agree with you there in terms of leads. And typically, what we often see when these players are having, kind of that momentum problem when it comes to leads is often they'll adapt and shift more into something like a Lickitung in that lead spot that's not quite as polarizing in terms of wins and losses, just to kind of, get some. Get some momentum back, get some pressure back. The Lickitung lead here from either side doesn't look like it's too terrible, either which way you look at it. So we'll see if Buckeye decides to adapt there, but you certainly don't want another Swampert into G-Fisk lead, that's for sure. But also a very interesting game of chicken when we get to these best of fives, just in terms of are you going to run it again? Are you going to run it? Because I'm going to run it again. Are you going to run it again? So very, very interesting to see which player decides to veer left first in terms of these the Swampert Galarian Stunfisk matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna have to see if Buckeye Fitzy is able to adapt, or if Dragon Silk will be able to secure the 3-0 knockout and Fitzy's run in this lobby. So we do see Lickitung into Lickitung Mirror. So definitely pretty interesting. I believe last time Buckeye Fitzy's Lickitung did win CMP, Charge Move Priority event. And, I don't know if this is the case here where Dragon Silk does win, or if Fitzy wasn't going for the move.
Yeah, likely just both players happy to farm up here on the Lickitung. This is not going to be anything super spectacular, but eventually one of these players will need to make a decision first, whether to invest shields or invest swap, or it should just come down to whichever Lickitung does happen to win that CMP event. But it's going to be. We do have the Metacham and the Alolan Ninetales in the back for Dragon Silk. If you're Buckeye, is there anything here that you would be comfortable swapping in? I can't imagine that you would want to give yourself a spot where this Lickitung at this much of a health disadvantage in the back is going to be doing too much. This looks like a CMP event here, actually.
Yeah, so I do believe this is a Charge Move Priority event, as that, did not go back, did not turn around, do not go pass go, do not collect $200. And, Buckeye Fitzy just deciding, hey, the shield is probably more important. And also, we see the Shadow Swampert coming in, trying to build up a whole bunch of energy. But will it be able to call this Body Slam?
No, just opting to shield there, wanting to keep the Swampert as healthy as possible, especially with all of this energy here. And Metacham going to be the option to come in and take this damage. So probably heads up play here. You don't want to be eating those Hydro Cannons on the A9. Takes the first, shields the second. Pretty smart here. And now Metacham's going to be the one farming up energy, and the Trevenant is the response.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do know that, I think we have seen this a little. The Ninetales does have charm, definitely does have a lot of play with fast move pressure. Although Dragon Silk is out of Protect Shields, the Shadow Ball will be connecting, but the Swampert won't be able to farm down the Alolan Ninetales with the amount of health it has left.
No, definitely going to have to throw a move. These charms are going to hurt a little too much here. And it does look like that Metachamp got plenty of health in the back. Yeah, not even probably recognizing that the only path to victory is if I can get that fast move pressure down and keep a Hydro Cannon in the back for that Metacham, but just not going to be enough there to secure it. And Dragon Silk getting a very clean, well piloted 3-0 there in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to Dragon Silk being able to make it to the finale, make it to the finals, not taking that nice breather, being like, I don't have to play all these matchups and being able to make it we're seeing a nice way to victory. So now we will have to determine if Dragon Silk, will be our victor and or if in the second matchup of Giratina Bletcher or Nilsinator will be able to come up and win the victory up against Dragon Silk.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Nilsinator has been very, very, very explosive with this team composition, basically rummaging this Frostlash through all of their matchups here, and we'll see if the same can be said here for Giratina Belcher here. But I'm very, very excited to see what the team compositions are going to look like. But so far, in terms of players bringing options for this Cresselia, this Diggersby, this Frostlash core that Nilsinator seems to be interchanging with the Lickitung as well. It seems like it's a pretty heads up identification on what's going to be strong in this Open Great League format. So happy to get right into it and get right into talking about these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see. Oh, we see a lantern. We see a jump fluff.
Oh,
Maybe
all right.
jump fluff actually does seem to have some decent play. Beating that Diggersby Cresselia core. You just gotta avoid the frost glass on that. And I mean, there's definitely some counters up that. There is that Alola Ninetales that potentially does have charm. The Galarian Stunfisk, the Licky Tongue. So I think this is definitely going to be an interesting batch and set up a 5.
I absolutely agree. I'm excited to see the Shadow Jumpluff there. That Pokemon is surprisingly bulky. I don't know if you've had much chance to play with it or play against it, but generally, in my little pea brain, when I'm facing a Shadow Pokemon, I expect my charge moves to deal a lot of damage, but they just don't often against the Shadow Jumpluff. A very, very bulky Pokemon. Access to that new fast move in Fairy Wind. I'm excited to see if we see it at play here. I believe we likely will. It doesn't seem like there's any reason to run anything else over it, especially into Nilsinator's squad here. So Acrobat, it's a very, very powerful fast move, Energy Ball, and Fairy Wind. I hope that we get a chance to see the Shadow Jumpluff because that would be very, very exciting. But the Lantern as well, another Pokemon recently benefiting from some move changes, getting access to Surf there. So both very, very strong options from Giratina Belcher. Of course, on Nilsinator's side, once again, the Cresselia does look pretty safe, pretty strong here. It does look like there's not a lot of very, hard rock meat paper counters to it. And if Giratina Belcher is looking to kind of attack that specific Pokemon, it will have to be done in sections, much like a lot of Nilsinator's previous opponents did.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a lot of bulk, a lot of, ways to try to make it through that Cresselia. I'm expecting we'll probably see the Stunfisk, to try to counteract that. He just has to try to stay away from that Metacham and even potentially the Frost Glass. If the Frost Glass does have a huge energy advantage, the Stunfisk is not going to be liking Shadow Balls.
No, no, definitely, definitely. So, I mean, we can talk about it until the cows come home. I'm happy to hop right into game one, though, and we'll take a peek at what Giratina Belcher is opting to play here. Let's see if we do see that Shadow Jumpluff. Yeah, right there, right away. And this is where you would want to see it here. This Metacham not going to be able to do a whole lot, especially not running that Ice Punch there. So, potentially going to try to pup bait here, try to feign the Ice Punch to try to get an early shield. No shot, Giratina Belcher, easy call here, and now this is an Acrobatics going to come out and it's going to hit like a truck.
Oh, wow. That Medicham almost being knocked out of the screen. An immediate swap into Lickitung to try to deal with the Shadow Jumpluff. But we're going to see another charge move from this Jumpluff, and it's going to be an Energy Ball, still doing some pretty decent damage and also getting the defense ball on that Lickitung. Definitely a very rough position if you're Nilsinator, trying to figure out how do I deal with this little puff cotton ball on this opposing side.
Yeah, wow, that Shadow Jumpluff dealt a lot of damage and then left with a lot of HP still in the tank. So, Nilsinator is just going to need to run all this back when he tries to find a way to effectively deal with the Shadow Jumpluff. The Cresselia in the back there is bulky. It's going to be able to tank some hits, but it's certainly not going to be what drops the hammer on this Shadow Jumpluff with with incredible speed. That's for sure.
Yeah, and we do see that Medicham coming in, eating that Earthquake, trying to catch the move. But if we still have a lot of pressure, charge and fast move pressure on that opposing side, especially now seeing this Lickitung with the Cresselia in the back. So definitely putting Nilsinator in a very rough position. Definitely potentially just save shields for Jumpluff and let it be able to take the damage and deal the damage.
Absolutely, yeah. And then it's just going to be Body Slam Central here. Nilsinator going to save that last shield for the Cresselia. Definitely the smart play here, but Giratina Belcher still has 2 shields, still has 3 Pokemon alive. This is going to be an uphill battle for this Cresselia. I mean, we talked a lot this entire bracket about how strong this Cresselia has been, but I think we might be asking a little too much now from it.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the final protect shield on the Cresselia, but that was a charge move priority event. So maybe wanting to try to farm up a little bit more, throwing the grass knot does actually secure the first protect shield from Gira's side, but it can only do so much. Grass knot's only going to do so much. And then understanding that, you have this little Jumpluff that definitely can deal some damage and definitely some charge move pressure up against this Cresselia, throwing the energy ball and able to secure the knockout.
Wow, that was Shadow Jumpluff central that match. That Pokemon effectively 3-0'd Nilsinator's side there with the amount of damage dealt. That Acrobats on that Medicham was absolutely devastating. I can't imagine that if you're Nilsinator, you're comfortable staying in that matchup anymore. Calling the power up punch bait, no fear of ice punches whatsoever. Acrobats basically all but eliminating that Pokemon in one swift move. So in terms of adjustments on Nilsinator's side, it seems pretty cut and paste on what you need to do. But for Giratina Belcher, that Shadow Jumpluff did absolute work. That was a work of art.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna have to start seeing that Frost Glass come back in, as Nilsinator definitely did rely on it pretty heavily in last matchup. And especially seeing that damage that Shadow Jumpluff does, potentially not being a Pokemon that people expect or trying to deal with it. But it's a pretty large victory. It was a very large victory for that Jumpluff. So you're gonna have to do something to try to counteract that in these next couple of matchups. Or Giratina could definitely be hey, this is my Jumpluff. Be very afraid of it. Oh, you're going to start bringing Frostlass? Okay, I'm going to start bringing Alola Ninetales and Galarian Stunfisk. So could have potentially used that just to get in his head on how powerful it was match 1.
Absolutely, and I think that that's very right. I think that we're very likely to see Giratina Belcher here probably leave that Jumpluff at home. Did the job. Absolutely 3-0'd my opposing side. They need to over prep for it now, or else it's going to do the same thing. Let's transition to a Medicham Lantern Lick its Encore, for example, because the Lantern also offering a lot of play into that Frostlass. So it could be the way to go here. But I definitely think that Shadow Jumpluff was an absolute menace that game, and could see it benched now that it's done the job, but I would be more than happy to see it played again.
Absolutely. So we're going to have to see if we could see more of the Shadow Jumpluff action from Giratina in this next matchup, as it definitely had a dominating performance match 1.
Absolutely. And we do get that Frostlass. Oh, but now it's Alolan Ninetales. Just like you alluded to earlier, bringing that Alolan Ninetales here to help deal with the inevitable Frostlass to try to deal with that Shadow Jumpluff, and then swapping out into the Cresselia here. But that was a lot of energy generated on that Frostlass, and we've seen Nilsinator in the past do magic with energy bulk up on that Frostlass. But certainly, oh, and here comes the Shadow Jumpluff as well.
Yeah, but we do also see Nilsinator now revealing his moveset, now revealing the future sight to the Shadow Jump Up. Will we see we do see a charge move priority event, I believe, and Nilsinator deciding not to shield, potentially trying to survive, but not surviving on that Cresselia with that acrobatics from the Shadow Jump Fluff, definitely being able to farm it down potentially, but not before it takes another charge move itself.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nilsinator happy to just farm all the way to 100, shield once, and then try to utilize this Frostlass energy to rebuild that shield advantage in the back. We do have a completely healthy Lickitung here, but here it comes Avalanche City now.
Yeah, absolutely. But this Lickitung is definitely pretty thick, is able to take these avalanches with a little smile. But we do see an immediate swap out into Lickitung, but we do see the little Ninetales come back in with 2 shields as well. So definitely able to apply fast move pressure on the remaining 2 Mons on Nilsinator's side.
Absolutely, yeah. Investing the shield early here onto this Lickitung, opting to go for the body slam oppression here, but these charms are going to deal a lot of damage, and these Ninetales can just shield up, go to town. Likely going to be able to reach another Weather Ball before this Lickitung can really apply that fast move pressure to deal with it in its entirety. So,
Yeah,
opting
we
for
do. We do see a charge move priority event. Will this this weather ball is able to knock out the Lickitung, and now we're just going to see Charm City on this Frost Glass. Even with the Ninetales able to make it to a next charge move to secure the knockout on that Frost Glass.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very, very smart play there by Giratina Belcher. Even finding room for that Shadow Jump Left to look absolutely incredible despite Frostlass being brought in. Just not necessarily finding the right alignment. It got to come in. It got to farm up all the way to 100 there. But Giratina Belcher just using those shields that had gotten that advantage to pressure with that Alolan Ninetales in the end game. I mean, name a better combo: Charmer, 2 shields. It's in the numbers. So very, very heads up play there by Giratina Belcher. And once again, on Nilsinator's side, they are the ones in the spot where they need to make these adaptations. And it certainly feels like it's a little bit difficult. It's a little more difficult here than it has been in the past, so to speak. The Shadow Jump Pluff looks terrifying. The Alolan Ninetales looks very scary in its own right. You don't have a ton of options. You can't really rely on something like a Mandibuzz or potentially a Diggersby because a little bit of an energy advantage on that Shadow Jump Pluff or a little bit of energy advantage on that Alolan Ninetales, and suddenly those matchups are absolutely devastating. So Nilsinator's options are definitely pigeonholed here on what they can play, but potentially just need to try to play the line up my Frostlass on that Jump Fluff a little bit better game.
Well, I mean, also too, there could be a Mandibuzz. We understand what the move is for the Mandibuzz, but it is definitely bulky. It does counteract the bulk a little bit of the jump flow. It's not going to appreciate acrobatics still, but there's only so much you can do on these, show 6 pick 3 formats where it's like, oh, this is a concern. I need to deal with this. I need to figure out something to deal with, especially when it's an off meta pick such as Shadow Jump Bluff.
It's very, very true. Absolutely. So, I mean, let's hop right into game 3, though. I'm excited to see if Giratina Belcher can keep this momentum up. We see the Frostlass. We see the Ninetales once again. Again, another bad spot here, swapping immediately this time, not bothering to farm up at all whatsoever, right into the Lickitung here. And there's our Shadow Jump Fluff.
Yeah, so we do see that Shadow Jump Fluff. It is going to be eating these body slams pretty cleanly, though. And we do have some energy on that Alola Ninetales. But Jump Fluff is just going to be able to do what Jump Fluff has done the first 2 matches, I'm assuming. And, definitely trying to let the Jump Fluff get pretty low on HP is a strategy to make sure that the Frostlass doesn't have a whole bunch of farm on it.
Yeah, it's true because we did see that last game when the Frostlass did get to come in and farm. The Frostlass did had to overfarm well past 100 here. So this time swapping out immediately, realizing that the Shadow Jump Up is likely going to come in, but hoping that this time, while the Frostlass comes in to clean it up, can try to utilize that energy that it's going to get a little bit more, but it's going to get far less here, actually only getting 2 Powder Snows before that Shadow Jump Up goes down. So, I mean, Shadow Jump Up, if your Giratina Belcher did its job.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see the first Protect Shield coming out on the Nilsinator side. Unfortunately, it is just a Weather Ball, but Alolan Ninetales doesn't really need to throw the Side Shock in this case, where it is just being used as fast move pressure. The Alolan Ninetales being able to securely and safely shield the Shadow Ball. We do see another charge move. Will Nilsinator decide to not Protect Shield and eat the Weather Ball, barely living, but has that Avalanche saved up for later?
Absolutely, yeah. Banking the move, coming into Diggersby here. Fire punch time. These Alolan Ninetales not going to appreciate it. Super effective damage, but Alolan Ninetales going to be able to get to a move here. Yeah, got to shield up this Weather Ball. This Weather Ball is going to hurt the Diggersby likely more than anything else that that Giratina Belcher is going to be able to throw. And now it's Earthquake time into the Slickitung, and the Slickitung's got an uphill battle, but it's got a lot of health.
Yeah, but we do see that earthquake, mitigating the amount of health that is on that Lickitung. And, these licks aren't going to be doing super much, that power whip coming through and connecting, but, being able to securely utilize the energy that it was able to get on that Alolan Ninetales, coming in, combo playing with the Frostlass and being able to throw that Avalanche, understanding that they're not going to be able to make it to a charge move up against that Alolan Ninetales. But with such little health, I don't think that Charm registers, and there was a Fire Punch in play. So Nilsinator barely being able to squeak out the victory and knock out the Alolan Ninetales. Very, very close matchup.
Absolutely. Name of the game is energy management here from Nilsinator. We saw it previously in the matches. We saw it at that end game there. Very, very wise. Farm up to 2 Fire Punch, throw 1, combo play into the Frostlass. Frostlass dies with 1 Charm, Fire Punch the Alolan Ninetales. Absolutely perfect. Masterful use of energy there in that end game to squeak out that win. So perhaps the game plan here to deal with that jump bluff, even if you line up in that bad matchup, is just rely as a Slickitung as a safe swap, is a very easy pivot. It can chunk that shadow jump bluff so that shadow jump bluff doesn't have an opportunity to really start cleaning up house in the rest of what Nilsinator's packing in the back. So very well played by Nilsinator there, identifying the win condition, adjusting in a meaningful way to secure that end game very, very cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think an adjustment, potentially trying to deal with that Diggersby. It is definitely a very thick and bulky Pokemon, but you're going to have to be mindful of it now. As Lickitung really couldn't do much up against it, just throw body slams, as it did not appreciate taking the Earthquake and, being able to have an energy advantage, an energy lead. That health advantage on Lickitung seemed meaningless.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. But let's hop right into game 4 here. Actually, I'm very, very excited to see if this adjustment continues to reign true, and if Nilsinator can continue to just. Oh, we see some changes from both players right away, and this is a decent change to see if you're Nilsinator here now. Actually, Giratina Belcher are the one that needs to make that immediate swap into the Ninetales.
Yeah, absolutely. This Alola Ninetales is not going to appreciate the fire punches, but will be applying a lot of fast move pressure. We see the swap into the Lickitung, so definitely double weak to counter. It's pretty interesting seeing it in this degree of format, because typically you see the Frostlass would be in the lead, which would have been a very different matchup, very little bit more positive for Giratina. But this Alola Ninetales is not going to appreciate these body slams, and now trying to get a complete farm down on it.
Yeah, and that's it. Alolan Ninetales dealt with again, trading itself for basically the entirety of the Lickitung here, but the Lickitung still plenty of health to get up to charge moves here to continue to pressure this Galarian Stunfisk here, and opting for the double weak to counter because neither player, if I'm mistaken, has really utilized that Metacham yet, except for Nilsinator in that game 1 where it did practically nothing and died. So, an interesting adjustment here from Giratina Belcher, and an interesting adjustment as well from Nilsinator here, identifying that Metacham has kind of been an afterthought, maybe something that these players aren't prepared for, really care about, are really worried on, and going to try to just utilize 2 shields in whatever Pokemon they have in the back. And if it's yeah, it is that Shadow Jump Bluff there, just as I was getting to here. This is a great spot to be if you've got 2 shields if you're Nilsinator.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see that powder snow fast move pressure. That jump left will just not be able to keep up. Actually carrying the victory, potentially just not even having to throw charge moves, but deciding to rather be safe than sorry and just making sure to use both shields, get them all down. Just in case you do actually have to throw a third charge move. This jump love trying to squeak out and barely make it to its next charge move, but definitely a very rough position if you're Giratina.
Absolutely, yeah. Very, very, very smart play there by Nilsinator, identifying that if I haven't seen the Shadow Jump Bluff yet, it's probably going to be the Pokemon in the back. So I'm just going to save these shields for Frostlass. I have to imagine that Giratina Belcher knew that was coming as well. Just not really a lot of opportunity to make any kind of meaningful adjustments. And very, very heads up play by Nilsinator. And now we've got another decisive game 5, the second of the event. So I love these game 5s. It's always all the chips are on the line. There's no more room for adjustments or adaptations. It's very much just what do you got? Let me see it. And that Diggersby lead there in that last game by Nilsinator was was a nice adjustment. We've seen the Frostlass basically every time there, but opting to leave it in the back. The game before last, the Frostlass energy at the start of the game wasn't really meaningful, actually, just swapped out right away. So maybe I don't need this energy advantage on the Frostlass for it to help me carry the end game, and I can just get that energy later on. So very heads up play by Nilsinator, and decisive game 5 time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna have to see how both these trainers decide to adapt. Game 5, definitely always an exciting thing to go see. Will we see the jump fluff? Will the jump fluff take the bench? Has it plays its job in the first couple matchups, as it hasn't been able to find its room in a key for victory? So we're definitely gonna have to get into this game 5 and see how both players adjust and how the matchup is played.
Absolutely. And we see that Diggersby again, Alolan Ninetales here in the lead from Giratina Belcher, and Frostlass and Lickitung in the back. So Nilsinator has a plan, happy to play it, and Fire Punch into Alolan Ninetales. This game's playing out a lot like the last one, and if you're Nilsinator, that's totally fine. That's business as usual.
Yeah, but we do see this insta swap into Lickitung, potentially maybe trying to see, hey, is there a Medicham in the back? Do I need to? And there it is. There is the Medicham in the back. So right before it's able to, the Alolan Ninetales was able to get out, throwing the charge move, trying to get a little bit of chip on this Lickitung. As this can be a somewhat scary matchup for Lickitung or for Medicham, as it's still taking these body slams and licks pretty consistently.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely, and not a lot of health left on this Metacham, so not a lot of meaningful farm can be done. We'll see if we start seeing these shields invested now. We do on the Frostlass side here. Ice Punch, not the move that you want to be shielding, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. Likely going to let the second one go through here, and a Psychic. That one's going to hurt
Ooh.
quite a bit more.
Yeah, so we do see that insta swab into trying to potentially snipe down the Frostlass with a charm fast move pressure from Alolan Ninetales. Unable to do so, but I believe this Diggerbee is going to be able to make it to another Fire Punch if it decides to use a Protect Shield.
Absolutely. Yep. Oh, not quite actually. Just almost getting there with the last Fire Punch here, but Frostlass going to be bringing down the hammer with these avalanches here. Not a lot of HP to work with though, and still 2 Pokemon left from Giratina Belcher's side. This is going to be a quite a difficult uphill battle, even if it is that. And it's the Lickitung in the back too.
Yeah, understanding, maybe Jump Fluff has done its job, understanding that Frostlass is going to be somewhere in this matchup. Very well energy management and very well played by both trainers. But Giratina being able to pull out the victory, putting his little Shadow Jump Fluff on the bench, I liked seeing it. It was very, very exciting to see. But understanding that was not the key to victory in this final matchup.
Not the way to go about it. Very, very smart play by Giratina Belcher, bringing the unfortunate killer run by Nilsinator to an end here right before the finals. And much different than we saw with the God tier. We're actually seeing both of the top 2 seeds going into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they definitely fought their way, throughout the season to get their placement, to try to make it to this finale, trying to, secure the victories. And it's definitely going to be, they're known for their skill. They're known for their degree and caliber that they can play. Definitely pretty interesting. I can't speak. I'm obviously have heard more of Dragon Silk than I have of Giratina, but Giratina definitely being able to play to the highest caliber of their degree and being able to fully understand their Pokemon. Because understanding, yes, no Shadow Jump Fluff, even though the casters would really like Shadow Jump Fluff. But, understanding no Shadow Jump Fluff, I need to win, I need to secure the victory. So it's definitely going to be an intense matchup. I'm excited. Even though my nice local Buckeye Fitzy that I was sitting here cheering for is not in the finale, but definitely did give a nice show, give a nice stream. Definitely very proud of all these battlers. They've all played really well. We've had a lot of decisive game 5s, so it hasn't been, it's just a clean sweep or anything like that. No, there's been a lot of decisive game 5s. All these players have been playing extremely well, very well played on both parts. It's a game, it's a matchup, and they're just taking it one battle at a time. So
Perfect, perfect. So we do get Dragon Silk here into Giratina Belcher. So sorry to leave you high and dry there, Speedy. Somebody banging on my apartment door for dear life. They really wanted me to vote in the upcoming election, and they were not taking an ignore for an answer. So we are good to go, ready to hop into to Dragon Silk and Giratina Belcher here. And both of these teams, known commodities now. Very excited to see if Giratina Belcher can get the same kind of momentum on this Shadow Jump Bluff that we saw in the previous games here. Doesn't look like it's well, actually, without access to the Frost Lass, actually looks like it might be even stronger here in the Dragon Silk's lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it still has to be concerned about the weather balls from a little Ninetales, and I can't remember the exact move set for Dragon Silks, but I believe it was Ice Pump on the Metachan, so very different than where he didn't have to worry about that last time. We do have that Nidoqueen though as well that also has the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Fang that the Jump Lift does have to be concerned about, but it definitely doesn't mean that it can't punch back on either of those three Mons.
That's very true. Yeah, and we still haven't seen the lantern from Giratina Belcher's side yet. So now looking at the Nidoqueen there, something like a water gun, while it would be very fringe, very in a vacuum probably not nearly as good, could be could be the hitter here in this last matchup that could kind of make it happen. But we do see Metacham and Lickitung for both sides. No Swampert this time around, so no more Swampert mirrors for Dragon Silk's end. But definitely a spot where Nidoqueen maybe looks a little more secure than I would say in a vacuum than it did in Dragon Silk's last matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still think it does have to be concerned. With Lantern, you're still going to have to be concerned about Earthquake from, Registeel, or from, not from Registeel, from Swampert. I'm looking at the Registeel as I talk about Swampert.
Of course.
And it does have to be concerned about Zap Cannon from Registeel. Just switch those two in my mind. Power Whip from Lickitung. So maybe Lantern isn't played fully here, especially if it has Spark. It's not as good up against the Nidoqueen. That has to be concerned about Earth Power from it as well.
Definitely, and I definitely think that Spark is likely the way that you would, if you're bringing Lantern into an open Great League format, is very likely going to be with Spark. But a man can dream. A man can dream about Pew Pew once in a little while. So I do think that we're likely to see, especially with the first game, maybe the first even couple games, these players rely on very safe, very standard cores. We're likely going to see Lickitung, Metacham, and Alolan Ninetales in some variant from both sides. Maybe we get the Galarian Stunfisk come out instead. But I do think that playing these game ones very safe, very secure is always a smart way to go. And with battlers of this caliber, I believe we'll likely see the same from them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to have to get into those first matchups, see how these opponents dissect each other's team and determine on what they're going to end up doing. So we do see Alolan Ninetales into Lickitung, not a matchup that we're not familiar with by this point. Lickitung being able to apply some fast move and charge move pressure with body slams, where the Alolan Ninetales is more coherent on fast move pressure instead of charge move pressure, but able to throw the charge move first before this Lickitung.
Definitely, yeah, and I think that both players here are happy just to absorb the damage from each of these Pokemon onto them. I mean, if you're a Dragon Silk side here, at least there's nothing you can really super comfortably swap into the Lickitung here, especially early on. You don't want to really jump into the Lickitung mirror of your own and give Giratina Belcher an option to really create the alignment that they want. And you certainly don't want to be bringing Swampert into Power Whip Pokemon. So just happy to leave these Pokemon in to throw some moves and to build residual energy or shield advantage elsewhere.
Yeah, we do see this Galarian Stunfisk maybe attempting to try to go for the farm down, understanding that it's not able to secure the farm down and going for the rock slide for the knockout. But we do see the Swampert coming in, which it is not going to appreciate all that energy that it was able to get on the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, and just going to have to eat that Earthquake. Unfortunately, can't afford to invest the shield there. And now you're swapping in your Lickitung into the Metacham at a shield disadvantage. It's never a comfortable place to be. The Lickitung is going to have to kind of put in maybe more work than you would necessarily bargain for if you're Lickitung here, shielding the Ice Punch as well early on. Now down to the 0 to 1 shield, and the Metacham's going to be able to kind of just do what it wants.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though they are at equal shields now, potentially understanding, hey, I maybe need to take out that Swampert with my Galarian Stunfisk, actually able to land the Psychic and get the farm down, and now it's going to be applying fast move pressure. Will it decide to shield this Hydro Cannon and just try to counter down? I'm assuming that's the safest play, which it is decided, and desperately trying to make it to the Hydro Cannon, but unable to do so before being able to be countered down.
Yeah, not able to get there, and again, we take this first game and we see some very safe plays from both players, putting themselves in spots where you have a lead that's maybe not necessarily like hyper winning or hyper losing, but that restricts your opponent's options to make plays. You always want to be in a spot where you're kind of putting the onus on your opponent to make the first adjustments, and so that you can be the one adapting. And Dragon Silk there needing to invest the first shield, and Giratina Belcher able to convert that shield advantage into a win for the Medicham in the late game. So very, very well played by Giratina Belcher. And now we'll see if, they are going to continue to play these kinds of these very stoic, very straightforward lead matchups with Alolan Ninetales, with Lickitung, or if we see, one of these players try to throw a crazy curveball and spike maybe an RPS matchup win or something like that.
Yeah, obviously, we do see Swampert into Stunfisk, talking about that RPS win.
There we go.
Definitely very more favorable on the Swampert side, immediately swapping out into a safe swap of Lickitung.
Absolutely. And now Swampert here can likely just throw this Hydro Cannon, swap into the Medicham after dealing some chip damage here. This matchup's not nearly as scary or as even on the Medicham side if that Lickitung has been hit enough to just counter all the way down. And, with Medicham here, okay, actually just throwing the Ice Punch here, not wanting to take any more of that lick damage. Probably very, very smart here on Dragon Silk's side.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do also see this Lickitung is able to make it to another charge move, another body slam, and bringing that Medicham actually pretty dangerously low for not a much of energy. So even a counter swap in that degree was pretty rough.
Absolutely. And now you see the Medicham come in for the mirror here. Psychic coming out, likely going to demand the shield, or at least deal a nice chunk of damage there. Get farmed all the way down, and now we see the exact inverse matchup come in, where Lickitung can come into the Medicham, but because the Medicham has at such a health disadvantage, it's a little bit safer for the Lickitung. And we know that there is a Galarian Stunfisk in the back for Giratina Belcher with nowhere to go. Really, nowhere to go. You can't really afford to bring it in here. We just see the immediate swap into Swampert.
Yeah, we do see that they are potentially maybe trying to catch a body slam, something like that, but unable to. But we also see on Dragon Silk's side that he does not have Earthquake.
That's very, very true. Getting to keep this sludge wave hidden as well. So potentially something that could come as a surprise or a shock factor later on for Dragon Silk. It is always very interesting when players opt not to run Earthquake, because we do see that move be so powerful in so many different scenarios with the amount of very bulky steel Pokemon that are out and about. Stab Earthquake against a Lickitung even is very, very good. But opting for the Sludge Wave here, hoping that maybe he can take Giratina Belcher by surprise later on with an Alolan Ninetales matchup, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Swampert is so healthy. Unfortunately, it will not require a move from the Medicham. The Medicham was just too low, able to be much shot down and securing the victory. I think this first victory for Dragon Silk. So going back and forth a little bit, making the adjustments, definitely a very favorable lead from Dragon Silk on that time. But, can you keep this momentum going to secure yourself the next two victories?
Absolutely, yeah, and we see both players hoping to catch the opponent sleeping, so to speak, with these like very swingy lead matchups. Giratina Belcher opting for the Stunfisk, maybe to try to catch that Alolan Ninetales, but Dragon Silk going for the Swampert to catch the Stunfisk. So, we take those if you're Dragon Silk side, and it's always interesting to see if players opt to go back towards those hyper safe leads now that the kind of the dust has settled over the stressful detrimental loss like that. So interesting to see if players just audible back to their Lickitungs, or if we get another coin flip.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in this third match, we're going to see how it goes. See if we see that Shadow Jump Fluff that we all want to see, or if it's going to be safe. It's going to be Nidoqueen into Jump Fluff. Definitely another very favorable lead for Dragon Silk, and immediately swapped into Lickitung.
Absolutely, and being in a lead where you swap into the Shadow Nidoqueen is always rough because this defense drop again is going to do very similar things that we saw last game, where you just set this Medicham up for overwhelming success. The defense drop means that these counters deal that much more damage. You don't have to worry about charge move pressure at all from the Lickitung here, and can just farm to your heart's content. Deal with this Lickitung, get it out of the way, have a heap of energy. Back-to-back Ice Punches basically here for whatever comes in next. So it really can't be that Shadow Jump Bluff, because that would be both shields, I would assume, here from Giratina Belcher's side. We'll see if he decides to tank the first one. Okay, opting to tank the first one here, going to have to shield the second one though. And now Dragon Silk can hopefully convert this this shield advantage into something more meaningful later down the road.
Yeah, well, we do see the Shumpluff is able to make it to the farm down. So even though it's not going to enjoy its time up against the Shadow Nidoqueen, potentially maybe even able to get a Protect Shield, which it is with the Energy Ball. And we do see this Medicham coming in. But another issue with Nidoqueen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang, we know this defense is going to fall, and it is going to be a very rough time for this Medicham up against the last remaining 2 Pokemon.
Absolutely, yeah, and we, just like the beginning of the game, we see it now. Drop the defense, swap into something else. Drop the defense, swap into something else. Either of these Hydro Cannons going to be enough to deal with this Medicham. Going to need to, oh, barely. Okay, so effectively deal with it, and then a second Hydro Cannon here into the Shadow Jump Bluff. I don't think you can afford to invest the shield here, but you kind of have to, because you've got no health left. So now the Nidoqueen up a shield, Poison Jab. It's lights out here for Shadow Jump Bluff.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Shadow Jump Fluff was unable to, find its position, find its spot up against Dragon Silk's line. Trying to probably find that Swampert, like, hey, you let it last time, but Dragon Silk understanding and adapting very cleanly with that lead. So I think it's going to have to be, Giratina is going to have to try to get in Dragon Silk's mind and be like, okay, what are you leading this time? Because if he loses his next matchup, he's out. There's just nothing else to do.
Absolutely, yeah. This is tournament match here for Dragon Silk, and favorable leads twice in a row. If you are Giratina Belcher, this is a spot where you kind of have to maybe potentially just forget about the last 2 games. Try not to think too much about trying to one up. Well, I led this, so he'll think this. So I think this, so he'll think this, and just kind of start from scratch. Go for a lead. Ideally, maybe something a little bit safer, and then try to build an advantage later on, but can't have another repeat of that one where you've got the Shadow Nidoqueen that basically just to conduct the entire pace of the game for Dragon Silk. Drop the defense, farm here. Drop the defense, farm here. You need to have something a little bit more proactive if you're Giratina Belcher. So, I mean, I think that it would be a decent time to potentially lean on that Lickitung a little bit more. Maybe something like that Lantern. Maybe it's time to shine. Maybe not. Those Surfs will do a ton of damage, even if it is Spark. But certainly seems rough here for Giratina Belcher. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have to see how this next matchup goes. Will it be match point for Dragon Silk, or will Giratina Belcher be able to pull it to a game 5? So we do see that Nidoqueen, that Alolan Ninetales into that Lickitung. No Nidoqueen. Well, the Nidoqueen is hiding out in the back this time, so not able to just keep dropping the defense of the opposing Pokemon. And this Alolan Ninetales actually being able to throw the Feather Ball first up against this Lickitung.
Absolutely, yeah, and much like the first game here, we're just going to see 2 big chunky Pokemon throwing moves into each other. We'll see which player decides that they want to make the investment first. It should be on the Alolan Ninetales side here. Yep, investing the shield. So I'll have big power whip coming through. So just going to get Charmed down, and then we'll see what Giratina Belcher has here to pick up the remainder of this Alolan Ninetales HP. And we get the Shadow Jump Bluff here. So going to need to invest a shield, I would imagine, here to try to keep this Jump Bluff as healthy as possible. Try to get a shield advantage. Likely going to have to throw a move, though.
Oh, unable to farm down. Definitely going to be eating this Weather Ball, or eating the last shield, which it does. This Jump Bluff does have a lot of energy, but we see what's in the back, and we see that Nidoqueen able to debate a shield here, deciding not to up against this Energy Ball. But will this Jump Bluff is able to make it to another charge move and threaten the last Protect Shield from Dragon Silk side?
It will, yes. And now we have the Medicham from the back here, but this Shadow Nidoqueen Earth Power is going to hurt, and the Shadow Swampert is going to be able to get to a Hydro Cannon so fast. There's just not a lot left here on Giratina Belcher's side. Once again, not really able to get that Shadow Jump Bluff in a meaningful matchup. Unfortunately, doesn't line it up against the Swampert. It winds up staring down a Shadow Nidoqueen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's lights out for the Shadow Jump Bluff. Not going to be enough here. Get to the second Hydro Cannon. That's going to be it for Giratina Belcher.
Yeah, so Dragon Silk able to secure the 3-1 victory, able to make it to the top of the bracket. Definitely very strong performance both times that we have seen. Can we go to the bracket, please, so we can see the final standings of everyone in this lobby? Everyone played super well. Everyone should be super proud of their performance, but congratulations to Dragon Silk on winning the New Bark League Finals.
Absolutely, yeah. Pretty heads up dominating performance in all of the matchups there for Dragon Silk. A very heads up, a standard approach, I would say, to the Open Great League. I do like to see that regular Swampert as opposed to the Shadow Swampert. It is, something a little more bulky. It can take those body slams from the Lickitung a little bit better, and we got to see it there actually. Dragon Silk generating a lot of pressure using that Swampert, a lot of pressure using that Shadow Nidoqueen, the only Shadow Nidoqueen that we saw in the New Bark League. So, very, very well played by Dragon Silk, the first seed coming in, demonstrating why he was the first seed coming in securing a very decisive victory over Giratina Belcher there in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong performances throughout. Like I said, as you weren't here and dealing with some random person knocking on your door, everyone had a very strong performance. It was a lot of, getting up to game 5, very strong, matchups, very close matchups. There weren't many where it was like overpowering or dominated to one side. So definitely shows the scale of this lobby and how these trainers made it throughout the process.
Definitely, you're right 100%. We saw some incredible 5-game matchups. We saw Nilsinator rock in that incredibly unique approach to Open Great League, using a core that is fundamentally been around for quite some time with Cresselia Diggersby, basically since the Diggersby drop, but has sort of fallen out of favor. Come back now, complementing with that crazy Frostlass play, able to sneak a lot of games through. And then, on the opposite side, we saw a lot of very nice, comfortable, standard Open Great League Pokemon like Nidoqueen, like Lickitung, like Medicham, showing you why you need to play these Pokemon and why you need to respect them. So amazing plays all the way around. I would have loved to have seen one of the first seeds make it all the way up to the end of the bracket there, but you can't complain when you get seed 1 and seed 2 playing in the finals. That's how you know you're going to have a very, very tight game, and that's exactly what we got. Dragon Silk had a pretty, I would say, dominating performance in the finals there, but it wasn't as one-sided as it might appear if you were just looking at the matchup on paper. One different shield scenario, and suddenly that Swampert is lined up against that Jump Bluff, and it's the exact opposite, and that Jump Bluff just runs through the team. So very, very heads-up play. These players played the leads so incredibly smart, but Dragon Silk able to just eke away that incremental advantage that led into Nidoqueen on Jump Bluff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do also think it was very, crucial understanding, hey, if I win switch here, it's how beneficial it can and has been in the past. And, maybe even potentially, I don't know, because I was like, oh, what if it's this in the back or what if it's that in the back? And, it's just very rough and difficult when you can only see one side where it's like, okay, you look at this and you're like, oh, switch is so viable. But, that's what opponents face. That's what you end up facing. You're just like, oh, okay, I don't know what they have. I can only make a guess. Where it's like, as casters, part of the time, you can be like, oh, yes, we look at both of these things on paper. We can kind of see kind of a potential way. But, even on those rough matchups, being able to be like, okay, I need to manage my energy better, making it a lot closer than what you would think it would be just on paper.
Absolutely, yeah, and we got to see a lot of that this event as well, which is always very nice. When we get to have players like Nilsinator showing us that swap's not always necessarily exactly what you need to win. I know that even myself often fall into play style habits where if I don't win swap here on the lead, the whole game's over. But sometimes getting that advantage elsewhere can be more meaningful than getting that swap. So we saw a lot of that Frostlass build up to 1, 2 charge moves and then forego swap, often sometimes even giving up first shield and swap just to maintain energy advantage. So we got to see play styles from across the board. We saw players just put all of their energy and their effort into dominating that lead matchup and then maintaining alignment. Then we saw players identify that energy advantages would give them boons elsewhere in the game and forego that swap advantage, even shield advantage as well, but still able to grab those wins. So a lot of very diverse and interesting games here in the New Bark bracket. Super, super, super tight finals. Very happy to see that as well. And of course, congratulations to Dragon Silk on the win.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we now finish up, where can we find you?
Oh, you can find me on Twitter and Twitch. I am Payne Dunn on both. I am also very active on various streamers, Twitch chats. That's probably where you'll see me the most. I do, of course, also run the Unified Pokemon Discord tournament series as well, where we host some pretty high prize pool 3v3 tournament action. So that's the best place to find me. What about you, Speedy? Where can we track you down?
New for Speedy Go on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all the things. I typically keep it pretty consistent because Need for Speedy was taken on too many platforms, so we had to add a little bit of Go on the back. Definitely try. I do hang out in a lot of other Twitch streamers chats as well, and not as frequently as I used to, but life is life sometimes. Definitely enjoy supporting the community, enjoy being around, and it was a pleasure casting with you.
Absolutely. This was amazing. I would like to think that for the average viewer, this would look like we've been doing this together for years and years and years. So, it was very, very smooth. Of course, incredibly appreciative of Steve for having us both along this crazy journey. And I'm excited to see what the Pewter bracket looks like as we have Toshi and Twastel coming up next. So, two incredible casters in their own right, amazing content creators as well. So, super excited. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Steve, for having us. And thank you, Speedy, for backpacking that quick sudden emergence as I had to pull. Much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely no problem. So let's switch it over to 2 more amazing casters for this next bracket, and we will see y'all later.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Go Stadium League Finals. We've been through the God tier bracket. We've been through the New Bark bracket that we've just had with the lovely, absolutely lovely Need for Speedy and, of course, No Fun Pain Done, who are absolutely fantastic people. Again, all of the links for the casters are in the description down below, so definitely give them a check out when you get the opportunity to. And while I'm plugging things, while you're down there, hit the like button, because stream, YouTube, algorithm, etc., etc., etc. But we are jumping in for the last section of this stream, which is the Pewter League Finals. Now, this is actually the sort of league. I'm a tournament manager at Go Stadium, and Pewter's sort of, my little lobby. So these are my homies. So definitely excited to see them all battle it out for only one to walk away with the league championship title. Now, again, really quick recap of how this has been going. Bring it over to this little graphic over here. This is Open Great League with a few bans being Galarian Birds, Buzzwole, and Poliwag. Poliwag knows exactly what it did and why it was banned. We've got a best of 5 battles going on. So you only have to get up to 3 battles and then you'll go ahead to the next round. Bring 6, pick 3, single elimination. And then it is also seeded based on league placement through the Go Stadium season. So as a little bit of an example, I'll bring up the starting bracket for the Pewter lobby here. And you can see that, for example, Aerosol in the top right-hand corner as the number 1 seed in the lobby, as finishing top of the Pewter lobby through the regular season, has been seeded all the way through to the semi-finals. Whereas the players who seeded placed a little bit lower down in the lobby have been seated a bit lower in the tournament bracket. But with all of that said, that is enough rambling of me. I've been up for way too long without sleep, so I'm going to pass it over to two people who, have promised me that they'll be much more coherent, but I'm not so sure. We are going to be passing it over to Toshi and Twastel, who are going to be taking it away for the remainder of the Pewter League Finals. So with that said, I'm going to fade off into the distance. Hopefully you'll never have to hear me again, but take it away, gentlemen.
What is up, guys? I would just like to address some lies and slanders. I was unaware I had to be coherent, so now the whole thing has just gone out the window. Just kidding. How are you doing, Tristan?
Not too bad. How about you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Looking forward to some fun battles over here. Can't wait to get into this tournament. These battles all look really, really strong, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we got some big names in this bracket. A couple I'm not familiar with, but if they're placed highly enough to make it into these playoffs, I'm sure they're just as good.
Yep, exactly. I know we all know Aerosol from his exploits. He's been winning tournaments for years, so not at all surprised he's the number 1 seed. But am looking forward to seeing who can try to unseat him at some point during these battles.
Yeah, exactly. I know C-Dubs is a little bit of a lesser named player, or not quite as well known, but I've played them a couple times in Sylph. They're quite talented as well. I recognize Big Dude K, I believe, qualified for Sylph Continentals this year. And then I recognize Jason Caruso as well.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, Jason, Brewer. These are all moderately well-known battlers, all really good battlers, obviously, as you said, to qualify for the league finals. And I'm sure they're going to bring us some fun battles. Unfortunately, the OP Poliwagmon was banned, so we won't see those strats. I know everyone has their OP Poliwag strats, but not today, trainers. Not today. We're going to go into some lesser-known, less OP Pokemon in these battles.
Yeah, maybe a little less triple water strats with Poliwag.
You can't. It's hard to run triple water without Poliwag. That's the whole thing. So people will have to try and navigate around those bans.
All right. Do you just want to jump into the first matchup here?
Yeah, let's do it. Can't wait to see this first battle. We got Brewer versus Berry. Tristan, what do you think about these teams?
Oh, wow. There's a Lurantis here. That's a little bit spicy.
That is spicy. I like Lurantis a lot, though, running the Fury Cutter Leaf Blade combination, right?
And Superpower, too.
And it's so spammy, because Fury Cutter with 2 moves with 40 energy or less, just constantly spamming out those moves. And it's very, very strong, obviously, against Pokemon like Swampert, so that'll be something for Berry to take into account.
Yeah, definitely. Its biggest drawback is it has nothing to hit flying types with, but Barry doesn't have any flying types on his team, so that Lurantis is going to be on the safer side. Really positive Swampert matchup. And then that Fury Cutter, while not doing a ton of damage, will be super effective against the Obstagoon, the Umbreon, and the Defense Deoxys. And then having the superpower to threaten the Registeel. So the Lurantis actually has a decent amount of play here outside of the Nidoqueen matchup. All right.
Yeah, for sure. And Tristan, I don't know if you noticed it, but what's the Swampert counter on the other end? It looks like Brewer's Swampert is almost completely unchecked.
Yeah,
the
that's
worst
actually
matchup probably being that Umbreon.
right. Yeah, the
still.
Swampert's incredibly safe. Barry's going to have to think how to play around it. Probably a lot of Umbreon, Swampert himself, and maybe some Obstagoon. But the problem with those dark types is they have to watch out for the Metacham, the Alolan Ninetales, even the Focus Blast from the Registeel, and then those super effective Fury Cutters. So I agree with you. I think that Shadow Swampert on Master Brewer side is going to be very, very threatening and very central to how all these battles play out.
Agreed. I personally think we're going to see a lot of Swampert, a lot of Lurantis, like you said, maybe some Metacham. But I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. You want to get into the battles?
Yeah, let's jump into it.
All right, let's go. We have Nidoqueen going into Swampert. Right off the bat, a really good lead here for Brewer. Let's see what Barry's plan is. Going into DD. Ooh, and there's the
Lurantis. Now, the thing is, because the Deoxys is running Thunderbolt here, it needs to throw those Psycho Boosts, but it doesn't want to throw them too early and debuff itself,
exactly.
reducing the counter damage.
Because right now, the Lurantis can just comfortably tank the second one. Oh, he's not going to try, though. He's going to throw the Leaf Blade. Interesting. Can this Nidoqueen farm all the way down? It'll have to tank a move, maybe two, but if it gets the full farm down and then gets the Earth Power for the Swampert, it might be in a decent spot. Yeah, it looks here like they should let this go. Probably farm all the way down. Oh, it's going to shield.
Oh, we do have a shield. Okay, wanting to preserve health in the Nidoqueen.
Interesting. I don't hate that.
Now you just have to wonder. Oh, and he goes for the bait. Okay. Now, do you think he's going to stay in or opt to switch out? Okay, and we have the Insta Swap met by the Metachan. So just getting hard countered across the board here, it seems like.
This is very hard RPS. This ops. Oh, but he
gets the boost!
This
will that be enough? This Night Slash will do a big chunk of damage, but the problem is the Nidoqueen still has to contend with the Swampert in the back and has to worry about a Psychic coming through here.
I think the play is to shield, farm down, and Earth Power, but are you going to be in Hydro Cannon range before you get there? I think you probably are. The Hydro Cannon is going to come through here. It is Great League, and this probably is enough. Both Shadow.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're both Shadow. Absolutely.
Both Shadow.
Yeah.
Man, everything went right there for Barry. The boost gave him a chance, but just hard RPS at every stage of that match and wasn't able to come back from it.
Yeah, and we see why he brought the Nidoqueen because it has pretty decent matchups against Lurantis and the Metacham. He just wasn't able to line it up quite right.
Yeah. Nidoqueen double fighting is definitely a solid strat. It's there to really give that Registeel nowhere to go. Unfortunately, the Swampert was in the exact wrong place, and nothing else was able to line up. And so I think Barry might actually run a similar strat, but just try and line up his Pokemon a little better and see if that works at all.
The thing is, though, that line is still kind of struggles with Swampert a little bit because Deoxys doesn't always love the Swampert matchup either.
You're absolutely right. I think just the whole team kind of struggles with Swampert because there's not really a better option unless you commit to Umbreon. And even then, Swampert up energy can give Umbreon some problems. So I think Swampert is going to be something you have to just contend with and hope to avoid Nidoqueen is really just the main thing.
I think I think going for the mirror could be another option as long as you manage to dodge that Lurantis.
That's a really good option as well.
So it'll be interesting to see if Barry makes any adjustments or decides to stick with the same line and hope his opponent changes. Let's hop into the next one.
Let's do it. And I do agree that Barry's DD looks very good. And we see he does get the Obstagoon on the Swampert here, so a much better time than the last battle. Although Swampert still does win the zeros.
And it looks like the opponent swapped out to catch this Night Slash. Oh, no, he didn't.
Nope. It did look like that, but no.
Yeah, the animation threw me off.
It looks like he's going to just double cannon and then maybe let Swampert go. He will outpace by 1 turn or one counter. But at this point, the Swamperts are mostly dead, which is really good news for that Nidoqueen in the back.
Gets the farm down, did have to spend a shield, but now he does have the energy, and he does have switch advantage, which will be pretty important here because you'd rather line that Medicham up on your Nidoqueen rather than on your Swampert.
Yeah, and if the Lurantis is in the back, that'll be really nice for Brewer if he can get
shielding
this
the
out of there.
Psychic, which now he's down 0 shields to 2. So can he claw his way back? And a big Earth power there. But
that no shield was huge. Although you still need to land a Hydro Cannon, so maybe you shield up here and then double, or just return. Maybe just return.
Yeah, the Hydro would have been overkill regardless. This Swampert's just so fast, forcing a ton of shield pressure. And here comes through a move. Will it be the foul play? So is the foul play going to try to go for the farm down and a simultaneous KO? The Medicham just threw energy, so it's energy dry, and this Poison Fang is going to do a ton of damage.
That was a huge no call on the Earth Power. With 2 shields, you so often get that Poison Fang bait, so I understand the no shield, but still just devastating to let that go through. If you shield up the Earth Power, I think you're in a much better spot there as the Sableye.
Yeah, I definitely agree, though. It's risky because if you do shield that Poison Fang, then the Swampert puts on so much shield pressure after the defense has been dropped. So
yeah,
it's a really tough call there. And how do you think Master Brewer might adjust now?
I think he had the matchup that he needed. It worked out pretty well. The Medicham's putting in a ton of work. Up a shield, up energy. It's going to just dominate there. I think he just needed to make a little bit of shielding calls better, and I think it would have been fine. I think the Swampert Medicham core is so strong, we're going to see it in every battle. So I expect it to come back here. Whether he goes with the Sableye or the Lurantis, or maybe...
Are you muted?
That's my bad. I think I accidentally did mute myself. That's my bad. Am I back?
I was like, I can't hear you anymore.
That's my bad. I was saying a lot of really smart things, Tristan. Just go with that.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, I expect. Yeah, let's hop into it. I
I
expect Swampert and Medi to come back. Though is what I was saying. It's such a strong core against the opposing team.
Yeah, definitely. Because the Medicham, is the best answer to those dark types that are kind of Barry's best answer for Swampert. So I agree.
Okay, let us get into the battle then. All right, Nidoqueen into phenomenal matchup.
So another good lead.
An amazing lead.
Stabilized safe swap, and we have the Umbreon counter swap.
That is devastating for Brewer. I did not expect the Umbreon to come at all, and the Sableye is just caught in a place it does not want to be. And this Umbreon can just hang out all day, take 2 returns without much of an issue, and spam these foul plays. Now, depending on how good the Sableye is, you might need to land a 3rd foul play. It depends. Sometimes you can farm down, often you can't. But you might need to shield here. No shield, okay.
Now, the thing that will be interesting, though, is if this if baiting out the Umbreon frees up a Swampert in the back, the best Swampert answer is going to be the Mirror now.
Yes. That's a really good point, and I expect it is the Swampert in the back, so that'll be a really good point if we do see that. And if you get energy on that, you can snipe later, and we do see the Swampert come in. If I'm Brewer, I'm just trying to get shields as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like Brewer did start with a 1 Mudshot energy lead, so that energy advantage could end up being important.
Absolutely.
Once all these shields fall.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't be shocked, Tristan, if they get the switch clock to come up. Oh, never mind. Totally let that go, which is a play. I'm worried to get their farm down now before they get to the 3rd. It'll be close.
Yeah.
That was the concern. They needed that. Yep. But now, do you try and catch an Earth Power? Because the Swampert is in Earth Power range. You do. Oh, and they do it perfectly.
That was
oh,
a huge
what a catch.
Now the thing
That
is,
was a phenomenal catch.
And I don't think there's enough health on the Lurantis for the Nidoqueen to farm up to another Earth Power.
Nope. The Swampert's only one away from the Hydro Cannon. It's just, yeah, there you go. Just such an amazing catch. That was the win con, and you have to be like so precise with your counting to make that work. Otherwise, that you just get farmed all the way down. So really, really good job there by Brewer. Had a really bad matchup, Tristan. You know, terrible lead, terrible switch, but Swampert in the end was too good.
Yeah, I think that was a well thought out line by Master Brewer.
Yep.
Assuming that they probably wouldn't see 2 dark types. So if you assume there's only going to be 1 dark type, if your Sableye can bait that out, then your Swampert's pretty safe in the back now.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get an energy lead against an opposing Swampert, and you're in a pretty good spot. So,
Absolutely.
Pretty clever line to really capitalize on how good his Shadow Swampert is.
Yep, and they could have played that a little differently if they tried to like shield the Sableye and get switch, but I think they were just thinking in the back of their mind, Swampert, 2 shields, let's ride. And it ended up working out pretty well in the end. So overall, just a really good team comp idea there from Brewer, and
exactly.
Well played by Barry as well.
Shadow Swampert is just so dangerous, such a good closer, and especially when there's no hard counter to it here, just set your Swampert up and ride it to victory.
Yep. All right, want to get into the next game?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, let's do it. Goon into Swampert, and we saw this in game 2. It's a pretty neutral matchup. Swampert will win the zeros, but again, I think Barry is just comfortable seeing it here and not on the Nidoqueen.
Exactly. You just want to get this Swampert low now, and is electing to shield again to try to just get this Swampert out of the way. Just wants it gone at all costs.
I think that's smart. I think shielding the first one's smart because it could be an Earthquake, and that would have KO'd. And if you're going to shield anyway, you might as well shield the first one.
Now, this was an interesting decision. So he is switching in the Nidoqueen, which is a good play, but the thing is that Medicham hiding in the back?
I think it probably is, and I think it's really smart to draw out the Queen so Swampert can handle it and leave your Medicham safe in the back. I think that's a really smart play.
If that Medicham with a shield advantage in the back can cause some serious problems. Oh, and the Medicham is right here.
But they brought Medicham in here. I don't understand that. You did such a good job drawing it out, and now you're going to bring it out here. But I guess they just want to farm down. I don't like that. Okay.
This isn't bad, actually. The thing is, they may have not been expecting this Umbreon because it's a line ABA weak to the Medicham. So that might have been their thought process. But now this Medicham has taken a decent chunk of damage, and this Umbreon might be able to handle it now.
Absolutely, you're right. They're only going to have to land 2 foul plays to win this here, and I think they do. You can't really beat Umbreon with Ice Punches. It takes so many, and this is one of those matchups where Umbreon just tanks through everything.
Yeah, you really need, either your full health so you can maximize that counter damage, or you need a fighting charge move. If all you're throwing is a non-stab neutral Ice Punch, which is a pretty weak move, you're just not going to be able to punch your way through Umbreon.
Yeah, and Umbreon survives a billion counters and Ice Punches and gets off those 3 foul plays, and that will be it. Really, really good energy management there. And I don't know, Tristan. I think the strat by Brewer to draw out the Queen was smart. I think you need to do it a little earlier, though, because when you drew out the Queen, the Swampert was too low to get off a move and just got farmed out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, good but risky line there by Barry, going, ABA weak to the Medicham, just gambling on it not being in the lead. But the line ended up working out because it gave them their 2 Swampert counters, but wasn't that obvious ABB line because I think they were anticipating the Swampert lead. So if you're anticipating Swampert lead, it's harder to go with the Nidoqueen lead in an ABB line. So, going a little offset and taking that gamble ended up working out.
Exactly. And ironically, I think if Brewer just stayed in that lead, he had a pretty good matchup in the back. Medicham up a shield, and also the Lurantis for Umbreon. It just has a lot of answers for Umbreon. And I think if they didn't switch out, I think they had a really good shot there in the back, but obviously hindsight is 2020. So
Yeah, you know, I think that was a good risk by Barry. Sometimes when you have a team comp disadvantage like this, you have to just gamble a little bit, because sometimes playing those straight up comps, you might just lose because you're a little bit outmatched. But taking those gambles can help you level that playing field. So I really like that team comp. And should we just hop into the last decisive game 5 here?
Let's do it. We've seen Umbreon twice now, so I think Brewer might be expecting it.
Ooh, and a Registeel lead into the Medicham.
They're running ABA weak to Medicham again, but this time with Registeel instead of Obstagoon. It's a little bit stronger against the Medi here. It's not quite as toothless. Still not the matchup you like, though.
And they also are ABA weak to Swampert, actually. So really
that's a
taking
very
a
good point.
big gamble here, but it might just pay off because as long as there's no Alolan Ninetales in the back, this Umbreon's going to be fairly safe.
That's true, but at the same time, we know that Brewer's Swampert's going to be in the back, and it's going to get the right matchup if they shield here, which they do. I'd expect the Queen to come in here and just farm down, or even the Umbreon can come in here and eat the energy, but Swampert is going to have to be dealt with at some point. We do see a shield. This is probably an Ice Punch. I doubt they probably get the 2. Oh, never mind.
Oh, it's a big Psychic, you know, going all in there.
Psychic,
I think that's a good play, though. If they don't shield, you benefit a lot. And going straight for the Earth Power, expect likely a swap out immediately after. And we do get the shield here. And because there's no swap out, does this mean that Master Brewer does not have a good answer for Umbreon in the back? Oh, wow, and they shield the Earthquake!
It could be that Sableye in the back. I think you're right, but that was a huge shield on the Earthquake. You needed to get that to land. Yep, it is the Sableye in the back.
It is the Sableye. So now on Barry's side, it's going to be managing the health on this Umbreon because this Umbreon is the key to victory, and the Nidoqueen doesn't really have anywhere to go. The Umbreon has a really positive matchup against the Sableye, a neutral matchup with the Swampert, and the Nidoqueen has 2 negative matchups. So needing to try to come out and maneuver this Umbreon into a good spot, don't want to take too much damage on it.
And that was a really, really good overfarm because you're only 2 away from the next move now. So you might be able to...
Oh, and a huge catch!
Amazing catch there. And yep, that's just the overfarm there was huge. And the ability to just catch... Because the Swampert wanted to double up, you know? The Swampert knew it needed to double up. It just was unable to. So really, just amazing job there by Barry to work out. That was such a bad lead. And to be able to work out of that to the extent that they did, phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by the lines and gameplay from Barry, being able to maneuver around that Swampert and win 3 out of 5. You know, when I saw these teams, I definitely would have favored Master Brewer to win here just because of how strong that Swampert was. But Barry was able to just barely find ways to deal with that Swampert each game.
Yeah, 100%. And every time I was thinking, oh man, this is not the best team comp. But just the energy management and knowing their win cons, because they had to be thinking, all right, how do I handle the Swampert the entire last game? Because they were trying to catch it in the middle, wasn't able to, and it just was pretty clear that they were worried about it and handled it really well with that backline.
Yeah, that really gutsy team call though. You know, they ran a line. They knew the Medicham and the Swampert were coming, and they ran a line that was ABA weak to Medicham and ABA weak to Swampert, and managed to pull it off. So
absolutely,
very impressive stuff.
And now let's take a look at the bracket. We see Barry moving on to the second round where they'll face Big Dude. Congratulations again to Barry, and looking forward to that battle. And I believe now we're hopping into that bottom bracket with DeMarco and Jason, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that right, Steve?
100% accurate.
All right, got it. So
right,
let's look at these teams before we get into the battle and see what they're running with, and see what the team comps.
Wrong battle.
The
I repeat, wrong battle. This is not the battle.
This is not the battle.
This is not the battle.
We're seeing. Okay. And
this is not the battle you're looking for.
These comps are crazy, Tristan. You see, well, first you see a Hisuian Quillfish, which is one of my new favorite Pokemon if you can't run Drapion for whatever reason.
Yeah, some interesting, non-standard Open Great League picks here. Definitely the Hisuian Quillfish, like you said. It'll be interesting to see what moveset they are on it, because there's so much flexibility. You have the Poison Sting for energy generation, the Poison Jab for some more fast move pressure, and then there's so many charge move options. Aqua Tail, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Sludge Wave, right? No, Sludge Bomb or Sludge Wave?
It's Sludge Bomb, Aqua
Sludge
Tail, Shadow Ball. I think those are the main ones.
There's Ice Beam
Ice
too.
Beam.
And Dark Pulse. There's so many charge move options.
I think Shadow Ball, Aqua Tail is the main one I see, but you're right. There's like 16 different options.
I think that's probably the best set for Open, but I just know from using it in factions where you can TM your Mon after you see the opposing team that there's like 25 different combos, and it's like which one is best, and messing around with that. But the Quillfish, and then we have the Como O, which is a pretty strong pick. A little bit of a newer Mon, solid moveset with that Dragon Claw and close combat, but not something you necessarily see in Open too much. But could be pretty good here because Jason Caruso does not have any fairy types. And then we also have the Shadow Alolan Marowak, which has, Alolan Marowak's kind of fallen out in Open Great League a little bit recently. And then on Jason Caruso's side, we have that Shadow Dragonite. After the moveset update with that superpower can be really threatening to Steel types.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Como, like you said, it's better. It's a lot more neutral against like dragon counters than you think because of the fighting subtyping. And honestly, I don't really see a whole lot that can hard counter it on Jason's side, especially because up energy, up a shield. So I think we might see quite a lot of that Como in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think Dragonite is really going to be the best Como answer probably.
Yeah.
Dragonite, and then the Medicham and the Trevenant should be pretty decent, but like they're still taking neutral from. Also, is it Como's Dragon Tail or Dragon Breath? I don't remember.
It's Tail typically.
Okay, yeah. So Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, just that neutral Dragon span. It's just going to be chipping away there, and then both of them are actually running Lantern. Now it'll be interesting. Do you like a Spark or Water Gun better in Open?
I typically prefer Water Gun, especially if your opponent has a G-Fisk. So my guess would be DeMarco, definitely Water Gun. On the other side, I could see Spark. I could, but I still think Water Gun just for the consistent damage against Marowak, against Medicham.
I think they had to like lock in their movesets with their teams like for the whole bracket. So
okay, then I'm thinking probably Water Gun. Because
I
think
agree.
You'd expect to see G-Fisk. And Nidoqueen as well. We saw that in the last match.
Definitely.
You just kind of need Water Gun for those matchups.
Yeah, I agree. I think, Water Gun for those ground types is so crucial. That Water Gun Surf gives it pretty positive matchups against those ground types. And you don't necessarily need that Spark as much because, usually using Lantern to counter other water types, and even with Water Gun resisted, those Thunderbolts are how you're dealing with the water types. So it's mostly just like an Altaria that you kind of want the Spark for. Yeah. But I feel like I personally prefer to go Water Gun usually just for those ground types.
Although Steve makes a really strong point. Spark is mostly there for that Poliwag matchup. So we're not seeing the Poliwags because it was banned, obviously. So I think that is even more of a reason just not run Spark.
Yeah, that just opens up Water Gun with Poliwag out of the picture.
Exactly. Because you don't need that hard electric answer for the best electric water Pokemon you're going to see in the meta,
So what what Pokemon do you see kind of pivotal for each of these two players?
I think DeMarco's going to come with that Como pretty often. I think it's going to be pretty good in this matchup. I also really like the Abomasnow if they can just maneuver the Medicham matchup. So maybe like Abomasnow with Marowak and then the Como I could see working. I could also see on the other end Trevenant coming pretty frequently just because of the Medicham on the other side, like a Trevenant G-Fisk core. And I also think Lickitung is going to be around quite often. So those are my predictions for.
Yeah, I like the Lickitung. Trevenant does have to watch out for that Hisuian Quillfish, which resists all of its moves. And then obviously doesn't love the Abomasnow either.
But still, Quillfish is so glassy that the Shadow Ball's still chunk. I mean, it's obviously not a good matchup, but
that's
not the
true.
end of the world.
Yeah, definitely true. I think DeMarco is going to struggle a little bit against Jason's Medicham, though. He doesn't necessarily have a ton of good answers.
Yeah, other than the Marowak.
The Marowak, which is kind of tough to bring, in my opinion. Because the Marowak has to watch out for the Lickitung, the Dragonite, the Lantern's a little risky, but the Lantern, I believe the Trevenant has a slightly favorable matchup there, actually, just because of the Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball. And then the Stunfisk is pretty decent against the Marowak, too. So I think it's a little tough to bring the Marowak. And if you don't bring the Marowak, then Medicham's pretty safe against you. It has Ice Punch and Psychic are both super effective against the Como. And then, it's neutral against the Quillfish. Obviously, you do have that Shadow Ball option, but it's still kind of a neutral fight. So, I think Jason Caruso's Medicham is going to be quite dangerous.
All right, I agree, actually. I think you're right, because the Trevenant, like you said, the Trevenant on the other end is a harder Medicham counter than anything that DeMarco has. So, Medicham goes, I think Jason is looking a little better. But let's get into the battle and see what they bring. All right, and we get Bama into Medi. Oh, the Bama had one job, avoid the Medicham, and it did not do that. We see a switch into the mirror.
Yeah, so safe swap into the mirror, identifying that the Medicham is pretty safe for him as well. And no shielding that Ice Punch is a good play. Ooh. Oh, and okay, it's a Spark Lantern.
Spark Lantern, and is Lantern really your hardest Medicham answer? Because that's not great. Medicham can play through this matchup pretty easily.
Oh, and a defense drop. That was a huge defense drop from the Psychic.
Especially after that defense drop, this is looking really good. Shielding the Thunderbolt correctly, Surf would not have KO'd there, and Medicham's in a really dominant spot there. They can flip switch. They can pretty comfortably flip switch here.
The thing is, do you want to flip switch at the cost of shield advantage? Because, okay, so apparently electing to let it go, I think that's a good call, though, because that Medicham is a problem. If you have a shield disadvantage into that Medicham, and this Lickitung is actually going to be really tough.
Yeah.
Because it double resists those Shadow Balls, and Aqua Tail just isn't doing enough into such a bulky Pokemon.
And, I mean, you've got a little bit of energy, but this is still bad news for this Abomasnow. It's not looking all that great. Ooh, shielding the right move, too. Yeah. You get this off, but it's just not going to be enough. And Medicham is going to probably get 2 moves off in the back. Yep. Do you shield this, though? You do, and probably get off another one right here. Yep. And at this point, I think all the Lickitung needs to do is land a Body Slam, and that will probably be it.
I think it'll tank the Body Slam, but it'll die to some of the licks after.
Yeah.
Now, this Lickitung is just too bulky, It's going to need, I don't even know, like 3 or 4 Aqua Tails here, which it just doesn't have enough time to get to.
Yep, absolutely. That was a very strong matchup there. It's just they didn't. Neither trainer brought a really strong strong Medicham answer, and the Medichams kind of went nuts for both teams. So do you think maybe we'll see a little bit more Marowak, a little bit more Trevenant as we go?
I still think the Marowak is risky. I could see more Trevenant for sure. I think Jason Caruso's side was a little bit better against the Medicham because he did bring that Lickitung, which is a more neutral matchup. Depending on IVs, Lickitung can often win the Zero Shield against Medicham that doesn't have a fighting charge move. So,
absolutely.
Bringing that Lickitung as kind of a softer Medicham check, I think makes some sense. And also as, that better Marowak answer, right? It's kind of a hard Marowak counter, which is, a good protector for his own Medicham. So, I did think that Lickitung was good.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see Trevenant show up. I know it's scared of the Quillfish, but it's got a really good matchup against a lot of the other Pokemon. And I think we're just going to need to see the Trevenant, especially just for the Medicham.
Yeah, I think we could see the Trevenant for sure. don't know if we'll see that Lantern again. I feel like it didn't do very much.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Agreed.
I could see the Trevenant, maybe the Dragonite. I'd like to see the Dragonite.
I would love to see the Dragonite too, but we did see the Bama in the last battle, so it might be scaring away the Dragonite a little bit, but I guess we'll have to find out.
All right, let's see how this next one goes.
Let's get into it. Como into Stunfisk. Ooh, not really the best situation here. You do have that close combat, but oh, we see a switch out. Okay.
A switch out into the Lickitung, probably trying to bait the Medicham, but so far DeMarco is not making that switch.
I'm a little surprised because the matchup for G-Fisk is pretty good against Como. You just outpace so reliably, and you're not going to really get a better matchup unless you win switch here. We do see a shield come up, so the Como is going to fight for switch, but I think we just see another shield here from the Lickitung at this point. And no shield.
Ooh, and
okay,
shield
that is
here.
huge. That is huge. Do you see the G-Fisk come in and farm? You don't. Oh, man.
It's farmed down by the Medicham. And so
Tristan,
now you're behind on energy.
Answer. There's no answer for this Medicham. You have to come into the mirror, and now you don't have Medicham for their G-Fisk in the back.
You know, the Shadow Bomb Snow is not that bad into this Stunfisk.
It's not, you're right. But I think they just would have much rather get the Medicham on that. But at this point, they made the right call going into the mirror here. And everyone's throwing Ice Punches. No one's Psychicking, so that's an interesting play.
And he shields the Ice Punch, and like you said, again, another Ice Punch. At this point, they're low enough that I think they're just both going to be throwing Ice Punches from here on out.
I don't know, because like the DeMarco's...
And he goes for the catch. That's a big catch.
Big catch, but this will still hurt. This will still hurt.
Yeah, the problem is, do you get farm? Okay, and we do have an Insta Swap. I believe this Abomasnow is healthy enough that it should be able to just live one Rock Slide.
Yeah, I almost would have done one more counter before switching, just knowing that fact that you need a little tiny bit more chip to make a Rock Slide lethal. It might be from here, but it's close. It does a tiny bit more than half. So I think it tanks this, depending on IVs. Nope,
it barely doesn't, but that actually might be for the best. If he's able to get this farm down.
Oh, no, it's a Quake.
Though.
Ooh. That was barely at the Quake. Really strong overfarm there. He threw the Rock Slide at almost 100 against the Bama. I just needed 3 more mud shots to get to the Quake. But just really, really strong overcharging there by Jason.
Yeah, again, Jason's Medicham just so dominant. Yep. I think that Lickitung swap was intended to try to bait out the Medicham.
I'm just curious why, though, because the worst Pokemon to see the Medicham was already in the lead, so you didn't really need to worry about Medicham in the back. Like, Lickitung and your own Medicham in the back are pretty strong against an opposing Medicham.
I think he just wanted to bait out the Medicham because if the Medicham's gone, his own Medicham is very safe.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, it did kind of work out because there's no other answer for his Medicham, so they ended up lining it up either way. But just really, really good overfarming there. Really good play to wiggle out of that matchup at the end.
Yeah, let's just hop into the next one.
Yeah,
Game
let's do it.
3. Does Jason Caruso get the clean 3-0 sweep or just a Marco clawback?
Ooh, we finally see that Medicham in the exact perfect matchup. Really well done there by Jason. And let's see how DeMarco handles this. This is probably just a Seed Bomb, right? Definitely just a Seed Bomb. It was way too fast.
Yeah, this is a Seed Bomb. But this Como safe swap is causing Jason some problems.
Absolutely,
going straight for the close combat. Will this be shielded? And that is a big shield because now these Body Slams are going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, Body Slam is lethal at this point, and Jason knows that. DeMarco knows that, shielding up the Como. But the thing is, you just get reliably outpaced here. Yeah, another easy shield call. And honestly, this Lickitung can probably farm down, and it does.
Yeah, so now our shield's down, and he was able to maintain the switch advantage, which is also huge.
Yeah, and this Medi can't really farm the Lickitung down. It's going to get to too many moves.
Yeah, the Medi does want to try to come out with energy.
Interesting.
Oh, and there's no Medicham in the back this time.
This Obama is going to have put in a lot of work. Unfortunately, I think that the Rock Slide will put it into Shadow Claw downrange.
Yeah, if the Trevenant can farm down the Abomasnow, that'll be,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh,
And
and
he
then doesn't
actually
even get to another move.
gets the second rock slide.
I think the Bomber was trying to just overfarm to get to another Ice Punch, but wasn't able to overfarm enough, and that is going to be game.
Yeah, I think the Obama Snow definitely needed to come out of that with energy.
Yeah,
without
absolutely.
energy, that's too much of an uphill battle.
Yeah, and the Lickitung is still there. It's going to force a throw here, and the Trevenant can come in and just clean up at the end.
Because Medicham needs 2 Ice Punches. Can it get there? It's actually
Are
going
you
to be
sure
closer
from
than I
that range,
thought.
Psychic wouldn't have been enough? I think Psychic kills from that range, Tristan. I think it does. It does more raw damage than Ice Punch, and that
was
Trevenant lived
real
with like
close
2
for
HP
sure.
left. No, I think Psychic kills there. Because the Trevenant ended up with like 2 HP left, and it does more raw damage than Ice Punch.
Yeah. Ice Punch does like 58 damage. Psychic does 71.
Yeah, Psychic would have killed there. You always want to go for the super effective move. It's in your mind, but with the Trevenant being that low, it was definitely a Psychic play.
Yeah,
but
sometimes you have to really think of like, does 2 of the cheaper move work, or is it better to go for 1 of the bigger move? And knowing how much those each do, is definitely kind of important. So
absolutely, and really well done by Jason to get the clean 3-0 sweep there. Had a team comp advantage, like you said. The Medicham was really strong. The Lickitung was really strong. We saw those very, very prominently featured and was able to come out with a dominant sweep. And now Jason will face off against Loki in the next round. Are we going to get that matchup now? We're going to go back up to the top to get Barry versus Big Dude.
I imagine we're going back up to the top.
Yeah, I feel like we'll probably go back up to the top. Yeah, we are. All right. Barry in 2 Big Dude. Tristan, what do you think about these team comps? Obviously, we've seen Barry already, but we're seeing Big Dude's team for the first time, and there's an Azu there for the first time today.
Yeah, the Azumarill will definitely have some play against the Double Dark, neutral-ish against Swampert. Did we see the charge move on the Swampert? I don't remember.
We did. I believe it's Sludge Wave, but I'm not positive. I believe it's Sludge Wave.
Neutral-ish matchup against the Swampert. Losing but not terrible matchup against the Deoxys. But then it's definitely going to get struggle against that Registeel, especially because most Azumarills now are running Ice Beam Play Rough.
Yeah.
And then doesn't love the Nidoqueen either. So we might see it, we might not. It kind of depends on what he thinks the opponent will run. And I feel like Big Dude has kind of a tough team comp matchup to play out here. The Stunfisk has to watch out for the Swampert and the double counter users. The Noctowl's fairly safe besides the Registeel, so we might see a decent chunk of Noctowl. And then the Sableye doesn't want to see the double dark types.
One thing I will say is the Azumarill Medicham core from Big Dude might scare away that Umbreon and Obstagoon with just 2 really hard counters to both, so it might give Sableye more play on Big Dude's side. Especially if you combine the Sableye with either that Azumarill or the Medicham, and just try and get it lined up on something other than Umbreon or Obstagoon. But you're right. Overall, it's just not the best team comp ever. They have to rely a lot on alignment. Because everything has at least 1 hard counter on Barry's side. So alignment for both players will be key.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And let's just hop into this.
Yeah, let's hop into the next battle. And we see that Registeel into the Sableye. Not really where you want the Sableye to be, but it is avoiding the Obstagoon, so that's nice.
Yeah, but and for Barry though, you don't hate this because this means your Nidoqueen is not lined up against the Sableye.
Exactly. Only thing is, they brought a very... They have to win switch here, because if that Azu's in the back, or the Medicham, they can't really align that with the Obstagoon. It's a very kind of RPS backline, so I think they need to try and win switch if at all possible. And we do see the shield come up, hopefully trying to get switch advantage here. Oh no, they switch trying to catch and are unable to, and there is that Medicham.
Yeah, so you're right. They did want the alignment. but maybe they're just hoping to bait out the Metacham and clean up with Nidoqueen in the back potentially.
Yeah, I think you're right. And
got the boost, but
little
it's
too
way
late.
too late. Way
too late there. And do we see the Reggie come back and immediately throw? Because it does have a move, and it does immediately throw. This won't kill though, because this is a Focus Blast.
Yeah, but
we think it's a shield
expected
anyway.
to get the shield because the Metacham had so much energy.
Yep.
Forces the Metacham to throw some energy too.
Ooh,
oh wow!
big
Metacham
move,
even
too.
throws a Psychic.
The thing is though, that Sableye still has a lot of energy, and they switch into the Noctowl here. Very interesting. Makes sense because it's not threatened at all by the Earth Power, so it knows it'll just soak up a couple of these Poison Fangs. That Sableye has energy. We might see like a Sky Attack, Foul Play, combo play here, if they're able to.
Yeah, and I do like this play of just insta bringing out the Noctowl. Now that you know the Registeel's gone, the Noctowl's very safe. Ooh, and a big Shadow Ball getting that Nidoqueen very low.
And ultimately, the Noctowl did not need any help from its teammates. Sableye had a move there in the back, but Noctowl just farms down and insta KO there. A really strong play by Big Dude. As you mentioned, Tristan, it was they got the lead that they needed and were able to just win in the back. That Obstagoon safe swap was so punishing when it caught the Metagem.
Yeah, I think he felt like he needed to try to play that out, but it's just so risky because, like you said, you're likely going to be met by either the Metacham or the Azumarill.
Yeah, and I'm really curious if we're going to see a different strategy here. Knowing that Metagem is lurking, maybe you don't bring Obstagoon, maybe you triple counter the Medi. It'll be interesting to see how Barry handles this. But remember, Barry went down 0-1 in the first round too and came back, so it's definitely far from over, and I'm sure we'll see an interesting strat to try and handle that Metagem Sableye core that we just saw.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see how he adjusts.
Yeah, let's get into it. And for game 2, we see the Swampert into a Sableye. Really neutral matchup. And just, again, Barry's probably thrilled that Sableye is not on either of the two back Pokemon.
Yeah, this matchup is a little awkward, though, just because, you're going to need to land 2 Hydros. Because the Hydro just doesn't do quite enough. Ooh, and a swap into the Noctowl.
I don't know about that swap, because now you're getting this lined up on the Reggie. I think Sableye could have just shielded again and farmed all the way down. But regardless, we're going to see a Shadow Wall come through here.
Now, the thing is, it depends what he was trying to do here. If he hasn't, if he's trying to bait out the Reggie to free up a Lickitung or a Azumarill in the back, this might not be the worst swap.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The thing is, with the Azumarill, it's still not where it wants. Oh, it's a Metagem. Okay. Are we going to see a full farm down here? You can tank the Zap Cannon. Oh, we got to shield the Zap Cannon. Down 2 shields. I don't know about that.
Yeah, down 2 shields to none. That Metagem does have a ton of energy.
And so does the Sableye.
And Barry has to go all in on this Nidoqueen. Maybe try to catch at some point.
We're going to see the first shield come up. We're probably going to see another shield right after this. I'd assume they go straight Ice Punch here. And that Sableye does have a move. So this Nidoqueen is in a precarious spot here.
Absolutely.
Ooh, big Psychic.
And gets the Earth Power.
This will KO.
This will be pretty big.
Oh, no. It barely doesn't.
Barely doesn't. Gets the defense drop, which will make that farm down a little bit easier, but I don't know if that's actually a good thing.
No, it's not, because you need to outpace here. Can that Swampert get to a move? I don't think so. I think it's at least 4 away from the third move. Oh, no, it's a little bit closer. Barely too far away. Needed another 2 mud shots and was not able to get there. Really well played. An interesting play from Big Dude throwing the Psychic. I don't think that was necessary. I think Ice Punch would have been fine there. But regardless, ended up coming out with the win. Nidoqueen against the world. Too much to handle.
Yeah, it was, we thought maybe that 2-0 shield advantage would be, he would be able to capitalize on it. But ultimately, by the time he had that shield advantage, he just didn't have enough health left on his remaining Pokemon.
Absolutely.
And
and
then
with
you
the
just kind of
2-0
fall behind. You know, you fall behind the 8 ball, and you just have to start shielding everything there is.
Yep. But with the 2-0 advantage or disadvantage, what do you think Barry is going to do to try and come back from this? He does have a good team comp, but hasn't been able to get alignment the way they need to, and needs to come up with some magic here.
Yeah, so we've seen what it was: MetaChain, Sableye, and Noctowl both times so far, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a tough trio for him. You know, maybe needs to bring that Umbreon more.
Yeah,
it's pretty
clear what the strategy is. You know, you're bringing Noctowl and then 2 reasonably good checks to Registeel. Like Sableye and Medicham also often do really well there, and he's been able to just avoid the Noctowl Regi matchup as often as possible to come away with 2 wins there. So I think we'll probably see it again, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Barry's got to bring that Umbreon though. You know, it's got a positive Sableye matchup. You know, neutral into Noctowl, and because the Metacham's, you know, has that kind of standard Ice Punch Psychic moveset, the Umbreon's not bad there.
Yeah.
You know, you're not. We've seen it. You know, we saw it before. Those Ice Punches just don't do much. So I think we definitely need to see that Umbreon. That would be the biggest adjustment I would want to see from Barry.
Especially if you can chip the Medicham first. Like you said, the Medicham needs to be at full health in that matchup to get all of the counters it can. The charge moves don't do a lot. So if you can chip the Medicham with something else, you're in a much better spot.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and maybe we even see like a Reggie double dark lineup possibly. With like an Umbreon safe swap. And just hoping they don't have a Zoom and Medi in the back. If they only bring one of those, if Umbreon can bait that out, then you know the Goon can be pretty safe in the back.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's get into the battle and see how it goes. We do see the Umbreon, but it does not get the matchup it wants. This is worst case scenario for this Umbreon. Well, it's probably not worst case. You know, the Azu probably would be. But you definitely wanted this Umbreon on either of the Sableye or the Noctowl.
The thing is, I think he has to switch out at some point because that back line is so weak to the Sableye that he needs to bait it out soon.
Absolutely, and I think he agrees and is going to go right into the Needle Queen here to draw the Sableye. But the Medi doesn't... Oh! No shield. Really good call there on the Ice Punch. And I guess there's no Sableye in the back there.
Yeah, likely no Sableye. Unless the opponent is reading right through this and realizing that it's double weak to Sableye in the back, would be the only explanation. But this is definitely a riskier swap, not swapping the Sableye.
We see a shield there, which is very interesting. Is he able to get switch, which I guess is what they wanted. But unless the...
There is
do
the
see the
Sableye.
Sableye. Oh, man.
Yeah, so that switch advantage is
there.
huge now.
Yeah, brilliant call there. And we do
now
see
we have the
Deoxys.
Deoxys. Now, the thing is, they need to be careful that they don't give the Sableye too much farm on this Deoxys.
I agree, because that Umbreon is almost in return range, and they're up a shield. So if they can maneuver this matchup properly, this is it's not over yet. And I think they understand that.
For the full farm down, going to come out with a ton of energy here.
Yep.
I think that was really great play. Now this Sableye gets a very minimal farm, and you're coming out with energy to threaten it back.
Yep.
And so we get the first shield, and we swap into the Umbreon. And at this point, it might come down to whether Big Dude can potentially try to beat a foul play.
The thing is, I think Big Dude has a lot of energy here. They might be able to go double return, but I don't know if it kills. I think that's going to be the issue. Do we get a shield here? We do, and it is the bait.
Is the foul play bait.
And
so
now they'll definitely
I think
get to
almost within return range.
But they don't throw.
Oh wow, he's too low. Too
low.
Must have just not had quite enough energy.
Either that, or they knew the Deoxys had the Cycle Cut in the back and needed to overfarm, and just wasn't able to, because they needed to land a return on the Umbreon and also a foul play on that Deoxys, and just wasn't able to get enough energy to do all that. Umbreon, just really good calls there. A really good call by Big Dude to not bring the Sableye into the Nido, but similarly big call by Barry to shield the Nido and force the Twitch advantage there, and that was the game at that point.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent job there by Barry. Just good adjustment and good strategy to line up the matchup the way he needed to. And now Big Dude's gonna have to adjust a little bit and maybe play the Sableye matchup a little different.
Yeah, absolutely. Our Nidoqueen lead into the Stunfisk. This is not a great spot for Barry to be in.
No, it's not. And they can't really switch out of it either because it's very RPS backline. I think maybe what your safe swap is the Swampert. Sorry, but I just don't know if you can do that. But huge no shield there. So at this point, your problem is mostly solved.
Oh, but they do have to shield a Rock Slide, so that makes this tougher.
Absolutely. And
tried
to catch, was not able to catch.
Yeah, it does bait out the Medicham. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle at this point.
Medicham from full health can comfortably tank 3 foul plays, so at no point will it be worried about shielding. And these counters are adding up so quickly. Again, a full health Medicham is so much better against upper end than like a half health Medicham, just because it can tank all 3 of these foul plays that are coming out. And it's going to leave here with a move to hit that Nidoqueen with.
CMP's on the foul play, but that Ice Punch was not going to be enough.
Nope.
So easy no shield.
We do get a shield,
force a shield here.
Interesting.
And goes for the combo play, but did 1 poison jab too many.
I think at this point you just let the Medicham go. It's done its job, and you kind of want to farm down there in the back. Yep. And now Big Dude is in such a strong position because that G-Fisk has a ton of energy.
Yeah, and this Sableye is going to be a problem.
Yep.
Especially because the Sableye likely farms this down now with Shadow Claw.
Starts throwing returns at the Swampert. Honestly, I think you just return here. Because you know you have an Earthquake in the back. Alright, it doesn't. Just goes for those are the foul play. Another foul play here, and then an Earthquake. If we see the G-Fisk come into this. Oh no, we see the return.
There's your return.
There's the return. And Rock Slide at this point will be enough.
That was a nice combo play.
Go for the Earthquake. You had it. Why not?
Go for the Earthquake. That was a real nice combo play, and Big Dude wraps that up 3-1. It looks like.
Really strong matchup there. Honestly, considering how bad we thought the matchup was for him to begin with, amazing battles, honestly. And the Sableye Medicham core that I think came in every single game ended up playing really well there.
Yeah, and that I think the other thing was I think we underestimated the Noctowl a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that Noctowl put in a ton of work as well.
Yeah, and we gotta stop disrespecting the Noctowl considering how well it's doing in recent tournaments. Noctowl coming up clutch quite a bit over the summer. So really strong job there by Big Dude. Looking forward to him moving on. As you take a look at the bracket here.
Wait, over the summer.
Summer.
Toshi,
fall.
It's fall. It's fall now, Toshi.
I mean, it's fall now, but it was summer quite recently. It was summer. It was. Yeah, I'm not ready to give up on summer quite yet, Tristan. Give me a break.
Toshi will be not giving up on summer in the middle of December.
Listen, all right. I'm just trying to put Halloween at bay for a little longer. Although I think I'm fighting a losing battle there. Anyway,
I feel like for you, it's either summer or it's winter, depending if there's snow on the ground there or not.
I mean, I live in Buffalo though, so that's how it goes. That's how it goes. No snow means still summer. That's how we play around here. All right. So taking a look at this bracket, Big Dude will move on to be Aerosol's first opponent in the semifinals. And we are going to, before that, we're going to see Jason take on Loki to see who will battle C-Dubs in the bottom semifinals. So we got Jason, who we just saw. We got Loki. Let's look at these teams and see how it goes. What are your thoughts on Loki's team, Tristan? Obviously, we just saw Jason a few minutes ago, but now we see Loki for the first time.
Yeah, so Loki has that Shadow Venusaur, which looks like it could be pretty decent. Obviously, it doesn't love the Trevenant matchup, but can still do some decent damage with Sludge Bomb, or honestly, even Frenzy Plant can kind of chunk. Trevenant's not very bulky. And then you got to watch out for the Shadow Dragonite, but it's got a lot of play against the rest of the team for sure.
Yep.
So we might see that Shadow Venusaur, especially Shadow Venusaur. Stunfisk core is pretty decent. Again, besides that Trevenant matchup, do you think that Trevenant will cause him some problems though? Lickitung looks to be the only reliable answer to it, assuming the Ninetales is on Tron.
Yep, I agree, because you're right. Trevenant, it beats Swampert so badly. It beats Medicham. It beats G-Fisk. It beats Venusaur. The Lickitung and also kind of the Ninetales are really the only options. So for that reason, I do think the Lickitung will have to come in every game. And it's pretty free, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Licky mostly just has to watch out for the Medi, but we've seen that matchup is very even for the most
that's
part.
fine, honestly.
And then you have to watch out for the Stunfisk, but you still have Power Whip and Lick there. And then you have to watch out for the Shadow Dragonite a little bit, maybe. I'm not actually sure how much does a superpower do from a Shadow Dragonite.
Quite a bit, but Lickitung is just so bulky, and with the stat spread the way it is, so HP heavy, that it's just those Dragon Breaths just don't chunk as much as they could.
Yeah, so we'll probably see a decent chunk of Lickitung for sure.
Yeah. On both sides, to be honest. On both sides, it looks pretty strong.
Yeah, I can see that. And then Loki might need to bring that Ninetales a little bit. It seems pretty safe besides the Stunfisk.
Yep. So maybe we see a strat where Lickitung draws out the Stunfisk, because that's probably the best answer to both of them. And then Ninetales in the back once the Stunfisk has been cleared out. I wouldn't be surprised to see that matchup play out a little bit. But regardless, why don't we get into it and see how they go?
Yep.
All right. We get Loki versus Jason, game 1. Stunfisk, ooh, this is not what you want to see. But it is running that strat that I just mentioned. Use Licky to bring out the G-Fisk on the other end, maybe?
Yeah, that is the strat, but the only thing is that then you're banking on your own Stunfisk. Oh, Dynamic Punch Medicham.
That was a really good shield. Really good shield.
That changes things for sure, though.
Is that why Jason never threw Psychic in the last round? That would make sense, because we kept seeing the Medicham's Ice Punch in the mirror, and we were wondering why, and I think that's probably why, because did not have Psychic, at least on his side.
Yeah, so he did successfully bait out the Stunfisk, but the problem is that how does he deal with the Stunfisk now? His own Stunfisk?
I guess, but you're right. The Stunfisk is too healthy, and it's got a lot of energy here, so it'll be a challenge.
Yeah, because now the Stunfisk is in a really awkward range where you basically have to kill it with an Earthquake, which is way overkill.
Yep.
But Rock Slide will not do enough.
I think they're going for it anyway, but you're right. It's not going to be enough, and they're not going to get a shield, I don't think. Do you shield
here? The second one does threaten. You might shield here because you can... Oh, no shield.
Nah, just letting it go.
So, opting to go for... Ooh. And there's the Trevenant. This Trevenant is going to be trouble.
Yeah, and we were right. We called the line pretty perfectly. Unfortunately, down a shield, Ninetales is not going to be very good against Trevenant. We're going to see a shield come up here, and this Trevenant is just going to go nuts. Oh, no shield. Okay, never mind.
Let's go. Opting to farm down with the Medicham.
It does have Dynamic Punch, as we saw earlier, and I think it's just so comfortable up a shield, just letting Medicham handle the rest of this team. And D-Punch will KO, and that is a very, very spicy Medicham we see there. It's running Ice Punch and Dynamic Punch.
I like it. It gives you that oomph, that big hit on stuff like the Registeals, the Galarian Stunfisks, the Lickitungs, and the Umbreons, who think they can soak up your energy. Well, now they can't.
Exactly, and
you
we've
have
seen
that big
so
nuke.
many Lickitungs and so many Umbreons and so many Registeals. You're right. It's got a lot of targets, and I think the surprise factor is also really big. So I think it's a good call from Jason there, and it worked out so well in that battle.
Now, I think that back line from Loki made sense. It worked how you wanted it to. The problem was he didn't have a lead to adequately deal with the Stunfisk. I
Yeah.
think he needed his own Medicham or Swampert, or maybe even the Shadow Venusaur in the lead with that line would have worked better to take out that Galarian Stunfisk.
I think you're 100% right. I think that the back line was exactly the way we said it. Lickitung to draw out the Stunfisk, Ninetales in the back, but without a lead that beats Stunfisk, there wasn't. You kind of need that. Like the ABB team, the A needs to cover the Bs a little better than it did there. So I think you're
Exactly.
right. I think either Swampert or Medi would be the way to go.
So
Unfortunately, both of those Pokemon, when you're using Lickitung as the swap, make you even weaker against Trevenant.
right now here's the question. Now that Loki has seen the dynamic punch, how do you think he adjusts?
That's a great question. It makes his Venusaur a little safer because there isn't that psychic nuke to contend with.
Has he seen the Ice Punch yet, or has he only seen dynamic?
Actually, that's a good point. We've seen the Ice Punch. I don't know if he's seen the Ice Punch, so maybe it doesn't leave the Venusaur a little safer. Although at this point, I think
But
he's probably
even
making guesses about.
But
what
the thing is,
set
even
would
if
be.
it's running dynamic punch and psychic, that makes it slower, right?
Yes.
Then you just shield the psychics, right? So either way, I think the Venusaur is safer, and I think his
Exactly.
own Medicham is safer.
Yep, for sure.
But
his own
on the
Medicham is
flip
safer.
side, maybe you can't use Lickitung as that safe swap as much, right?
I
Because
mean, you can. You just need to make sure you have shields up because Medicham can just force switch in that case.
right, because normally you safe swap that Lickitung and maybe you play out the zero shield because you just tank a psychic. But now you have to think about shielding those dynamic punches. So the Licky safe swap just isn't quite as good.
Agree. All right, well, want to get into it, see how it goes?
Let's go for it.
All right, let's do it. Venusaur, we do see it come out,
That
but it
Shadow
meets the
Venusaur.
Trevenant, which is not where you want to see it.
But it looks like he's going to have to stay in because he has that Swampert in the back.
I agree. And, CMP. I think you got a shield here and then just go straight Frenzy. Oh, but they get
and he
baited.
gets baited.
No.
That's tough.
That
Going
is
for the
not what
Frenzy,
you want.
though, even though this is resisted, it's going to do a ton of damage if it's not shielded.
Yeah, they'll CMP on the next one, too, after that bait. So I wouldn't have thrown it all. I would have overfarmed because now you kind of need to shield again. No, let it go. Oh, and that's the Shadow Ball. That is unfortunate. But the Lickitung can farm here. They're saving. That makes a lot of sense. They knew. Really, really well played there by Caruso, knowing he needed to save the Trevenant. We see an Earthquake coming through.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, that does so much damage. And this won't KO. So at this point, it's going to be all on that Lickitung.
Oh, yeah, he has to double throw, too. If there's like a Medicham in the back, it's going to be real tough. And there's the Medi.
It is Medicham in the back, and that is GG's. This Medicham will be able to double Dynamic Punch here, and that is going to be really tough for this Lickitung to overcome.
Yeah, because, if it was running that, more common, Ice Punch Psychic moveset, you'd say, maybe this Licky has a little bit of a chance.
Yeah.
But with the Dynamic Punch.
Although that's a very interesting switch. I don't think they needed to, but we do see the switch there. And the Licky will need to throw. And at this point, the Medicham can throw whatever move it has to KO this Lickitung. Really, really well played there by Jason. He's just been playing extremely well throughout this tournament, and is able to just come out only 2-0, so still a chance for Loki to adapt.
And now we see that Ice Punch. So now Loki, probably assumed that was the set, but now they know
probably
for sure.
Assumed, but now knows.
And now
for
they
sure,
know
exactly.
for sure what it is. Yeah, exactly.
All right. So, what are your thoughts here for how Loki, with his back up against the wall, can adapt for this upcoming Game 3?
I liked them bringing the Shadow Venusaur, but I think they just made their line too weak against the Trevenant.
Yeah, it was ABA weak to Trevenant, and I think based on the way Loki played that lead, Jason knew what was in the back, because saving that Trevenant was clutch, especially because you never stay in the lead Venus or lead if you're ABB strong against Trevenant in the back. So they knew, all right, Trevenant's probably got play here in the back. I'm going to save it, and that was the end, I think, for Loki.
But yeah, and I'd like to see that Alolan Ninetales. I feel like, obviously you have to worry about that Stunfisk, but it seems so solid against the rest of the line.
Maybe you lead it now to try and just make sure you don't line it up on G-Fisk in the back. But just you have to make sure you're covered against that G-Fisk because it's so strong in that matchup.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, let's just get into it and see if Loki can force a Game 4 here. We get
Medicham lead. Oh, and now we finally see that Shadow Dragonite.
Oh, but we don't. There's no Ice Punch on this Medicham, and that is just terrible for this matchup.
Yeah, at this
I
point,
assume you pop here.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to hope to peel some shields, and he does get the shield. And at this
how
point,
well is Jason counting here? Does he shield this? Because they're one off the Ice Punch. Oh, they get both shields.
He gets both shields, and now he can come in with the Ninetales.
Yeah, that is crazy. Really, really well done there in a matchup that was not very strong for him.
That superpower does a ton of damage.
Oh no! And now he locks the Trevenant into this Lickitung, and this is going from bad to worse. I think you just body slam once, and oh no, they're going for the power up and then the farm down. But this is just not a great spot for Jason to be in. Although with two shields, Loki will have to start using them at some point.
Yeah, probably saving them for the Ninetales, going for a Ninetales sweep.
Yeah, but that HP is very low. If it's like a Medicham in the back, the Ninetales is not going to be able to sweep. And it is the Medicham. Well, actually, no, it probably can. If these body slams chunk it enough. Do you get to the Psyshock? Oh, you don't need to. Weather Ball's enough here. Really, really well played. And Loki never used the shield.
2 shield, 2 mon flex.
2 shield flex. More shields than HP. Yeah. Both Pokemon were basically dead, but knew he had enough HP to tank all those counters and get enough moves off. Really, really well played there. And I think he almost had a second Body Slam ready to go as well. So just really dominant energy management there. And I think Jason switching in the Trevenant lost that game. Because if he just stays in the Dragonite, lets it die, yeah, I think he's in a better spot. But either way, really, really well played.
That double shield on the Dragonite in the lead was brutal, especially because Loki wasn't even running Ice Punch.
Yeah, and he was honestly not even that close because he needed an entire extra counter to get to the second Ice Punch. But I guess you have to be safe rather than sorry. But just, yeah, really, really good job by Loki there to get both shields in a very bad lead.
Yeah, let's just hop into the next one.
Yeah, let's see it. Swampert into
lead,
great lead for Loki. Great lead.
Exactly.
Oh, now we see the Trevenant swap again. This Trevenant swap is killing. I don't know why you don't swap the Medicham. It's probably Medicham in the back, and it's just, I think, a little bit safer because this Lickitung is just doing so much work for Loki here.
Yeah, this Trevenant just keeps ending lined up on the Lickitung, which is tough for it, but the problem is Medicham swap is risky too because of that Alolan Ninetales.
Oh, and a shield. That's crazy. But the thing is, like, you don't need to shield this. You can comfortably tank this and all of the Shadow Claws.
Yeah, the Shadow Claws are doing like nothing, and those licks are just chipping away.
I think I would have Power Whip there because it kills, whereas that doesn't. But they're able to fit fully farm down anyway.
Now here's the thing, though. This Stunfisk is going to get some farm back. And because the Swampert is Shadow, we saw how much damage that Earthquake does.
Yeah, and this G-Fisk is getting a ton of farm. A ton of it. I don't think you shield the Swampert, though. I think you just let it go. Knowing that there's probably a Medicham in the back, I think you just understand that 2 shields with Ninetales is your answer to this. Oh, never mind. They do shield. Okay. We do see that Medicham, and this is just RPS. The D-Punch will hurt, but Ninetales is bulky. One of the bulkiest Charmers in Great League, if not the bulkiest. And you comfortably take that. Get off this Weather Ball. Oh, not even going to throw.
I thought they were going for the farm down, but...
I did too.
Yeah, Stunfisk has to try to
get farm down here.
Man, the Stunfisk is farming everything down. If this is a rock slide bait, this could be close.
So close. But I don't know if you get to another move. Was that CMP? It looked like that might have been CMP. It was. That was
Is
CMP.
That the earthquake? Is that the earthquake? Because that's
this is in range. This is in range. Oh
wow.
My God!
Stunfisk just farmed everything down.
Stunfisk went nuts. That was crazy.
Yeah, Loki had the team comp. He had the counters.
Comp.
Yeah, he had the counters lined up in every spot. But the problem was they let that Stunfisk farm down 2 of their mons.
I think Loki needed to let the Ninetales lose. I thought for a second he was going to do that. But if they let the Ninetales lose to the Metacham and farm the Metacham down with Swampert, I think you win that game. But just the fact that G-Fist could farm both Pokemon, brutal there.
Yeah, I think either let it go or commit to the full charm down.
Yep.
If he charms down, he comes out with that Weather Ball.
Yep.
The Stunfisk is so low that Weather Ball threatens a shield, and then you can Hydro Cannon for the win.
Absolutely. I think just don't touch your charge move and either farm down or just die. But I think the fact that they threw the Weather Ball at the Metacham was
sometimes you just have to commit to going all in on that farm down, and either you get it or you don't.
Yeah.
But I get it. I've done it myself, dozens of times where you panic and you throw that charge move at the last second, and that ends up costing you because you needed that energy. Yep. Either the energy from the move that you threw, or you die and you come in and farm with something else. But to come out with no energy, that's just what hurt him. Jason's Stunfisk farmed up so much energy that game. It probably farmed up, I don't know, at least 100 energy, if not more between those 2 mons. Like,
it farmed up 100 on the Lickitung, and it Earthquake to left, and it got 3 Earthquakes off without taking any charge moves from the Swampert. So that was pretty crazy. And now if we look at the bracket, we'll see Jason has moved on to the semifinals, where he will battle C-Dubs. And we have the final 4. We got Aerosol, Big Dude, C-Dubs, Jason. And at this point, we've seen all the teams except Aerosols and C-Dubs. So I think we're going to go up to the top bracket now. And we're going to get Big Dude, a chat favorite.
Huge run from Jason here, though. Coming all the way from the first round. Is the only person who's made it from the first round so far. So
yeah, and he's beaten 2 higher seeded opponents from the bottom of the first round all the way through the 3rd seed to get up to the 2nd seed. So you're right, really strong job there by Jason. And now we're gonna get Aerosol and Big Dude. And all right, look at this team.
This is a team.
Look at this team from our boy Aerosol. We got a Rune, we've got a Vullaby, and then new favorite of the Go Battle League, Tapu Fini. We saw Tapu Fini over the weekend in Peoria. Just phenomenal Pokemon. Man, I love Fini, and we're gonna see it go to work here.
And this Tapu Fini is actually very safe.
Very safe.
It has positive matchups against the Metacham, the Sableye, and the Stunfisk, and then a kind of neutral matchup against the Azumarill, fairly neutral against the Noctowl. Its worst matchup is going to be that Lickitung, just because Lickitung is so bulky and has that super effective Power Whip, but it's not like Licky's a hard counter. So I think we're going to see that Tapu Fini every single game.
Yeah, this is so safe. As you mentioned, it's very safe, and I think that's what you're looking for, especially if you can use it to draw out the Lickitung, and then Rune is a lot safer in the back. Although Rune also has to worry about the Noctowl.
Exactly. Yeah, the Rune's a little risky between the double normals primarily,
and Sableye.
Also the Sableye, the Azumarill,
You're right. I don't think Rune has a lot of play here. Those things you mentioned, it's so strong against the other two. It's so strong against GFisk and against MetaGem. But the 4 matchups you mentioned, the double normal, the Azu, and the Sableye, are just so tough for it. We probably don't see it too often.
Now, what do you think about this Volbeat? Picking Volbeat over Mandibuzz?
It was Mandibuzz banned? I forget.
No,
If
it was
not,
not
then that's
banned.
you're right. It's a very interesting pick. It's usually like a budget option if Mandy's banned. But maybe they like it just for that nuke ability with the Brave Bird.
Yeah, Mandibuzz has so much more bulk, but yeah, Brave Bird is definitely the better move. So, if you were thinking about running, because Volbeat can't run Snarl, it just has Air Slash and Feint Attack. So, it's kind of like if you were thinking about running Air Slash Mandibuzz, you could consider Air Slash Volbeat.
Yeah,
because
but
Brave Bird
so
is
much less
better than
bulky, like you mentioned.
Brave Bird is better than Aerial Ace by a mile, but you're losing like 400 points of stat product. So
exactly. And I don't know. It's just that it's so not good against Azu. I mean, it's not as bad as Mandibuzz is because you have that nuke, but it's still not great there. So, and it's going to lose to the GFisk as well. So I don't know how strong Volbeat is here, but we might see it a little bit.
I could see it. I think I don't know the Azu matchup off the top of my head, but I feel like it's probably like not great but playable. So if you only hate the GFisk, then maybe a Volbeat Tapu Fini core could be decent.
Yep, I agree. I will say though that with double normal, we might not see Trevenant from Aerosol, and that might make the Azumarill a little stronger on Big Dude's side because it's really only worried about the Trevenant and also a little bit the Nidoqueen. But neither of those Pokemon have great matchups against the rest of Big Dude's team, which might free up some avenues for Azu to get positive matchups.
Yeah, definitely. I think we might see some Nidoqueen. It's a little bit risky, but playable, I think.
Yeah.
But I agree that Trevenant looks a little bit hard to bring between the double normal and the Sableye.
Exactly, and like we've known for a while, Noctowl is probably the best answer to Trevenant that exists. Noctowl or like a Mandibuzz. So it's going to be really hard to make the Trevenant work, seeing the Noctowl down there, and also of course the Lickitung.
Yeah, I think we will see a lot of Noctowl from Big Dude.
Yeah.
There's not really a good counter to it.
No, there's no counter at all, other than not really anything, to be honest. The Tapu's fine for Noctowl as well.
Yeah, so I think we'll see Noctowl every game. It's such a hard wall to both of the ghosts.
Yep.
Hard walls both ghosts.
And Trev so hard. And we saw it beat Nidoqueen earlier, so that's not really a big concern.
Yeah, pretty good in the Medi, decent in the Nidoqueen. It'll be neutral against Tapu Fini and Volbeat, so I think we'll see the Noctowl every game.
And it looks like that Nido is also non-shadow, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I think we'll see the Noctowl as either a safe leader, safe swap potentially. I think it can do a lot of damage.
Yep, agreed.
So it's going to just come down to how that Noctowl and how that Tapu Fini get used, because those are both very safe on each side.
All right, well, let's get into it and see where they bring them. I agree. I think we'll see both of them in like almost every game.
Sableye,
and there is the Tapu right out of the gate.
Into the Tapu Fini. Now, this is not the best matchup for Sableye, but Tapu Fini is much squishier than the Azumarill, so you can rack up the damage more with those Shadow Claws.
Oh, going for the return. I don't know about that. I think you could just go straight Foul Play and be all right. They do get the shield. Now they switch into the Lickitung, and here comes that Nido. It is going to just go straight Poison Fang here. I think that's typically the play for Nido, although the Lickitung is a lot safer when the Nidoqueen is not Shadow.
Yeah, definitely, but the Nido may be going to be trying to charge up for an Earth Power at this point. Should
it can
be able
tank this,
to just
so
barely live this Body Slam.
Oh, barely. Does the Licky go for switch here? It does not.
Yeah, I like this play to not go for switch. Like we said, that the Noctowl is safe, so you don't really need switch advantage.
Volbeat is interesting here. Really good switch there.
Is this a Brave Bird, though? No, just going for the foul play.
No,
so
just
really
go for the
good
foul
catch.
play. Yep.
But you do have to worry about the Brave Bird and dip strategy at this point.
You do, but at the same time, that Sableye has so much energy, they might just be sacking the Noctowl here. Do we see a shield? I think you have to let... Oh, no. Oh, and it is the Brave
There
Bird.
is
Really
the
good,
Brave
really
Bird.
good shield. The thing is, the Tapu might not be as bulky, but it's bulky enough to tank this. And I think it can probably surf and farm down. It'll be close. And is it going for the farm down? Oh, it
and
gets
Sableye
it!
gets the full farm down, going for
Oh, but it
the
doesn't matter.
foul
I think
play.
that air slash that just went through is gonna kill. Oh no, it's
No,
not.
it'll
No, it's
live
not.
for sure.
Yeah.
And double foul play does it here. So
Does it? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. But the wing attack that comes through does.
You're right. I thought
Yeah.
the Volbeat was a little lower than it was, but
Yeah, the
and
foul play
ultimately,
just barely didn't kill, but 2 wing attacks after did. And you're right, just it needed one more air slash to finish off that Noctowl. And we did see the same. We did see the same Sableye, Noctowl, Lickitung strat that we expected. It's just so strong. And we did see Volbeat and Tapu on the other side. So they're bringing the Pokemon that we expected, not worrying about the Ghosts all that much. But the Tapu just barely not enough to win that in the back.
yeah, and honestly, I would expect to probably see similar lines. Continuing forward, those kind of seem like their best three. Maybe Big Dude will mix in the Stunfisk a little bit, but other than that, I think we're likely to see generally those same three Pokemon for both trainers for the next couple battles.
Yep, I agree. And it's just going to come down to energy management there. But if you're Big Dude, you've got to feel strong because you brought a Sableye, lost the lead, and Sableye had no good matchups the whole match, and still just managed to out spam everything. So you're feeling pretty good about it. But Aerosol is such a good trainer that you know he's going to adjust really well. And so let's get into game 2 and see how it goes.
There's that Stunfisk.
Much better matchup here for Big Dude.
Yeah, this is a rough matchup for the Volbeat, and we have an insta-swap into the Nidoqueen.
That is not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, so ABA weak against this Stunfisk, going straight for the Earthquake, getting that shield, and at what point do you switch out? What do you think about this switching to Noctowl instead of switching into Sableye?
I think it's smart, just because you're not at all worried about the Earth power. So you really don't have to worry about baiting. You just need to shield. I guess you're gonna shield the second one here. I would have shielded the third one, but gonna let this go, I guess. Oh no, we're double
shielding.
Oh no, I don't think we can do that because now the next one will kill.
Well, now you're down a shield against likely a Tapu Fini in the back, and you have a Sableye and a Stunfisk.
Yeah, and this Nidoqueen, if you let the first two go, you're fine. But that is just a disaster.
That Nidoqueen just went to town there.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I would have swapped in the Sableye onto the Nidoqueen. Oh, and there is no Tapu because we see the Metachamp.
All right, so this is actually not the end of the world anymore because you're gonna. The thing is, though, this is still just such a strong matchup for the Volbeat.
Yeah, especially because Stunfisk can't really farm it because Mudshot's double resisted.
Yeah. And this is going to be the Brave Bird. It's going to KO, and like you said, the Stunfisk can't really do a whole lot. So I think that was kind of a misplay there by Big Dude to not come in Sableye into the Nidoqueen. I think they had the match pretty in hand if they do that. Maybe anticipating that the Medicham would be back there, but at the same time, I think if you just win that matchup, you're fine anyway. Because Noctowl can beat Medicham.
Yeah, Noctowl's pretty good against the Medicham. So yeah, I think it's just weird to me because especially with the Nidoqueen being non-shadow, Sableye can definitely tank an Earth Power, and it's resisting all the poison moves.
Yeah.
So I would have liked to see, they throw the Earthquake, get that shield. I thought that was good. And then I'd like to see that eventual swap into the Sableye.
Yeah.
Because by swapping into the Noctowl, they just have to deal with that barrage of poison things.
The thing is, if you go into the Noctowl, you have to know you can let both Poison Fangs go. Like if you want to double shield 3 or 4, because the second one won't do any damage because it's still going to only be one-time debuff. The problem was they shielded the second and third, and the fourth one was triple debuffed, and at that point it did KO. So I think if you go in Noctowl and just let the first 2 Poison Fangs go, you at the very least don't go down a shield because they lost switch and shield advantage, and that ended up being too much to come back.
Right, yeah, that was brutal for sure.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get
I would
to
have
game 3.
preferred to see that Sableye swap.
No, I agree. I think you're absolutely right. I think Sableye was the better swap there.
Licky into Trevenant, that's a
this
huge
lead
lead
so
here.
hard. And now we do see the Sableye come in. And now we have it lined up properly. Let the first one go. Makes sense. Ooh, Poison Fang. And a Shadow Nidoqueen can kind of Poison Fang its way through this, but not the regular. And we're seeing it return. Okay.
I think that makes sense because that was a non-shadow.
Like yep.
They kind of need to go for the return or 2 foul plays there to KO.
And we see a Volibee come in, and this is just very RPS in favor of Big Dude because you're going to get the Azu lined up on the Volibee, and the Lickitung is still going to be on that Trevenant. So really good job here calling this line.
Yeah, mostly just has to worry about Brave Bird dip kind of strategy, but he does have 2 shields.
Yeah, Azu can take a Brave Bird pretty comfortably. We see the switch, but at this point, Lickitung is in such a strong spot. And I think, I don't know if, what you think, Tristan, but I think if you're the Lickitung, you don't throw for a while. Okay, no, he does throw. But you want to make sure you get low enough that you can't get air slashed all the way down, because you need to, if you like win this matchup with like too much of your health, like 30% health or so, you're going to get a little bit into farm territory, and I don't think you want that.
Yeah, I think you want to watch your health, and you want to watch the switch clock at this point.
Yeah.
Because the thing too is if you can wait to KO this until right before the switch clock like this,
beautiful.
You throw a body slam and you can just swap right out.
Yeah, and that is the exact amount of health you wanted to leave that matchup with. So really, really good job there. And at this point, you can just go Ice Beam. You can comfortably tank 1 Brave Bird, so you're not too concerned about that. This is an Azu after all. Yeah, they're going to take this. They might bait, but either way, you take the move, so. Easy tank there. That is GG.
So I made that good adjustment and swapped the Sableye in on the Nidoqueen that time. But I thought that return was actually really good. Taking out the Nidoqueen before having to worry about shielding an Earth Power.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Especially after the debuff, that was really clutch. And still having enough health to get to another return in the back and getting that shield, huge. Really, really well done there.
Yeah, absolutely. And no Tapu Fini that time, which was a little surprising to me.
Yep.
I think Aerosol's got to go back to that Tapu. It's just so safe, so neutral.
I agree, and I don't know why we didn't. We haven't seen it in games 2 or 3, have we?
I thought it was in game 2.
Maybe it might have been in game 2, but it was definitely in game 1.
I think if Aerosol had brought the Tapu that game in the back, because didn't he get a shield advantage? I don't know. I think he could have. He could have loaded up the Tapu with energy and really threatened, I think.
Yeah, and no, we didn't see that Tapu in game 2 because remember it was the double weak G-Fisk line. It was Volibee, Nidoqueen, Medicham in game 2. So he's gone off that Tapu 2 games in a row, and I'm wondering if maybe now he brings it back. It's such a good answer to the G-Fisk while also being neutral against the Knocked-Out and the Azu, and it beats Sableye. So I agree. It needs to come back.
It's just so safe. Like, if he can set it up with energy or shields or both, it can really threaten the entire team.
Absolutely.
And let's see if he brings that Tapu in game 4.
All right, now this is a pretty neutral matchup. On the one hand, you're glad that you don't have Nidoqueen on this, but you also kind of want the Sableye on it instead.
It does have Psychic, which makes this matchup much closer.
Yeah. Medicham actually wins the 1, which is crazy. But Azu wins the 0, so if I'm Azu, I'm just not shielding anything. Oh, do you catch?
Oh, it tries to catch.
Tried to catch.
Doesn't catch, and now gets counter swapped by this Volibee.
The thing is, though, that the Volibee needs to Brave Bird to beat the Sableye, at least like early. So you got a nice call here. Are you gonna shield a potential Brave Bird? No. And you
Shield's a
get
foul play. Now, does the Volibee shield back, or does it just take shield advantage? I like this taking the shield advantage, and if you have that Tapu in the back, now that Tapu is in a really good spot.
Yep.
There's
and it is
the Tapu.
Tapu.
And it's going for that farm down. It will have to take a foul play, which will do some chip damage, but takes it fairly comfortably. And now we have Tapu with a shield advantage here.
Yeah. I think at this point, if you're the Lickitung, you just have to get as much fast move damage as you can. I don't think you're ever going to get the 3 moves. So I think you need to be wary of the snipe, though. Because that Medicham...
Shield, a big shield on the Moonblast,
Huge
though.
shield there. Huge shield.
And now this Body Slam is going to do a ton of damage to the Tapu.
Do you shield and then like try and combo play, like Surf plus... Oh no, you switch! And the Medicham comes back in, and this will have to get shielded by the Medicham. Or not?
The Medicham was so
low,
no, but...
no, shields are out. Never mind.
No, I think the Tapu still has a shield, right?
No, Tapu's
shield's done. Yeah, the Tapu's just too low.
Yeah, I think too much fast move damage, to be honest there. And the Medicham died with so much energy because it switched out with like almost 100 when that Sableye came in and just catching the Ice Beam. I don't think they were trying to do that. I think they were trying to Psychic and then wasn't able to do anything there. Yeah,
so ultimately the Tapu just fell short. It just is not bulky enough to run through a team like that.
Yeah, and it needed to avoid Lickitung, and it was not able to avoid Lickitung. Even up a shield, it just needed to do too much there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So we see Big Dude with the big upset of the day, beating the #1 seeded Aerosol to get to the finals. We see Big Dude coming up all the way from the 4 seed, beating Barry, beating Aerosol, and now we'll face the winner of C-Dubs and Jason.
And that was a pretty comprehensive win too, 3-1, right?
Yeah, and honestly, the one game they lost, they could have won that one too. Just really strong team comp there for Big Dude. And just had a really strong understanding of the team comps and how to make it work. So yeah, really, really strong, decisive win there by Big Dude.
Sableye put in a ton of work. Noctowl is pretty strong too. Yeah, let's look at the teams for this second semifinals.
All right, we have a C-Dubs. We're seeing this team for the first time, and I think this is our first time seeing Diggersby and Altaria today.
And Rodriguez.
That too. So very spicy team here for C-Dubs.
And that Alolan Ninetales, again, like we saw before, is pretty safe against Jason Caruso's team, besides that Stunfisk. So
yeah,
I'd expect to
although
see...
we did say that for Jason's last opponent too, and he did not seem to mind. But yeah, you're right. Really, really safe Ninetales here. And honestly, the Altaria looks pretty safe as well, especially if you get rid of that G-Fisk.
Yeah, I think both of those are looking pretty safe, but the thing is, how do you deal with the G-Fisk is the question. Because
Diggersby?
Maybe the Diggersby. But Diggersby definitely has a pretty rough Dragonite matchup, assuming it's running its standard set and doesn't have Hyper Beam.
Yep, that's a good point. And we have seen that Jason is not scared to bring that Dragonite even against teams that have Ninetales. And that's like the only thing that beats Dragonite. Like Dragonite is so safe if you avoid the Ninetales.
Right, exactly. I mean, obviously, there's some neutral matchups that it has to worry about. The Altaria, the Sableye, and the Cofagrigus are all, pretty decent just because of, more bulk. Though Dragonite's pretty good into the Cofagrigus in shields up scenarios, just because it's, outpaces.
Coffin is too slow to the moves, and the Dragon Breath's just chunk.
And the other thing is on Jason's side, that Lickitung looks pretty safe.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It has double Ghost that it loves to match up against. Power Whip for the Lantern. and then pretty neutral matchups into the Altaria and the Alolan Ninetales.
It does it does lose to Diggersby, but even then, Power Whip is gonna do some damage, so it's not terrible in that matchup.
Exactly. So yeah, I think we'll see a ton of Lickitung.
Yep.
And honestly, probably a lot of Lickitung Stunfisk core because C-Dubs does not have a fighter.
Yep.
Obviously, both of those have to worry about the Diggersby, but probably see something like the Dragonite or the Medicham with those.
I could honestly see an ABB, yeah, Dragonite, Licky, G-Fist team, where you draw out the Diggersby with the Licky. I could see that working out pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah. All right, dude, let's hop into it.
All right, let's do it. And we get Altaria into Medicham. Pretty strong matchup for this Altaria, but not the end of the world for the Medicham. Get those Ice Punches off pretty quickly. We see a no shield.
Altaria can comfortably tank this first Ice Punch, but will have to start worrying about successive ones.
Altaria wins almost every shield condition because it does. Oh, we see a switch, which is very surprising to me, because you kind of want this Medicham to just go away because you have that Diggersby in the back that's going to lose to it. If Medi switches out here, which it does, it's going to be pretty strong in the back. We see a Foul Play coming up. I don't think the G is going to shield anything here. And I'm a little bit concerned that there is a good counter in the back to that Diggersby. Or sorry, not a good counter to the Diggersby, other than the Medicham. I think it's going to be the Medicham, like you said, with the Diggersby and the Lickitung. It's probably Lickitung in the back, if I had to guess.
But if there's Lickitung in the back, wouldn't they have swapped Licky in on this Sableye?
Yeah, maybe. I think they just wanted to force the Diggersby to come out here. And we do see... Oh, this won't KO. The G-Fist will tank this. And get off with Earthquake.
Diggersby's so bulky. You could have afforded to let it go, but prefer to save health.
Yeah. It's Trevenant.
It's Trevenant.
That is really interesting. The Trevenant's probably just going to throw a Seed Bomb here. I think the Altaria is smart letting it go.
And lives the Seed Bomb, gets that
and gets
Sky
off
attack.
The move. That
was
huge.
A huge no call.
Yeah, huge no shield there. And now this game is just about wrapped up. That Medi has a lot of energy, but the Diggersby is so bulky. It's kind of like that Umbreon matchup where you kind of just need too much energy to get through it. And the Earthquake's going to make quick work there, and that is GG's.
Yeah,
so,
say,
like we thought,
Tristan. The one potential lose con there would be no shielding a Dynamic Punch, thinking you can tank a move.
Yeah. But honestly, I think it tanks the Dynamic Punch. I think it does tank that because it's incredibly bulky. It's like Azu level bulk. But we had the team comp almost perfect. The G-Fisk was used to draw the Diggersby, not for the Lickitung, but for the Trevenant instead. Unfortunately, it didn't really do that. And eventually, the Trevenant didn't really have a whole lot to do. The no shield in the Seed Bomb was huge. I think it was the right play to make as well.
Yeah, definitely risky, but yeah, that was a really good no shield for sure.
Yep. All right, so do you want to get into game 2 here and see how Jason adjusts?
Yeah, let's see.
All right, let's do it.
Game 2. Altaria lead again, this time into the Lickitung. This is a very neutral lead here, but one that C-Dubs should like quite a bit because it means his Sableye is very safe in the back.
Yeah, and Altaria does win the 0 shield here because it tanks the 2 Body Slams and gets to the second Sky Attack before the 3rd Body Slam. So I don't think we shield here at all. I think C-Dubs is going to be really comfortable knowing he wins the 0s and either getting Switch or shield.
And the thing is, if Jason plays for Switch advantage, though, this could be a little tricky for C-Dubs depending on the back line.
Ooh, does not. Okay. If that Medicham is back there, then Switch was huge here. We see the Dragonite come out, and that is massive. Because you can't come into the Diggersby here. You want to, but you can't.
Man, this Dragonite is just chunking away.
Yeah, this Dragonite is going to be a problem. Up energy, too. And we see the G-Fisk. Oh, okay. No Medicham in the back. This G-Fisk is exactly what the Diggersby wants to see.
But That may have been intentional by Jason, trying to bait out the Digger Speed to try to get some farm on it.
I don't think there's shield here at all. I don't like this bait. Yeah, there's no way that's gonna get shielded. And now you've got to throw 3 of these. I think Earthquake was the play there. Just understanding your opponent's win con. Because at this point they're just going to Earthquake. Maybe the play is to farm down with. No, they're just going to. But this will just give that Dragonite even more farm.
Right, exactly. I think that's why Jason made this switch,
Yeah.
was to try to get more farm on the Dragonite.
And I think Jason's gonna have this now because I don't think the Sableye gets the 3 moves before getting just all the way farmed down. Yeah, it doesn't, and I think they know that. Really well played there. I understand why you're baiting with the Diggersby because your opponent has 2 shields, but I think it was such an obvious win con from Jason's side to just double shield the Dragonite that I think you should have just called that the Diggersby was never going. Sorry, the G-Fist was never going to shield, and throw the Earthquake because at the very least then you can threaten shields with just fire punches. Because if you land the fire punch on the Dragonite, all of a sudden the Sableye could Shadow Claw down. So I think the Diggersby Earthquaking there was the play. It's just so hard to figure that out in real time, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. I think those Fire Punch baits are just so risky because even though they are super effective, they're non-stab from such a bulky Pokemon. They're just not doing that much.
Yeah, and they're not a good move either. Like, it tickled. Like, the fact that you need to land 3 super effective moves on that G-Fist KO is just so devastating if you're that Diggersby. But ultimately, really well played by Jason. And now we have a 1-1 tie going into Game 3.
Yeah, all right. Sableye lead here into the Stunfisk. Another pretty neutral lead. And the thing is, C-Dubs has got to be happy about this too, because if he gets that Stunfisk out of the way, Logan Ninetales is super safe.
Oh, but he does. Oh, I don't like this because now that G-Fist can leave, and now the Ninetales is no longer safe. But that is a very good catch.
But he does bait out the Dragonite, so maybe not the worst spot.
Although the Dragonite's going to tank these. Yeah. Oh, okay. Dragonite is shielding resisted fire punches, which is not really the play. But at this point, I think the Dragonite's going to farm all the way. There's no way you shield this one. So at this point,
you can't you can't double shield here.
No. You could have so comfortably just not shielded at all. But now that Dragonite is pretty loaded, which is nice.
You might have to think about shielding this as a potential. Nope, doesn't even think about it. I was gonna say as a potential superpower.
Think about it, yeah.
It does so much damage though. Like I know you can tank it, but this Ninetales is
you
really
gotta shield this
now.
though, right? But now you see, like that's a big issue. Like you had the matchup the way you needed it to go if you're C-Dubs.
Right, because now you've lost alignment.
Exactly.
And you have your Sableye against this Lickitung rather than leaving it in the lead against the Stunfisk.
Exactly. And I think you just need to get rid of the Stunfisk like you mentioned, and then just hope that Ninetales can sweep, and it definitely can't now. Do you get to this return? You do, but barely, and I just don't think it's enough.
So it does take it out, but the problem is I don't think you can get to 2 Weather Balls before the Stunfisk gets to 2 Rock Slides.
No, you can't. And I don't think they're ever trying to, but I think you just need to outpace the 2 Rock Slides, and you're just not going to. Not even outpace, just farm down before the double Rock Slide, and you're just not going to be able to do it. Really, really well played there by Jason. Again, having a really not a great lead. And also shielding a Fire Punch, which was interesting. But still managing to make it work in the end.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. If he hadn't shielded that Fire Punch, he would have been in an even more commanding position.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Yeah, I agree with you. I did not really like that switch out. I think he had the lead. The C-Dubs had the lead the way he wanted, and then just kind of lost alignment by making that swap.
Yeah, it was a very good catch, but ultimately I think you just need to worry about alignment and trust that your Pokemon could win if you gave them switch advantage.
Exactly. All right, so now Jason just needs one more win to make it to the finals. Let's see how they both play out Game 4.
All right, let's do it. Altaria into Lickitung.
We've seen this before.
we have, and I think C-Dubs is probably going to play it the same way. Just try and get a shield or know that you win the zeros. And we do see, and I don't know if we talked about this yet, Tristan, but this is running Dragon Pulse on the Altaria, so no Legacy Moonblast. Not running that Community Day move.
Didn't actually notice that. It's very interesting.
Very interesting. I think Moonblast is typically the play, although Dragon Pulse is also a decent option. And again, another switch. So C-Dubs is not worrying too much about alignment here, and it is instead just chipping and dipping a lot in these matchups.
Now the thing is, if that Shadow Dragonite is hiding in the back, this is a really rough spot for C-Dubs to be in.
Yeah, and again, I think you had switch if you wanted to take it. So we see C-Dubs again giving up switch, and we'll see if it comes back to bite them again like it did in Game 2.
That's a nice shield on the Earthquake, though.
Very nice shield, although I think Jephus can just win this straight Earthquake because it should get to another one before the third foul play, and it will KO at this point. Do you double shield? No. So at this point, this is going to KO, and now the Diggers becomes in, but you're right.
What is in the back?
Is it that Dragon?
It's the Dragonite.
Can Diggersby fight its way through this? I think a saving grace for C-Dubs might just be the fact that the Altaria can get to a move here. Oh, no, it can't!
It can't get to a move!
It was one Dragon Breath away from the move, and that should be GG's. This Dragonite knows it can comfortably tank a Fire Punch, and then probably even just double Superpower at this point. We do... Oh, and they bait. So risky bait.
Claw.
This is for sure the Superpower, and that should KO, and that'll be GG's. Jason comes through with the dub, and we see another upset. Jason coming through as one of the lowest seeds, beating everybody to get here, and now beating the number 2 seeded C-Dubs to get to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by Jason Caruso, but I kind of feel like C-Dubs beat himself.
Yep.
I feel like just constantly making those switches, giving up like neutral to positive lead matchups, and then giving up switch advantage, which I just don't think he could afford to do with some of those lines he was running. You know, he ended up with Diggersby against the Dragonite more times than he would have liked.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. And I think it's a lot easier, obviously, from where we're sitting to make those calls. But I think he got so many positive leads, and they just overthought it a little bit. And I think just, you sit in the positive lead being like, all right, I win this lead, let's stay here and get alignment. I think he would have been better off doing that in a couple of those matchups. But either way, just well played by Jason when C-Dubs gave him those positive matchups, or when he switched to give him those positive matchups, really took advantage of it and clawed back from what wasn't the best team comp, to be honest.
Yeah, really solid play by Jason, and just capitalizing on some of those misplays by his opponents and just really punishing him and coming out with the win. And so now we've seen the top 2 seeds both getting knocked out here.
Absolutely,
both the top 2 seeds only needed to win one match to make it to the finals, and neither of them were able to capitalize on their positive seeding here. So we're seeing a Big Dude K from the number 4 seed facing off against Jason Caruso, the number 7 seed. So Jason Caruso, the lowest ranked trainer to qualify for the league finals, has battled through 3 rounds to make it to the finals here.
Absolutely. And I think it's pretty clear that Jason is pretty comfortable with his team comp by this point, because and that might be an advantage of being able to be those lower seeds and having to face 2 other opponents before getting to the semifinals. He's so confident with his team and was able to beat multiple higher ranked players to get to the finals against our boy Big Dude K78. We've seen both these players quite often. What do you think about their teams, Tristan?
So Jason Caruso's Shadow Dragonite, that has been pretty good for him the last couple rounds, is a little trickier to bring here just because of that Azuma roll that hard walls it.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, was Jason Caruso's Lantern the one on Spark, or was that his opponent's?
That's a good question. I think it was his, but it was so long ago. That was the first round. I think it was his though that had the spark, but I guess we'll see when we come in here.
And then his Medicham is Ice Punch Dynamic Punch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that Azumarill might give him some problems then.
That's a very good point. I don't know if you can bring the Medicham, because look at all those matchups. You lose to the Azu pretty hard. You lose the Mirror without Psychic. You lose to Sableye pretty hard. Just more negative matchups than positive ones.
Yeah, you lose the Noctowl. Lickitung is obviously... Oh, it's actually not neutral because of the Dynamic Punch. But yeah, you're mostly just focusing in on that Lickitung Stunfisk duo with your Medicham. So
yeah,
it's kind of a question of like, if you think those are going to come a lot, you might have to bring it anyways, but it's definitely challenging for him to bring it.
Absolutely.
I think Jason's team options are a little bit limited because that Trevenant might need to come to help with the Azumarill, but it has to worry about double normal and the Sableye. And I think we could see a decent chunk of double normal from Big Dude potentially.
Yeah, and we saw Jason really rely on that Dragonite, not being afraid of negative matchups with Stunfisk and with Ninetales, but it's got an Azu here, and that is probably the hardest wall it can see. Do you think the Azu finally makes the Dragonite? Can it just stay home?
Potentially, I think Jason Caruso might be forced to mix the Dragonite in like 1 or 2 games in this set. I don't know if he can bench it entirely, but I don't think he can bring it every single game either.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe just show it once to try and keep it in Big Dude's mind that it can come. Or maybe even just bring it to try and force the Azu on the other side and then hard counter the Azu. Because the Azu doesn't have a great matchup against everything else. Like the Azu is going to lose to the Lickitung and the Lantern really hard. It's going to lose to the Trevenant. So it's got negative matchups aside from that Dragonite. So it's very possible that they just don't bring it.
Yeah, that's a valid point. But I do think that Dragonite is kind of a big threat that you might feel like you need your Azumarill for, and then obviously the Azumarill's good for the Stunfisk and the Medicham as well. And it's going to be better for Big Dude against the Medicham than he realizes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a very good point without the Psychic to worry about. Although I don't know if we'll see the Psychic. I don't know if we'll see the D punch unless they absolutely need to try and hold that little bit of a surprise for later on.
Definitely, I agree. Hiding those movesets when you can is definitely good because you keep your opponent guessing. Make them think maybe you have something else, and then you hit them with that surprise. Nuke potentially. Yeah,
Absolutely.
the lineups are not super clear cut either way. That Noctowl was kind of risky because of the Stunfisk and the Lantern, where it's been a little bit safer in previous rounds. So it's a little unclear what either of these players will use. I don't feel like either of them has anything that is super safe per se.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and I think that Jason might just have to try and, like he's done so far, navigate switch here and hope that he's able to lock in those Pokemon in the positive matchup. Like if you get that Medicham on either of those bottom 2 Pokemon, you're in a great spot. So I think he needs to be confident in his ability to get switch and play his team comps that way.
Absolutely. All right, let's get some hype for the finals, everybody.
Final round here, we get Big Dude, we get Jason Caruso. I saw some Big Dude hype in chat earlier. Both of these players have obviously some fans who've been watching them all the way through this tournament. Let's see who comes out on top in these final rounds.
We get Stunfisk into the Trevenant, so not a great lead, but this matchup is still pretty playable.
It's not terrible, but if you...
and he catches on the Noctowl. I love that play.
I was just about to say, it's not a terrible matchup, but you really want either of the other Pokemon on it, and he does get the Noctowl to catch that energy. And this is not a great matchup, but the G-Fist still needs to throw 2 moves to KO this Noctowl, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, so big catch, but...
And CMP.
He might end in an awkward situation of how he takes out this Stunfisk after, though.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was a CMP. Do we see an undercharge here? I think you probably do. No, you don't. Okay. I think you come in with Sableye.
He doesn't wait out the switch clock though, but his switch clock is out now.
Yeah, and I think he's just focused on letting his G-Fist sweep because it's so far ahead on energy against the Trevenant after that catch that he's probably pretty comfortable in that matchup.
That's a good point. And a nice shield on the Earthquake. Get a little extra energy on the Sableye and throwing this foul play, which will likely threaten the shield. Now,
And
what does Jason have for the Sableye?
This
He's
is not
coming
really
in
it.
Trevenant
It's got
on
to
the
be Metagem,
Sableye.
right? You figure it's got to be Metagem.
Yeah, it's
If that's the
very
play.
likely Metagem in the back.
And knowing that, we do see the shield coming up. He's got to understand there's probably Metagem in the back there. We see a bait. That is a huge bait. Does he? Ooh, another catch!
A nice catch.
This guy's going crazy with these catches. The thing is, though, what we understand that Big Dude might not is that dynamic punch on the G-Fisk. If he's able to land that, but still,
no, I think he needs to farm down.
Yeah, you got a full farm down. You got a full farm down here.
Or ice punch and ice punch and chip. Sableye needs a little bit of extra energy going into the Trevenant.
Does it? I think the Trev's pretty dry because they just got the move caught. Yeah, the Trevenant was fairly dry and just able to farm it all the way down. That was 2 huge catches there by Big Dude. Just played out of his mind. Had a pretty negative lead. But catching the Shadow Ball and then catching the Seed Bomb. That Trevenant threw no moves at the right Pokemon that whole match. And just really good counting there by Big Dude.
Yeah, and also really good play by Big Dude when the Trevenant came in, recognizing that his Sableye was so good and that it was very, very likely to be the Metagem.
Exactly. But also it was a good job by Jason. Honestly, if even one of those catches fails, I think Jason wins that. It's just getting double caught in those matches. And especially one of them being a Shadow Ball, that is so much energy going to waste. It just ended up being too much to handle.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, let's get into this next game here. I think Jason's still feeling pretty confident. He just has to tip his hat to the opponent and understand that maybe he won't get 2 moves caught in the next game.
Metagem lead into Lantern. This is a fairly neutral matchup, but I believe slightly favors the Metagem. Yeah. This is a Spark Lantern. Switch will be important, especially because it's double normals in the back, which means he needs something. He needs to save this Metagem for the Stunfisk.
That was a very risky bait, but it paid off. Got the shield, and do we double shield? We don't. Oh, barely. No, it's got plenty of health, and is able to tank it, and then the full farm down. But this Metagem's in a phenomenal spot.
Now, the thing is, if there's a Stunfisk in the back, this could be tricky still.
It could be. You got to make the call. Is it Stunfisk in the back, or is it that the Trevenant? Regardless, I think you have to come in Noctowl, obviously, but it's still going to be a little tricky. This has got so much energy.
These ice punches are doing a decent chunk of damage.
I think that Noctowl, we do see the Stunfisk.
It is the Stunfisk, so I think Shadow Ball and Dip is likely the play here.
I think you've got to do that.
An
no
Insta
shield
swap,
nice.
I do like that. You wanted to land that Shadow Ball. That Shadow Ball will be doing more damage than the Power
That's the hardest hitting move than anything
else. Insta shield because you're expecting the Earthquake to come out first. I think that's a good play. And
going straight body slam
going
here.
for the body slam bait here.
I don't hate that because if you
and
let
he
it go,
gets the shield.
That's huge. I think that might be game because at this point the power up does KO. Unless they can catch. This power up should at least put it into lick down range. It doesn't quite KO. Oh, it does KO. Okay, cool. And then that's gonna be
too much work for the Metagem.
Too much work. Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh no, it didn't KO. It was still there. Okay.
Didn't KO, but now it's within wing attack range.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna tank that, and then just farm down.
Wow. So Big Dude really managed. I said that Stunfisk in the back is going to be tricky for that double normal line, and he still managed to take out the Stunfisk with his double normal and his
The thing is, Stunfisk had to do too much. Like you said, it had a positive matchup against both Pokemon, but couldn't beat them both together, and that really was prominent, especially after landing the Shadow Ball. I think the shield there would have helped, but obviously Jason had no idea what was in the back.
Yeah, it would have helped, but yeah, it's definitely risky to be shielding a Shadow Ball on your Stunfisk because you don't know what's in the back, right? If there's a Zoomer on the back or another Stunfisk.
Another Stunfisk.
Or even a Sableye, or even a Sableye, you want to save that shield, yeah.
Right. All right, well, now Jason's got his back up against the wall, down 0-2. Big Dude looks dominant here. What do you think Jason should do?
Sweep? For Jason, let's see. What line did Big Dude run in game 1 again?
I forget. The Noctowl came in both games, I'm pretty sure. It was the G-Fisk, Noctowl, and Sableye, I believe.
Okay, so it's Stunfisk, Sableye, Noctowl, and then he pivoted to Metacham double normal. So Big Dude has been changing up his lines. Noctowl's the only consistent thing.
And I think we're going to see it again. It's so strong against everything that's not the Lantern and the G-Fisk. And Lantern hasn't really been showing up in that game, too.
Well, that's the thing, too, right? Jason brought Lantern and Stunfisk that game to try to handle that Noctowl and still couldn't take it out.
Yeah. It's a really good point. And just that, you're right, actually. Yeah, the Lantern and G-Fisk were both there, and Noctowl didn't really care. So ultimately...
Go on.
No, yeah, I was going to say, ultimately, like, it's hard to get better alignment than Jason's been getting, and just, Big Dude's been playing so well with his energy that it's just not enough.
I think we might have to see a Dragonite Campbell here from Jason. We haven't seen the Azumarill yet. If Azumarill's not there, Dragonite's not too bad.
Yeah, I agree. And it will outpace that Noctowl, so I do think that's a play. And again, just got to avoid the Azu. But maybe the Lantern and Trevenant showing up as often as they have, we'll just make sure to keep the Azu at home.
But yeah, I think Jason might just, back against his wall, make that gamble, bring Dragonite for maybe just one game, but let's see what he does.
All right, let's do it. Get into game 3. Jason trying to avoid the sweep. Big Dude trying to go home with a bang.
And there is the Azumarill, though.
And it sees the G-Fisk. Oh, man, and G-Fisk is not leaving, which tells me that they're not great against Azu in the back either. It's either in my guess, it's either that Metacham or the Dragonite.
I agree.
Oh, we see a Lantern come out. We see a pivot into Lickitung. Really strong matchup here for Lickitung. It can tank so many of these moves. And if it is that
Metacham... get a shield, though.
Okay. I guess they're really, really, really desperate for... Well, not desperate, but needs alignment here. And if it is Metacham in the back, Tristan, it has nowhere to go.
Exactly, yeah. Especially with that moveset it's running.
Yeah. Absolutely nowhere to go. And I think they're going... Ooh, really good counting there. This will definitely KO if they don't see a shield from the... We do get a shield here. Does the Lantern try and go double surf? Because that would KO. But Thunderbolt would not.
And we get another shield. So the Lantern, while losing switch here, is coming out with a shield advantage. So
unless they shield again and go for switch. No, they're not going to.
No, there's no way.
And
there is the Dragonite.
There's the Dragonite. The thing is, this energy on the Dragonite is going to go nowhere because and they shield.
Oh, and he had the shield, and he gets comboed.
You can't shield there knowing what's in the back, and that is just ruthless. And now that Dragonite is just dead. Yeah, you gotta let that go.
Yeah, because you have to try to sweep a Stunfisk, I think.
Exactly. Stunfisk up a shield was going to be the option, but unable to do so. And now this is just GG's because, yeah. Ice Beam won't quite KO, but a couple of licks. No, it does KO. Never mind. And don't even show the third Pokemon in the back. That is an incredibly, incredibly dominant 3-0 there by Big Dude.
Big Dude just maneuvered those matchups so nicely.
Yeah. And I'm very surprised Jason shielded, understanding just that the body slam is not going to be close to being lethal. I think you're right. I think Stunfisk up a shield was the win con there.
Right, and also knowing that Dragonite has nowhere to go against Azumarill. Like, even if he didn't get combo played, if he takes out the Licky, Azumarill just comes in and walls it off. Like, you really needed to save that shield for the Stunfisk. And great read by Big Dude. I said, I think Jason has to gamble on the Dragonite. We haven't seen a Zoom roll yet, and of course, that's the game Big Dude decides to bring the Zoom roll. So just read them like a book, lined up the team comp, and gets a clean 3-0 sweep to win the finals. So
Absolutely. And let's get some hype. Let's get some hype to Big Dude here. Because not only did they sweep the final round there, though, they beat the #1 seeded Aerosol. They beat Barry, who had a dominant first round. So that was not an easy path to the finals there by Big Dude. Going through the #1 seed and winning in such a dominant fashion. Really just showed a masterful understanding of his team comp and his win cons. Got switched so often when we didn't think he would. Really, really well done.
Yeah, really well played against some, very talented battlers. Steve, can we pull up his team again for a sec?
And it looks like we are going to maybe bring up his team again. We do. Okay, so Big Dude's team there. It's pretty standard. You see the Licky, the G-Fisk, the Sableye, and the Medi that so many teams had, with a little bit of Noctowl Spice, and one of the only Azumarill in the tournament.
Yeah, the Azumarill definitely, we didn't see it a ton, but it seemed pretty solid when it did show up. And I think, like we've seen in Peoria, like we saw in Baltimore, I think Noctowl was the MVP of his team.
Yeah,
So
and Noctowl has, like you said, it's been OP in so many tournaments. People need to start checking that thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have realized how good it is in the current meta. I think Wilrin falling out of the meta was very good for Noctowl. And also Stunfisk over Registeel, I think, was also pretty good for Noctowl. And Noctowl is just so good into those. A lot of people are running, a fighter and a ghost. It's good into both of those. Neutral into these Zoom rolls. Really positive Lickitung matchup. Like if someone has a Diggersby or something, it's good against that too. Neutral into like Dragonites and Altarias and stuff. And so it just ends up being against a lot of team comps safe against everything besides the Stunfisk. So really well done by Big Dude, identifying that Noctowl is pretty strong and pretty safe in the current Open Great League meta.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%, and I think we kept assuming that Noctowl would get checked, and people were bringing checks to it, but he was really good at just maneuvering those matchups and using his energy really well, even when it lined up against a G-Fisk or a matchup you might not think is very positive, like a loaded Medicham. Made it work and came out with the big dub. So huge congrats to Big Dude, and also huge congrats to Jason. Jason had a really, really dominant performance to get to the finals. Some really good matchups for him. That Dragonite was pretty OP in the semis. And just great job. Great job by Jason.
It was really fun watching that Shadow Dragonite for sure. And also, I just want to highlight again that game 1 of the finals, when Big Dude made those 2 huge catches to win that first game. That was so impactful. Very incredible gameplay there.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agreed. And before we head off, Tristan, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
You can find me on Twitter at PogoTwastel. PogoTwastel. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, definitely give Twastel a follow on Twitter. Myself personally, you can find me on Twitch and on Twitter at ShutUpToshi9227. And yeah, I can't wait to see you there. I stream almost every day in the morning, do some GBL stuff, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Steve, we will pass it back over to you to close out the stream. And again, huge congrats to Big Dude on a pretty dominant performance. Drum roll, please.